Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
0-1 the count to Foscue. Here's the pitch. A swing and a line shot to left field. It is right at Siri. He makes the catch and the ball game's over. The Angels have won it by the score of 3-2.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is the way we start off the Hump Day edition
Hump Day
of Sean and RJ here with the entire morning squad on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We are your home for Texas Rangers baseball. They did not get a hit after the sixth inning last night in a 3-2 loss to the Angels in Anaheim. We are tied at 1 in the series.
This is it's a brutal first two games of offense.
Yes.
I mean, if you're looking to watch, if you're turning to the Rangers in this series for excitement of any kind, the only place you're going to get it from is probably Mike Bassick and Sandler, to his credit. You know, he's been pretty good on this call here.
R-rated, really.
Very R-rated. I mean, he's working blue, as they would say in the comedy world. That's it. It's bad. It is bad, man. Like, there's obviously you had a home run in the first inning on Monday with Mike Trout. Okay, then you had no extra base hits the rest of the game, and then yesterday you had a home run from Jock Peterson in the first inning. I don't know, 2-pitch, good swing, and then nothing. It's a terrible offense.
Yeah, when they played the Rays, I was like, okay, no matter what happens with the outcome, they're going toe-to-toe. So they can take on a team that's first place in the American League East. And I know that the opener was 4-1, but it took Nimmo kind of breaking it open in the 10th. You sit there and you look at this, it's going toe-to-toe with each other, with a really, 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 really bad team.
I mean, the Angels are so bad. I can't stress enough. Like, their offense, they have, of the 9 guys in their lineup, I would say 3 of them are real major league players.
Like the Rangers.
Right? Stop.
No, I mean, honestly. It's we can't sit here and talk about how bad the Angels are and the Rangers consistently do stuff like this.
They do not play. I mean, Trout is obviously, Neto, obviously legitimate major league players. Peraza is an up and down guy. Grissom was a nice prospect. They are just their first baseman. I can't pronounce his name still. Shanuel. No, Mike does a better job of that than me. That's a bad team, and if they're a bad team, and they basically play really well against you this year, it's either a really bad matchup or you're just a bad team too.
Texas is just they're the most infuriating kind of professional sports team. They play up to good competition. They play down to bad competition. That's what they do consistently.
What was your extra base hit stat?
They have 2 extra base hits in the last 25 innings, or 1 extra base hit in the last 25 innings, because they had after the Nicky Lopez triple, all they've had in the last 2.5 games or whatever has been the Jock Peterson home run. So they're not slugging at all. And I mean, it's people letting you down who are supposed to be your stars. Like, when Jock Peterson earns a walk against a left-handed pitcher, and it's like, hey, you got runners on the corners, and you're down 3-1, and this is a big moment, and then Wyatt Langford pops up on the second pitch.
Man. And
then Corey Seager strikes out. Meanwhile, you're giving up a run because Wyatt Langford just doesn't have any urgency throwing the ball home on somebody running. Langford's just been awful the last week or so.
What a weird throw.
Yeah.
I know Bassick was saying maybe he didn't get his hand and grip on the ball. That looked like a push. It looked like a chest pass in basketball. I said, where's the velocity on this thing?
Yeah, the first thing I thought, I was like, all right, did he not get the grip on it? It's like, okay, did he have a grip on it? And does he not want to throw it too hard? Is there something wrong with his arm? Because if you go look, he's 3 for his last 32 this month.
He has 1 hit, in like the last, week and a half or whatever it is.
If you go back to when he got his batting average to 290 on July 26th, his batting average has gone from 290 to 255 in 2.5 weeks.
Wow.
In 2.5 weeks, he's dropped 35 points.
He's hitting 094 this month.
I keep waiting to just be put out of my misery with this team, but it cannot happen in this division because the Astros lose and you are a half game back still. And then you look at the wild card and, just keep waiting for some type of separation to get put out of your misery. It's not happening in the American League West. It gave them this pass at the trade deadline after their initial plan failed after DeGrom shut things down. Brett Boone, former Rangers hitting coach, will join us at 9 o'clock this morning to discuss.
He texted me last night at the end of this, near the end of this game. He was railing on Seattle because Seattle can't score right now, and I'm like, dude, well, just turn this game on too. And he goes, because he had this game on near the end, and he was like, the Rangers right now they stink.
That's why the most negligent.
By the way, Seattle has lost 5 in a row.
The most negligent, reckless thing this organization could have done was nothing, and that's what they did.
That's it. They did nothing.
You could have either added and then tried to separate yourself in a really bad division, or you should have done the responsible thing and just said, let's purge as many of these players as we can, get as many assets as we can, and remove ourselves from this fake belief that we're going to contend in a bad division. It's a bad division. It gives you this skewed sense of competitiveness, and they end up just hurting themselves because they won't either take themselves out or they won't do anything to get better, and it's a joke.
3-7 in Seattle's last 10. They still have the best run differential in the division at -22.
God,
the Rangers are the best.
So bad.
The best. And the Athletics are -176, far and away the worst run differential. The only one
close. Colorado in the whole sport.
Excuse me. Only one in triple digits in the division, and they're not even in last place.
Yeah.
It's the Angels.
Yeah.
-176 to -93.
Yeah, and the Angels, I mean, they sold at the deadline, too. They sold, except for Trout. They sold guys with Joe Adell and Soriano. Like, they sold some guys at the deadline. They're obviously...
Still Seth.
Yeah, still Seth. They're obviously in give-up mode. They got their manager on a 1-year contract, which never happens.
Well, except for Portland Trailblazers.
Except for the Trailblazers.
And look, to his credit, Cody Bradford, I mean,
Bradford battled.
Man,
he's giving you what he can. 4 1/3, 5 hits, 0 earned against San Francisco. And then yesterday, you look at what he did, and he definitely gave you a chance. I don't know why ESPN is not updating their game logs for the morning after.
It was 7 innings for him.
He only had the 1 strikeout. It wasn't a whole bunch of swing and miss stuff, but
7 innings. That's a perfect game in today's sport.
74 pitches in 7 innings. So he was efficient. He was getting out of there. It's just they're either when they get the pitching performances they need, they're usually not hitting very well, and when they're finally starting to hit a little bit, they're usually having issues in the bullpen, or their starter only goes 3 innings.
Yeah,
it's maddening.
This was as efficient of a start as you could possibly ask for. And I'm sure because it was a second start, he was on a pretty strict pitch count because 75 pitches is nothing.
I don't know that it was strict. Schumacher said he was planning on him going over 70, which is what he had done the first start. But Schumacher sounded like he wasn't going to have him throw 100 pitches, but he sounded like he was comfortable, like stretching him a little more.
Because the way he was going, I mean, he could have. I mean, if you sent him out there for the 8th, that would have been the rare 8-inning complete game.
I mean, he battled, but he was. I mean, again, he's still. Yeah, he hit a batter. He struck out 1. He gave up 5 hits. He was still like it wasn't like a dominant performance. Right. It was just he was on top of things.
And we are bumping this thing back even later tonight.
Oh no!
With a 9 o'clock first pitch.
Oh, of course.
We've been going at 8:38. It's a 9 o'clock first pitch, and then I was like, all right, where's the day game break? Okay, I'll be exhausted in the afternoon. Where's the day off? There is none this week.
The one day that we want G-Bag not to work, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and Thursday's usually that's the day slot usually.
Yeah,
instead, that's still, I don't know.
They don't play a game before 8:40 p.m. until Sunday when they go afternoon against the Athletics in Vegas.
Do you think was that 9 o'clock always planned, or was that one Major League Baseball pushed back when they saw the first 2 games and they were like, no, nobody's going to watch this game. We need to push it back.
It's going 9 o'clock ESPN, and then tomorrow night 9:07. Like why are the start times changing and getting later?
Right, and because like Bassick was saying that after the Bassick game, he said they got 1 day off where they're not doing a broadcast. So I guess that's tonight, unless there was like an Amazon game on Thursday. But Yeah, the late start time. Why? It was 8:38 was fine.
Look, the Rangers are mid. We know the Angels suck, and bad organizations make these types of moves. Mike Maddox fired yesterday in his first season, and you did it in the middle of the series against his former team. The Angels starting to clean house. Assistant pitching coach also gone. Bullpen coach, see you later. Their ERA, 7th worst in the majors. Most walks in Major League Baseball as they head towards their 11th consecutive losing season. The Ranger legend Mike Maddox is gone.
Yeah, it's obvious that it was his fault. Yeah. He had no idea what he was doing. He's never done this job before. He's not a seasoned professional.
Rangers didn't have the best ERA in the bigs last year under his watch.
No, they didn't.
And he was rewarded with a contract here for that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
He didn't win a World Series or anything, and he didn't take this team to a couple World Series back in the aughts or the teens.
And you already have Tolo saying sign him back up. Sign
Advisor
him back up quickly.
Advisory role or something. This makes no sense. But they had just fired their GM. They have no direction, none. They have no direction over there in Anaheim. And to fire him, it's like, well, he's the problem?
Yeah.
Of all the problems you have over there, it's Mike Maddox?
You need a reset in general. It sounded like they were just scrubbing that whole organization. Yeah. You need an ownership reset with the Angels.
You knew something was wrong when he went out there for that mound visit and didn't go to the neck, didn't go to the shoulder.
Yeah.
Something was alarmingly off with that, and that could have been his last mound visit.
I wonder if he knew. I wonder if he knew at that point that he was getting fired the next day, and he was like, hey, listen, this is my parting words to you. I just got the call. This is my parting words to you, young Reed Detmers. I'm going to point you. I'm going to poke you in your chest.
Yeah.
You throw strikes. This guy wants to hack. Throw him some off-speed stuff, and he does.
Seems very rare coaches don't know when they're about to get fired. So I would guess like he was out there just kind of like, all right, I know this is coming at some point soon.
Joe Rodriguez with the tweet, is it too much to ask to open with the Cowboys? I jump on and jump right back off. Yes, it is. We do it every day, basically 6:20, your Cowboys report. We start with the very latest thing that happened. Rangers played last night. They're still in the race, so we start with them on your home for Rangers baseball, as we basically do every day until they are a non-factor. So we'll see you back in 8 minutes or 10 minutes, Joe.
Yeah, tell your defensive coordinator to stop being the Kim Jong-un of defensive coaches. It was Pravda. Was it the Pravda? Was the
that wasn't his fault last
Soviet
night.
Soviet newspaper.
That was McVay's fault yesterday.
Yeah, tell him. Yeah, Sean McVay, grow about 6 inches and stop having little man syndrome.
We'll get to it in 10 minutes.
I want to see video.
Other NFL news, Kyler Murray named the starter in Minnesota. So RJ Choppy's sleeper pick in the NFC has their quarterback, and it is not the young and developing J.J. McCarthy.
It's like you're punching a little person.
Developing. I don't know what he's developing anymore.
Developing. I think absolutely the right person to select. Kyler Murray is I can't believe I'm saying this, he's the adult in the room. He's sitting there playing Siege 6 or whatever, but he's the adult in the room.
No, he's an adult who looks like Chris Arnold would try to pick him up.
How about that? If you're asked about your quarterback competition, you go, we got to go with the. They didn't say this. I'm making it up to go along with your joke, but we got to go with the mature one in Kyler.
Yeah, the gamer, the video gamer.
Well, not just the video game, all the other things.
Yeah.
I know we love to stick with the video game stuff, but Kyler Murray, from a leadership maturation standpoint, has been questioned his entire career. He's just that much better than the frat boy.
Yeah, he absolutely is, especially at this point. He's going to screw up a lot of things though. When it comes to preseason betting, if you want to bet on preseason games, because your quarterback competitions are one of the things you want to bet on. Obviously, this team has no marketing department, no feel for marketing.
They're about ball.
Yeah, they're about ball.
The J.J. McCarthy mystery, though, continues for me. I got to know where it went wrong with Kevin O'Connell.
This is where this is where the whole thing, like Will McClay was talking about in that interview with G-Bag, where he says, you know, you've got to get to know who the player is, and you got to learn who to trust when you're asking them certain things. They just had no idea, clearly, like what his personality type was, I guess. I guess they just got lied to by Michigan staffers or something. Whatever went through that process, they didn't do enough homework to realize, oh, he doesn't fit at all with the way that Kevin O'Connell wants guys working.
Crazy. It's crazy how he has, how Harbaugh was able to keep this under wraps.
All right, Tolo Joe, here you go. A recap of Cowboys-Rams with a scrimmage yesterday in L.A., and it sounds like you're going to be happy if you're a fan of America's team, especially compared to last year. We take you inside the Star, Hump Day edition. Hey. Just getting started with the 6 a.m. Club with Sean and RJ.
numbers 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
It happens right here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby Roberto Belt, as I tried to stay up to tune into NFL Network for live coverage and highlights of the Cowboys-Rams scrimmage. Of course, I've said it twice now this week. This was the beginning of the end and the negative feelings for the Cowboys season when last year the Rams did whatever they basically wanted to do. But because of the Rams' social media team policy, no highlights allowed during the live action. So we had to rely on Nick Harris and John Machota and Todd Archer and Tommy Yarsh, who will join us at 9:20 this morning. DallasCowboys.com putting out some video highlights. But the story of the day, no Myles Garrett, number one. And number two, the Cowboys defense with a much better showing than last year, Bobby.
Yeah, and on the video topic, you're allowed to make that exchange when you say there are no fans in the practice either. That's where the Rams can get away with that, is because they don't have fans sitting in the stands to film it, and so they can.
There were no fans there yesterday?
No, they didn't have fans in attendance, and so
See, the fans are allowed; they just don't have fans.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're not allowed, but they also don't have fans. It's a double-sided coin. They're all Cowboys fans down there. But yeah, Nick Harris. So because of this, you have two scrimmages going on at once. They're not just like alternating, like, okay, Cowboys ball, here you go. They're trying to maximize their practice. So Cowboys offense is going against the Rams while the Cowboys defense is going against the Rams. And so Nick Harris, Tommy Yarsh, bunch of people out there were writing, but Nick had stayed with the defense mainly, and that was what everybody seemed to want to focus on. Crazy day for Justin Barron, Cowboys linebacker. He ends up with three interceptions in this one. Yeah, Mark Barron. He ends up with 3 interceptions in this one. He was a receiver initially in college, switched to safety. He had played safety and was drafted and moved to linebacker. So you saw some of the coverage stuff yesterday. He had 3 interceptions, including one off of Stafford. And
I was listening to G-Bag's recap of this, and both Broadus and Zach were like, I didn't notice Justin Barron one time out there in the week plus that we were in Oxnard.
I remember seeing him more than I saw Malachi Lawrence, but yeah, he was not out there like picking people off every practice. But this was something where all 3 levels of the defense yesterday were making problems.
What is this, anything for Justin Barron, or just like a blip?
Well, if you listen to Below the Belt about 4 weeks ago, and we said who is the actual dark horse name to know, we said Justin Barron. And so that's somebody who, yeah, he fits all the prototype measurables that Scott Simons wants a linebacker coach. He is, if you want to talk about, all right, how does he look, what player does he look closest to in Christian Parker's history of defenses he's been around? Measurables-wise, athleticism-wise, it's Zach Bond, who they brought to Philly and completely changed his career after he was kind of a nobody until he got to the Eagles. But, no, he's somebody who, because of all their questions at linebacker, absolutely could stick in whatever rotation they have there. And they liked him a lot last year, but you've got the pass rush, which apparently popped up a little bit yesterday as Raku got a sack. They were generating some pressure. Secondary was playing well. Revel had a pass breakup. Matthew Stafford started the practice apparently pretty sharp. It was like he completed 15 of his first 16 or something like that. But he ends up finishing the day, I think it was 22 of 34. And they really started locking down, disrupting some stuff. Puka Nacua was apparently having some problems whenever Savone Revel was out there on him. And there was a lot of glowing praise, not just for Barron, but the linebackers in general. They said that every linebacker was out there making a play during the game. Caleb Downs had a 3-yard stop behind the line of scrimmage, so we finally got a flash play there, of course, when there's no cameras. But defense all around, everybody seemed to come away from it going, yeah, Dallas was not overmatched like they were last year.
Brian Schottenheimer on the defensive day.
We're a different defense. You guys know that. I mean, you can look at us on paper and see we're a different defense. Having practice against us every day, the mentality and the mindset of the defense is different. So I think that's great. They challenge you a lot of different ways. They're a very, very physical run team. They run the hell out of the duo play where they just gap things down, and the ball usually bounces to corners and Kyron Williams, and those guys are very physical. Matthew Stafford's got an unbelievable ability to get the ball out of his hand fast, so they're hard to get home on. But a few guys jumped out today. Quinton Williams, I think we probably should keep that contract. I think that was a good contract for us. Thrilled about him. What he's brought to this team from a leadership standpoint can't be talked about enough. He wanted to be here. It was all part of the grand scheme. We had the big trade to try to figure out something like that, and couldn't be happy enough for them. But I thought it was a battle. They had their plays, we had our plays. It's what a joint practice should look like.
I'll take you through the content play-by-play from the insiders. Patrick Walker, Cowboys defense takes the day, in my opinion, and it was not close at all. Nick Harris, Savone Revel having a great day, playing physical, forced a fumble, and has had 2 big pass breakups on plays where the Rams were clearly testing him. One on a downfield ball to Nakua, another on a fade from the 10-yard line to Puka. Has not been perfect, but it's been his best day in SoCal. And man, that's saying something with as much as he shined throughout training camp and when we were out there. More from Nick. Seeing more Caleb Downs in the true safety alignment, along with his usual nickel responsibilities that we've seen more of in camp. Further emphasis, he'll be moved around throughout the games. And then 15 snaps so far, Cowboys defense against the Rams. Already a better showing than last year with that Ezeraku sack. Overshown making plays in the pass and run game. And Overshown afterwards said, yeah, this was night and day to last year.
Who had said that Downs was playing more safety?
Nick,
okay. I'm going to have to ask Nick then. I would imagine the Rams have, last year, they were one of the big ones that did 13 personnel and stuff. They're not running nearly as many 3 receiver sets as they were. I think that's just...
They're going multiple tight ends with everything.
If that's the case, throwbacks. If he's playing safety, that to me would say they were just probably in 2 receiver looks or fewer. And so that's somewhere... As soon as they're in 3, if they're in 3 receiver looks, he's in the nickel.
Chop, what jumped out to you?
Well, outside of the absurd no video stuff, blah, 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 protect the team, blah, blah, blah. I am super, super glad to hear that the defense did not look overmatched. I mean, that's obviously the number one thing that we were all, most of us. I know there was some talk about watching O-line against Miles, which obviously we didn't get didn't happen. I would have loved to have seen that because I want to know where, to me, that's the test. That's the gauge.
Well, you may not have wanted to see it on the right side because Voch Lombardi came on and he was tweeting about it as well, that Terrence Steele was struggling. Sounded like he had the biggest star down of the day.
He's had some problems this camp at times. He's had some issues with speed rushers like he has been known to do from time to time. And so I would be worried about Steele against anybody who plays with a lot of quickness off the line of scrimmage. And, yeah, Myles Garrett is the test in terms of, that's the standard. I don't think there's anybody I'm running out there that's beating Myles Garrett, though. Coming off of 23 sacks, it's anybody, if he was out there, he was going to make anybody look bad. So,
in terms of the defense, one of the things that we would see last year is it would look easy for other teams. It looked like pitch and catch. And I saw this, we all saw this during camp a little bit. And then I'm sure yesterday, if we could see it, we would have said the same thing, is that it just looked more difficult for the offense. Less room to operate. Less
guys are standing where they're supposed to.
Right. Balls may not be batted down or intercepted, but they're contested.
Dak on the confidence boost that the defense is giving them so far.
Yeah, great. I'm looking forward to watching it. I know I heard the cheers and the hollering. Could tell it was our guys. Obviously, they've been doing it to us, throughout camp and getting after it. So it's cool to see just that energy, that identity continue. And I know they're pumped about it, but I know they're not satisfied with what they've done. They're going to go back and same as we are and look at it, be hard on ourselves, and see where we can get better.
By the way, props to the Cowboys social media department. I wanted to see the Rams perspective, because all we're going to get is the Cowboy highlights with George Pickens kicking pylons and
talking
trash on everyone, and Cowboys are all over it. Rams took a nap. Rams are like, we'll see you later.
They are so...
Nothing during the practice. It was like hour-long gaps in their tweets to sit there and turn it around as much as possible.
Well, they have one staff writer. They got the guy named Stu. They got Stu. Stu is out there. Stu, whatever his name is. He's the only one I could find yesterday.
They're beat writers. None of them write because McVay's got such tight controls on everything that I think they've just given up on trying. Dead serious. Yeah. I think it's just one of those things where it's we'll get to it when we get to it. We can't even Like, if we get anything too good, it's probably going to get us yelled at. So let's just stand back. That's why.
That's how championship organizations operate.
Yeah, do y'all have a marketing department over there?
Maybe they really should honestly be more worried about like making their special teams good instead of like, is your BlackBerry out recording practice or whatever. And so, but no, it's I think honestly just a beaten down group that covers the Rams in terms of what they can actually cover.
After practice, the Cowboys players took it amongst themselves to do something that I threw into the little cheesy category. You know, they say a full moon has people acting differently. It's a Cowboys full moon now that we're actually getting on the field facing another team, because some of the homers are coming out and about and getting all worked up over the smallest minute things. I said this type of like little cheesy thing I love from an intangible standpoint. The Cowboys players decided to run. Jeff Kolb got the Rams players walking off, and they're looking back at the Cowboys players just running after practice, and they're like, huh, you overachievers, we ain't doing that S. Then the Cowboys players take it amongst themselves to run. This was Shoddy and Dak being asked about it afterwards.
That was not my decision. That was led by the players. Really? Yeah, I was over there saying goodbye to a few of the coaches and the guys that I have relationships with, and I was alerted by our strength staff that the guys wanted to run 20s, and I think it shows you that they've bought into the fact that conditioning is going to make a difference for this football team in the 2026 season.
Demo came up to me and asked me, the coach said it's on us. Do you want to run? I'm like, yeah, if y'all want to run. I didn't see y'all's field and what it was doing, but I know we've got it in us over here, and so, yeah, it was just like a normal practice. Let's go and get our runs in and get better.
I don't think that's... It can sound corny on the surface. I don't think it's as corny. If Overshone's just literally walking up to Dax independently and going like, "Hey, does your side want to run? We want to run," just because they've gotten used to doing that at their practices. I think it's
there. You go. Throw you into the mix. I'm just joking around. Throw you into the full moon mix.
The corny thing.
It's a remember the Titans thing where they're afterwards like, "Hey, let's go back out there. Let's go back out there and run."
The corny thing is the talking to the Rams as they walk off the field and going, "We'll see y'all down the road." Shut up. Don't ever say that again. I'm so tired.
They technically will because they have a game schedule.
I don't freaking care. Like, that's not what they meant. And that's never what they mean. It's the same. I'm tired of the mic'd up clip we get every year when Dallas loses to a good team. And Dak goes, "We'll see y'all down the road." Shut up. Stop saying that. Don't ever say that again. I'm tired of that.
Yeah, move on.
Do these parents have to be crowned as the worst youth sports parents of the year? The national scandal that is broken out. See if there's anyone in your leagues. Chop says it's local. See how bad it is next on The Fan.
your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
It is not looking good for Tony Romo's broadcasting future. We also have a WNBA meltdown at 7 o'clock this morning. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby with the Hump Day edition on 105.3 The Fan. We have a Zach Bryan ticket giveaway coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, 311 tickets in the 8 o'clock. But, Choppy, you have a local sports scandal.
It's local from a couple of situations. One, Oklahoma, Bobby. Two, Bernie. So they're impacted by it.
Bernie Sanders?
No, Bernie. North San Antonio.
Okay.
It was the one you mentioned yesterday about weird spelling. Boerne.
So it is, if you've noticed, if you've turned on ESPN, because they don't cover Major League Baseball.
Right.
You're either going to see WNBA or Little League World Series on TV right now. And, it's this time of year, every year, Little League World Series. And one thing that comes with that is the inevitable scandal. So here's what happened. So this Tulsa area team, the Little League had been informed by 3 other cities that they were using ineligible players. Now, a lot of times when this happens, it's ineligible because it's Danny Almonte and they're 16 years old. This is not that. This is ineligible by area. Okay, so in order to play in the Little League World Series and to qualify to have a Little League World Series team, you have to play Little League sanctioned baseball. It's like 6, you have to play like 12 games. So it's like 6 weeks. You can play doubleheaders, whatever. So you have to play in that league in order to qualify. Because of modern technology with the Game Changer app, which is what they all use, you could kind of fudge it. You could fake games, whatever. More on that in a moment. So this Tulsa area team gets accused of this. They do a little investigation. They kick him out. So now the new regional championship is Bernie against a team from Louisiana. Winner goes to Williamsport.
Okay.
So this game was on Monday. And Bernie wins. All right, they win the game. They use all their pitchers. Just run through them.
Right.
Tuesday morning, a judge issues a temporary restraining order allowing the Tulsa Little League team to play and says, you are going to play Bernie for the right to go to the Little League World Series at 6 p.m. today.
Little League Cody Campbell got to somebody.
Yeah. And Bernie's like, well, no. We don't have any pitching. We've used everybody. We were one of the guys that you guys were banned because you had illegal players. We can't play. By the way,
did they know this was possible?
Bernie, I don't think.
Did they know a court ruling could be coming and they would use every pitcher?
Oh, maybe. But also, I don't know if you're aware of this. School starts this week for a lot of people. So all the parents said, we have to go back to work. We go home. They were in Waco for the game. The game was played in Waco. So they're down north of San Antonio. That's not next door. So they drive home. A lot of the players drove home. They got to get to school. So the judge, Bernie tells the judge no. The Little League World Series tells the judge no. And the Little League World Series cancels the game. And they say if the judge declares that Bernie will forfeit the game because they're not going to play, that they're going to disqualify Tulsa anyway, and they're going to invite Bernie to the Little League World Series. But that's just the legal part of this. The how they got caught and the what they did is so disgraceful. These parents should go to hell. I'm not even sure I believe in hell, but they should go. Huh?
So probably will.
Yeah. So what they did, they were using what's called the Challenger program to get kids eligible. So part of the Little League rules is if you have a younger sibling that plays in a league, in a league, you could play in that league as well as the older sibling, even though you might not live there. And one of the ways to do that is to use the Challenger program. The Challenger program is not in every city. What is the Challenger program? I'm glad you asked. That's for special needs children. Oh. So these parents faked their children having special needs.
No.
Or created a fake Challenger league. They're still trying to figure this one out.
And then it blew up on them.
and it blew up on him.
Sounds like a Sandler Houston reference should be played here, educating us on what they're known for.
Because, like, and I saw it's a great point. No parent is going to say, that kid's not special needs.
Right.
Right? No one's going to say that. You know, when I walk up on somebody, like, getting out of their vehicle in a handicap spot, I don't say anything. They could have a heart problem.
Yeah, Wolchuk.
Right, he's definitely, absolutely. Well, his is a brain problem.
Yeah, the sad thing is I think most people just probably looked at Walter and were like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. All right. So they fake having a special need. All these parents fake special needs kids from all across the state. They're just bringing them in.
And the team that was guilty of this is
Tulsa. This is the Tulsa team. So they create this fake challenger league for fake special needs siblings.
Wow.
And they create this super team of 12-year-olds that are ready to take over the world. It is.
So the status of it now is what?
Status of it now is that Bernie is going to Little League World Series. That the another judge overruled these sicko jerk parents and this ridiculous league, and they are sending them, not the Tulsa team, the other team, to the Little League World Series in Williamsport. Thankfully, that common sense prevailed here.
Yeah, that's what it should be.
Got a taste of this, just 1 year of T-ball, and I'm dreading the years moving forward. And I just really wish there was a way to put these psycho parents in check, like to fix it. But because of the money, it doesn't seem like there is. Like there's no putting it back into the bottle.
Yeah,
the
really
links
isn't.
that people will sit there and go.
I know.
I don't know. I don't know how you fix it. How you solve it.
Somebody's on the fan text says they're from Oklahoma. It's not a stretch.
Dang.
Come on.
So it got resolved, hopefully.
Yeah, it did. So the judge, they ruled in favor of Bernie, Little Leaguers, paving the way for them to go to the World Series. That will start a little bit more next full week, like next Friday.
Now let's take it to youth football, and I believe this is out of Arkansas with the scariest scenario that Choppy and I could ever imagine, and really anyone now could ever imagine.
Nightmare fuel here, man. A high school football player put his helmet on. Did you see the story, Bobby? Mm-mm. He put his helmet on. He'd been practicing for over an hour. Takes his helmet off. He sees something in his helmet. It's a venomous snake. Well, it was a snake. They didn't know it was venomous at the time. And it turns out that it was a cottonmouth. And first thing I hear, it's a cottonmouth. I always wins. I'm like, all right, a lot of snakes look like that. The water snake looks identical to it. Very good at this. Very good at spotting these things. But this was truly a water moccasin, cottonmouth, same thing. I don't know. First of all, I have a lot of questions, like how. Did you not feel there was something in there at all?
Yeah, was this a baby snake or something?
No, this was not. Because here's the thing: cottonmouths, they get fat. They're thick. They're a thick snake. They're a good
2 foot long. This thing was.
Yeah, and it's
in the middle of practice. One of the kids brought the helmet for inspection. And the snake had apparently found its way underneath the helmet's padding, staying hidden from view until the student began noticing the strange feeling in the headpiece during practice. So they sit there, they get the helmet, and I guess they put in a bucket of water for something so the snake would come swimming out of the helmet.
Yeah, it would have to eventually come up for air.
My God.
Just, this thing bit you. It's
in the head.
It would be in the head. In the head. I don't know how far in the skull they can get with their fangs. But, these things, if they bite you, your day's over.
There's a snake in my boot.
You're going to the hospital, man. You got to get some anti-venom. These are venomous. These are highly venomous.
We had a neighbor years ago who woke up. There were like a dozen of these snakes on their back porch. Like there had been
cottonmouths?
Yeah.
God.
And the dad went out there with a hammer and just each one of the heads just went out there and smashed
Kind of ballsy getting close to it now.
That's Texas. He didn't care.
These cottonmouths, they live in filth. They're a disgusting. They have a musk. You could smell them from 15 feet away. I remember being on the golf course driving over a little bridge. I smelled this awful thing, and then you look over there. There's like 4 of them because they just stink so bad.
903 is saying they think we're all getting played. Like
There's video of this.
No, the national news is out there. There's video of it crawling out of the helmet. They think the actual kid wearing it stuff. They said Cottonmouth stinks so bad. There's no way this kid could have kept the helmet on if it was real.
But
Sweating in practice, running extra laps like the Cowboys.
Have you ever smelled a kid's helmet? Like those football helmets are disgusting.
Yeah.
I don't know, a 2-foot snake, like you would think until you put it on, you go, like, what the hell is that? What is wrong with this thing?
It wouldn't bite you? Where would it go?
In the padding. Like it was under the pad, but that thing, I don't know how much room there is to actually slide in that thing. Those sound like bad helmets if that's the case.
Another food warning. First, it was the lettuce that maybe got Corey Majors in Oxnard. Now we got salsa, a guacamole warning from the same company, and raw beef from somewhere else.
Yeah, so the raw beef. So as if we don't have enough things to worry about when it comes to all that, 30,000 pounds of raw beef sold inside the United States has been hit with high-risk recall after bypassing import inspections. We got 90 million head of cattle. Why are we importing raw beef?
Maybe it's Wagyu. I don't know.
Yeah, genuine Wagyu.
Can we not massage a cow in Oregon?
Show me your meat.
What are we doing here? But yeah, so 29,600 pounds of raw beef imported from Argentina have been recalled in several states because of this. So
that's why everybody hated Argentina during the World Cup.
Is Argentina beef supposed to be pretty good, right? Argentina beef. And then the salsa guacamole, Taylor Farms.
This is Taylor Farms with the lettuce.
With the lettuce. The same company with the lettuce. They have recalled salsa and guacamole over salmonella fears after the company was linked to that explosive diarrhea outbreak. They're saying it's more than a dozen overall food items. They all contain jalapenos. So not only is their lettuce contaminated, it appears their jalapenos are contaminated, and these recalled products were sent to distribution centers. So, I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of chain stores that we have here in DFW that are impacted by this. But not only is it the Taylor Farms lettuce, it's also their jalapenos and anything that contains it, like guac and salsa.
Yeah, this is. I don't see how Taylor Farms bounces back from two stories like this back to back.
You want another one?
Chipotle almost didn't recover from this, and they had stories like 2 years apart.
Their CEO is in trouble for embezzlement too, over $30 million for a house.
What?
Yeah, he took. He's accused of swiping $32 million for a Hawaii mansion, gambling, and women.
Just shows you the power of Bluebell.
Oh, yeah.
Bluebell sneezed at something like this.
People were begging for it to be back on the shelves. They're like, I don't even care if it makes me sick. Put it back out there.
People were licking the cases.
Yeah.
They were licking the glass at the grocery stores to try to sit there and show their dedication.
Yeah. No, they don't care. They didn't care about Listeria.
Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. We got a Zach Bryan ticket giveaway for you. The 7 o'clock hour, 311 tickets in the 8. It's not looking good for Tony Romo and a WNBA meltdown. Next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/thefan.
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex Hump Day edition.
Hump day.
Welcome back to school, kiddos. If you're on the ride over, I know that mine is starting today. Thanks for being a young Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with a Zach Bryan ticket giveaway coming up in the commercial-free Expressway. And how did the Cowboys offense do against the Rams D yesterday? We'll get into that. We'll chop it up at 7:40. And Rangers Diamond Cavs after the loss last night. Diamond Cavs at 8. But CBS did their little media tour, their little season preview press conference yesterday. This does not sound good for Tony Romo and his future. The CBS Sports president said, I know that there's an elephant in the room. I'm going to hit it right out of the gate. It's a personal and legal matter, so I can't get into a ton of it. It's an ever-evolving situation. There's no timeline, but he did talk about their image. And this is the sentence and the paragraph that would scare me if I was Tony. In making this decision, of course, right now he's been sidelined, and J.J. Watt has been bumped up into his spot next to Jim Nantz. Man, imagine how pleasant Nantz will be on interviews if he decides to do them throughout the country leading up to this. He'll be insufferable and miserable with his little fake PR persona, even though he's an all-time great, but little fake interview persona. Our image and our brand.
By the way, I've noticed Nantz, maybe this is because it's summertime, he hasn't been on as many golf broadcasts as I normally hear him. Again, maybe he takes off August or late July. Maybe he does. I don't know.
And again, he's an all-time stud.
Yeah.
Just can't stand him in interviews. Don't ask me about anything except CBS ratings and my Pebble Beach hole in my backyard. Our image and our brand are very important to us. Whether the game's marketing, PR, social, the focus should be and needs to be on our presentation and this great product and not any other factors. Fortunately, we have a very deep bench, and I am really proud of the way everyone has stepped up. But Bobby, that protecting of the brand, like the NFL shield, that would have me worried.
Yeah, this doesn't sound good for Romo. This sounds like he's probably done.
Because they're promoting multiple people. Our boy Ross Tucker, congrats to Ross. I texted him yesterday. He's like, oh, this is what it's like to wake up to 100 text messages. We know Ross didn't get it during his playing career for the text messages. And I said, make it 101. He's like, we're up to 300 now. So he got bumped up to the number 2 team.
What a summer.
Which I guess you do have to do since you're promoting JJ. You got to bump everyone up, but you're going to go back from all these moves?
That must
the summer of Ross.
The boosted profile must be why I got the unfollow from Ross Tucker podcast.
Oh, they unfollowed.
I got the follow a week and a half ago, and then the unfollow like 3 days later. I was like, I followed back, and I was like, well, I'm unfollowing you now because I didn't really give a damn about your podcast page. I just was following back to be nice.
Did you know he was at the Tay-Tay wedding?
Yeah, he wouldn't stop talking about it. He mentioned it many times on his podcast.
What?
Ross, yeah.
You know what? They suckered me. They gave me the follow, too.
Did they unfollow you?
Yeah.
That's such fraud.
It's the follow, unfollow.
Fake. That's fake right there. That's Nance-esque. J.J. Watt yesterday, too, also doing the whole little like...
I'm unfollowing.
Hey, bro, I haven't spoken much on this because of the tragedy that's involved with it, but just so blessed to be here with his little like arrangement of his... All right, here's my Packers sheet and my little folder and my laptop, and I'm going to take it like I'm really diving in. But this is that's clearly Watt's job right now. And Romo, I think, they are planning as if Romo's not going to be there. He is the RG3 of announcers, the guy who just burst onto the scene and never did again. I can't think of anybody else like this in the history of announcing that came onto the scene as like, oh my gosh, what a fantastic like individual they are at this, and then 5 years later had just reversed where everybody's like really annoying and don't like listening to him, and how the hell did we get out of this deal? There's no one like it that I've ever thought of in professional broadcasting.
What'd you make of the statement, Ralph?
Well, look, I mean, I understand companies being concerned about their brand. I get it. We did say that we would be surprised if someone of this happened to somebody here, right? That if they moved on from us, but This is completely normal for companies, and I don't like it. I don't like that they are going to. What?
It's pretext. That's all it is. Pretext.
What does that mean?
Pretext is you're claiming it's for one reason and it's not. You're putting it as some other reason when in reality you have a different motive for it, and you're just saying, well, this is why we did it.
What would this do though, image-wise? He comes back. When does he come back, and how unrelenting would all the jokes and all the social media stuff be? I mean, he already kind of takes over social media during game days for the wrong reasons, and now all the drinking GIFs and memes that would be out there. I mean, I guess you could argue it's not going to be a positive Romo feedback on game days after this happened for the company, right?
No, I would not think so. Now, obviously, he has his court date. He can be completely absolved of everything. They did blood tests, they did tox reports and all that stuff. Because we still don't know what it was.
He had an open container, though.
He had an open container.
It doesn't matter. Even if he's cleared, they're going to fire him. They're going to say open container. It doesn't matter if you were found guilty or not. We're just saying this isn't good for our image. You need to go. You refuse to get out of the. Yeah. You refuse to comply with an officer when they told you to get out of the car. No,
which is what every attorney tells you to do, by the way. Don't blow.
They don't tell you.
No, they tell you not to blow. They don't tell you to blow off a police officer. They tell you to get out of the car. They don't say tell them no. Tell them you'll stay in your car. They don't tell you to do that.
They'll tell you don't do the breath test. I do think though, like it is possible for a company to distance yourself from the act, and at the same time stand by and support your employee
if you want to.
Which you don't. They don't. They obviously don't
want their money back.
But they're not going to get their money back.
They're doing the Costco return. I've used this for 3 years. Can I put it back in the box and say I didn't use it? That's what they're doing.
Well, I don't know if they're going to get their full money back.
Yeah, they get some of it back, maybe.
I don't know how it's going to work.
Yeah. It could be. It's probably not a fully.
That's Romo's legacy. Just ridiculous cap charges that you're like, how the hell do we get out of this?
All right, so not looking good for Tony Romo with J.J. Watt in his spot, and then you have our boy Ross Tucker being moved up to number 2 on CBS.
That's where the unfollow came from. Somebody said that's like a Seinfeld episode, Ross Tucker following and unfollowing people.
Schefter did that to me years ago.
Really?
Yeah, years ago. Someone was attacking him, and I was like, dude, he's Adam Schefter. Like, he's the best insider. And Schefter, like, followed me. And then after I guess I tweeted, hundreds and thousands of things, he's like, this is annoying. That's what Ross would tell us because we've asked him about it before. He's like, I don't need to see the Dallas Stars third line update or what the Mavs are doing at center from you guys. I don't need it. But this is the bait and switch.
I need to see fake news. Let me tell you about my pretend newspaper that you should get for your loved one.
Bobby.
Whoa.
Jeez.
My back page story.
Man. We're still going to have him as a guest throughout the year, man. All right, you're on one today. What are you moody about?
I'm not moody today. I'm good.
You're on something.
I'm good.
Why is it because you're dressed up? Why are you all dressed up?
I'm not. I just grabbed this out of the closet.
Oh, so you don't have to go do something after the show?
Like Kristen asked me that last night when I was getting my clothes.
You're wearing jeans.
Well, because I have a collar on, so I wasn't going to put shorts on.
Oh, okay. The other day, DeJohnny Carrington, former wing, whacked Sophie Cunningham across the face, flagrant 2, deserved, and Carrington went on social media and said white privilege. Well, Sophie's coach was up at the podium, and they were asked about this foul. Remember, Caitlin Clark got a ridiculous technical foul, which was quickly reversed by the league. This is the Fever coach kind of defending Carrington for hitting her player the other night.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a hard foul. I don't think that DeJohnny intentionally came out to get her across the neck like she did, but it did happen, and I thought it was the right call. But, one of the things about Nay is that she's going to play her butt off, man. She's going to compete. Nobody's going to go walking in for a layup, and so I don't oppose the hard foul, but I also don't think that she intentionally went for the neck.
Man, she doesn't play for you. Who she play for? It's not the Indiana Fever.
No, she played for the Chicago Sky.
She's on the Chicago team, coach. So this coach gets murdered and gets crushed.
Booed by her own fan base last night.
Booed by the own fan base. Your Portnoys, your Clay Travises, the people who are, paying mortgage payments, talking about WNBA controversy these days, just destroying the head coach. And I agree. with attacking her for this. Like, stand up for your damn player. Caitlin next to her, like, kind of put her head in her hands. It looked like she was like, oh, gosh, what are you doing? Like, oh, my gosh.
Defended her last night. Went out there, she said, I hated that our fans booed her before the game. That made me a little sick, to be honest. We're going to ride for her.
Caitlin defended the coach.
Yep.
Well, the coach got wind of all the criticism, and she decided to come out swinging.
No, I'm going to start today. This isn't necessarily for those people that are in this room. This is more for an online community that's trying to create narratives that simply don't exist. Trying to create a fabrication or distortion of who I am, of what I'm about. Our players' success, our players' health and wellness, our players' safety is always a top priority for me. One of the things I pride myself on is my relationships with players. For those who have anything to say about the play in the last game, I didn't see the play in real time. I went straight to a press conference. I thought the play got called right. Thankfully, Sophie's okay. Was it egregious? Absolutely. When you have a chance to watch that over and over and over on replay, you can see that. I didn't have that in real time. The hate, the fear-mongering, the divisiveness, the stuff that's trying to hijack our league will not win. It won't win. We are united. We are connected. We will not be divided. Every day these women put their ass on the line. Every day. When they go low, we go high. Love will win. Grace will win. Humility will win. And kindness will win. I stand by them. I will always stand by them. Everybody else can go to hell.
Whoa! Do you think she heard the Disney soundtrack swelling in her ears as she's like going on her Stephen A. Smith, the fabrication and creation? Shut up! You're a loser. You are a loser. You deserve to be fired.
Stephanie
Grace
Crockett.
will win.
Grace will win.
Stephanie Crockett, y'all can go to hell.
Anytime we have any disagreements on the show, that's going to be my new default. Grace will win.
She says Grace will win, then go to hell.
Then go to hell.
Everybody else can go to hell.
Yeah, those are literally the two most opposing religious themes.
She also defended Alyssa Thomas, who had the fist on the neck. She obviously just hates Caitlin Clark.
Sounds like she defended Leah Thomas.
What did she say about Alyssa?
Just like, I don't think she was it wasn't intentional trying to hurt her or anything like that. Basically the same thing she said here with Dejanay Carrington.
And it doesn't matter if you didn't see it afterwards. First off, you should probably take a look at it. Second off, maybe, it's going to be a big-time post-game topic. You get someone in PR to tell you about it. And even if you didn't see it, you defend her, period. You don't say, well, that's not who she is. She plays hard. I respect how hard she plays.
How did she not see it, though? It was literally a review in the game.
By the way,
it was a flagrant 2 review to throw her out. How did she not see it?
By the way, later in the week, Paige and Dejanay both we got Dejanay and Sophie both in the top 10 on that WNBA list that we'll do in the Expressway on Friday, Sean.
Oh.
You won't be doing on this program.
There are a couple different expressways. I didn't say our expressway.
That's a bad look. The league continues to make horrible misstep after horrible misstep.
I mean, it's great. It's great.
Publicity-wise,
it's great for us. This is a great case study in is this good or bad PR? The saying we argue about all the time, there's no such thing as bad PR. Is this good or bad PR for the league? Like, it's causing us to talk about it every other day.
We know their names.
It is a talking point on all the TV shows. Is this good or bad that we're focusing on the WNBA for everything off the court?
I would say for the WNBA, it's probably very good.
Yeah, because people are now paying attention to the press conferences, paying attention to see if Caitlin gets hit hard or what happens with Sophie. I think this is actually a negative. The league would view it as like negative publicity and coverage, but I think it's actually good.
It's probably a net positive overall because you know more of the players, you know the coaches. I mean, how many years has this league been around? 30 years? How many coaches have you known the name of?
I mean, I still don't know this coach's name. I just didn't know she's the Fever coach. But.
Yeah, what's her name? We've said it in segment. I've already forgotten
Stephanie
what it is. That's
it is good or bad for them overall, Bobby?
Good for any sort of recognition. I know who Sophie Cunningham is. I know who Dejanay Carrington is. I know, they're all these different. If you just want to talk about recognition, it probably is better for them to just have people talk about them in any capacity.
We will not be divided.
The Cowboys defense turned things around against the Rams yesterday in California. How did the offense do, and why is Vegas putting Brian Schottenheimer on the hot seat in year 2? Commercial free in the Expressway with a Zach Bryan ticket giveaway after this.
on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
We're officially commercial free. If you're going to do it, do it. Don't whimper it.
Well, I was waiting for Bobby to join in, and there was no join. It petered.
Grace will win, okay?
It petered out. Grace will win. You can go to hell.
Commercial free in the expressway all the way up until 8 o'clock. Rangers, Diamond Cavs from Ralph James on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Yesterday, the much anticipated, at least for me, Cowboys-Rams scrimmage. Did not get any live video highlights, but the most positive story for the Cowboys side is that their defense looked much improved compared to last year. Brian Schottenheimer afterwards with his overall thoughts on the scrimmage.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm always appreciative of Sean and the entire Rams organization. We just have a great relationship. We work well with them. They're first class all the way. It probably helps a little bit that I was in the Rams organization many, many moons ago, but really good work. Chippy at times between two very competitive football teams. So love the work. We'll go back and see the film. I know Justin Barron had a great day, but overall I thought I was very pleased with the work.
Justin Barron, Cowboys linebacker with 3 interceptions. Did get one of them off of Stafford. There was no Myles Garrett. Tommy Yarsh will join us from California at 9:20. He was on the offensive side for DallasCowboys.com. He called it an up and down day for the offense. Did say that they excelled in the red zone. Tyler Guyton got banged up for the second time this training camp, Bobby.
Yeah, he's starting to have, we've always known about the consistency stuff. That's an issue for him. The health thing is starting to be an issue for him. He got hurt. He was hurt a little bit his rookie year. He got hurt last year. He's twice gotten hurt out here at training camp. It's like, all right, well, that's going to be a problem. If you're going to be chronically hurt guy, well, now I definitely need to start figuring out some sort of alternative path forward for my offensive line.
I feel like the tackles are starting to be that viper in my football, in my headphones. No, in my headphones. Like, I'm getting all excited about the GP chemistry, and I'm all excited there's no contract drama, and I'm all excited that Dak says this is a new Jerry Jones, and I'm excited because I think Dak, even though he looked off last week when we were there, is going to ball out, and I'm all excited about Christian Parker, and we remember the draft day reactions to Caleb Downs and the defense and the additions, and everything's feeling great, and then yesterday it just kind of hit me. I'm like, if the tackles aren't very good, things fall apart for you, and I feel like that's the viper in my headphones.
Do you remember last year when we all thought, like, okay,
I'm forgetting it.
Eberflus is a fine hire for defensive coordinator, whatever, and then you watched Philadelphia and watched them move the ball, and you're like, uh-oh, like, this defense is so bad, and we didn't know it till, like, you weren't really sure until you saw the first game against Philly, and you saw them just not able to stop Philly moving the ball for, like, 5 straight drives. It feels like that could similarly just be something you're waiting to see when you step out there week 1 with the tackles. Like, you step out there, and you're like...
Against the Giants front, too.
You're like, tackles are fine, right? Like, they should be okay. Then you get out there, you see them just get worked, you're like, oh, crap, this year might be screwed if they're that bad. And that's the thing, is if Steele's going to be really difficult, like, if it's just not going to be a good year for Terrence Steele, he's not going to get back to a point that he was when you felt like you paid him, and Tyler Guyton's not going to stay healthy, or Tyler Guyton's not going to be consistent, all of a sudden this offense can fly off the rails pretty quickly because you've got to be able to block it up to be able to execute.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we've talked about this a million times, right? Like, almost every team in the NFL, like, we are spoiled with the offensive line. You know, we have
Like, imagine being the Chargers' offensive line last year. That was the worst.
The Cowboys have had not a great offensive line every year, but a really good offensive line for the better part of like 20 years. I mean, there's been some years where they haven't.
Yeah.
But for the most part, they've had a really, really tremendous offensive line. And how many first-round draft picks do they have on this line? 3?
A lot.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, what other team in the NFL has 3 first-round draft picks on their offensive line? Probably not a lot.
Lions did, I think, at one point.
Okay, and you know, but the point stands. It's like it's not a lot of teams. This one's got a lot of resources in it, and when you put that many resources in it, you expect it to be in a better position than having, you know, both tackles being in a situation where one's hurt and one's worked.
This was Dak on the offense yesterday.
First time going against, another jersey, another team. I thought it was good. Is it quite where we wanted to be? No, not necessarily. But started off, obviously hitting the run. So some things were physical. It's hard to tell exactly what a gain is, when guys aren't going to the ground. But then as it developed, getting into the red zone, even the 2-minute there, getting called down where it looked like it's right at the sticks, just part of practice. But ultimately felt good about it.
It looked like GP was getting a little feisty. It was a perfect Pickens highlight where he would score and then kick the pylon, so it'd be a personal foul on sportsmanlike 15 yards against him. But looked like George was getting a little bit loose and yapping with the Rams defenders. Dak on how GP looked.
George is being George. That's what I expect from him. It's what he expects from himself. There's still probably a ball or two that we want to, correct. One thing or another, make it a completion. We had the one interception and throwing it to George there, which can get cleaned up very simply. So, it's what I expect from George. He just does great things, and today was another showing of that.
He's been really impressive throughout all training camp, and obviously we couldn't see the whole practice, so we don't know if you're just seeing these clips out of him playing really well, but it looked like another day where he was just completely on top of things. He looks totally locked in.
Yeah.
Like there seems to be no real concern about him being focused and ready.
The 49ers and Titans joint practice apparently had 4 fights in the first 10 minutes. So things were getting feisty there between the Titans and 49ers.
Solid, man. He's got to.
I was going to say, is that a solid connection?
Yeah.
Is that, we're getting competitive with our former coach? Or maybe the 49ers just upset because they don't have anybody healthy enough to actually practice.
A Jets corner, Quantez Stiggers, he collapsed during a joint practice against Tampa Bay. Later released from the hospital, recovering at home. Aaron Glenn said he came to the sideline and he just passed out. So a little scary incident there with the Jets corner.
He was one of the rare individuals to be drafted who didn't even go to college. He was drafted straight out of the CFL.
Wow.
Yeah, he was kind of a crazy story last year. He went in the 5th round.
2024 5th-round pick.
Yep, didn't go to college. His high school was the Best, B-E-S-T. He literally went to an acronym for a high school, and so it was Best Academy. But he didn't play any high school football, or didn't play any college football. He was only in the CFL, but tested well enough that the Jets took a chance on him.
That's scary, man. Especially like it's hot. Like humidity, whatever the reasoning is for the collapsing, and it's like we miss it because we go to Oxnard. It's maybe one of the reasons they go there. You could not. I do not know how Houston does it outside. I don't know how Miami does it. Davie, New Orleans.
The last 25 years, ever since Corey Stringer, there's been a lot of concern in the NFL about these kind of practices and heat.
Tell me what I'm missing here from Vegas, Bet Online. Speaking of the Titans, Brian Callahan was the first coach fired last season. You have Saleh now, of course. The first coach fired in 2023 was Josh McDaniels. The Raiders have also fired Pete Carroll. They got Clint Kubiak kicking Kirk Cousins and Crosby out of practice. So the first coach to be fired in 2026 is who? According to Vegas.
Ooh, let's look here. First coach to get fired, the favorite is Aaron Glenn.
You are correct. Well done at 2-1.
Man, I heard some people like this week say, they were previewing the Lions, and they were like, the Lions just lost. They lose Ben Johnson, they lose the best defensive coordinator in the game, and I'm like,
defensive?
That's about Aaron Glenn. They talk about losing Ben Johnson, so the best. They said then they lose the best defensive coordinator. I'm like,
I never heard one person say that.
I never heard anybody say that. Like the revisionist
people were excited about him.
Yeah, he's a good. I think as
never
a football
called the
guy,
best defensive coordinator.
No.
Now, who were those people you were listening to?
It was an NFL
serious
fantasy football podcast.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get ready for our draft.
Oh, there ain't no point. If I were you, I would go opposite and not prepare.
No, that was last year.
Well, every year you suck.
I know. That's because I don't make moves. My draft is always pretty good.
Oh, you're the Rangers.
Yeah, my draft. I always feel good about the draft.
You're not drafting, developing, or then even making trades.
I'm not even developing.
Better.
I'm just drafting.
Who's number 2 to be fired?
Ooh,
is
we're gonna say
Matt LaFleur?
No.
Zach Taylor.
Close, but no. Zach Taylor's third. It's going to be a lot of buzzing here.
God, please,
Close.
Mike McCarthy. No. I'll go ahead and say the next one would be Dan Quinn.
No. NFC.
Surely they're not going to. Todd Bowles?
Yeah. Todd Bowles, 11-2, followed by Zach Taylor. Again, this is just first coach to be fired. After the top three, we go to the AFC.
We're going to say, what's his name? Shane Steichen.
Yeah, good guess. Why would Shane Steichen get fired?
I don't know that there's most of the other guys or teams that you would expect would be bad. There weren't a lot of guys that got held over who were close to getting fired last year.
Coming in at fifth is Brian Schottenheimer. I don't understand this. 10-1. Peyton has been on his drop game lately. Brian Schottenheimer 10-1, right in front of Dan Quinn and Nick Sirianni in the East, followed by Vrabel at 16-1. Why would Brian Schottenheimer be this high up?
I mean, so to me, if you're like firing, generally comes with expectations. What are the? I think the Cowboys' expectations this year are pretty mixed.
They're pretty high.
I don't know.
I would say overall high.
Oh yeah, I don't know anybody who people have been looking sideways at me lately whenever I say I think they're going to win 8 or 9 games. People are like, "That's it." Like they're going to be better than that. Chris Long I saw a clip on TikTok this morning where Chris Long was talking about. I hate talking about the Cowboys right now because he's like, I think they're good. I think they're going to be really, really good, and I hate it. And so, I mean, there's a lot of expectations coming with the Cowboys right now, I think.
Yeah, I saw someone write, for all this fun, culture stuff, they won 7 games last year. Dak played all the games. And I do forget that. It feels like they're 8-9, like a little bit better, but it was still a 7-10 season with the collapse right after Thanksgiving when we thought they were on their way up. So it's Schottenheimer, then Dan Quinn.
7-9-1. You got to remember he outperformed Mike McCarthy. 7-9-1.
7-9-1. So there you go. Little Inside the Star here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of Vrabel, he went up there without an animal.
No dog, no child.
No kids.
No kids, a wife, a girlfriend. He just went up to the podium. And somebody did have the guts.
Second time.
Yeah, there's a follow-up. There's the follow-up on a question about his off-season in a chair laying on the couch.
I wanted to follow up on that and see, what did you learn from that counseling, and how did you balance that personal commitment with getting ready for this season?
Well, I think we always look at improvement. As we talk about getting ready for the next season, we always look at improvement and ways that we can improve individually, and how we can improve as a team. And it's really critical that we continue to do that on and off the field. I believe in that. I believe in everything that we can do to help this football team, to help our coaches, to help myself and everybody else included, and how we, this journey that we're going to go on, is going to be completely different than the one we went on last year. And that's all of our jobs is to prepare for it now. So really focused on our improvement individually and as a team, and that's something that we can do today.
So you're not going to answer at all how it helped you at all. You're just answering why you did it.
Well, yeah, no, it wasn't even
for the team.
That was all football move going to counseling. That was to improve the football team. It's no different than like the retreats that Dak and them take. It had nothing to do with him just ruining his own family and getting with the fourth most relevant national insider.
I wanted him here originally. I certainly wanted them to interview him. And I felt like it was a humongous mistake. Obviously, after they go to the Super Bowl in year one, it's impossible for me to root for this guy now.
Just objectively an awful human being.
Difficult.
He is an awful human being who has a long track record of being an awful human being in every single respect.
Ooh.
Go look at it. He's consistently gotten in trouble multiple times for DUIs. He's gotten the whole Rossini thing where he's then buying his wife a sweater to be like, sorry, I boned somebody else. Here you go. Graphic. He's gotten the issue of consistently had issues with locker room bullying and different. He was considered a hazing guy. He's had a ton of issues. He is an awful individual.
He has, but man, I'll tell you.
You sure you got double check that drinking stuff?
No, he 100% got in trouble for that at Ohio State.
Well, as a coach at Ohio State.
Yes.
Boy, he two-stepped around that like an L line we saw him, though. That was brilliant.
Man.
his ability to get.
I'm trying to get tickets to this for Amanda Saturday.
It's this Saturday?
Yeah. It's a minimum 1,000 a piece.
At Dickies?
Yeah, Dickies. It's crazy. Do we have any tickets in the building? Did we give away tickets to this? Probably not.
He was also arrested for an alleged theft at a casino, resort, and spa in 2011. Literally, like, if there's a crime out there that you could get in trouble for, he seems to have it on his record. And
2011, he had already finished it.
We love him because he gets 10 wins with the Tennessee Titans. What a GD hero Mike Vrabel is.
Let's hook you up. Man, you're pleasant today. Good God, your delivery. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets. See Zach Bryan at AT&T Stadium in Arlington on Saturday, August 22nd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers at 8 o'clock after another late one in California last night. Let's chop it up.
Oh, no. RJ Choppy. Here we go. Chop it up. 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 Come on. Chop. Choppy.
Why do our social customs change when our pants are down? Chopping it up
looking
here.
for other things.
You want us to grade it?
105.3 The Fan. I was letting him marinate.
Okay.
So yesterday I was in the restroom, in a public restroom, in an office building. Not a very busy one. It was just one stall, one urinal. And guy walks in, and I'm sitting. I'm sitting down. I'm doing my business. And he walks in, and I let out two very loud, very powerful sneezes. And you guys know how I sneeze.
Oh, it's flagrant.
It's a
violent.
Good word. It's a violent sneeze.
You're the Johnny Carrington.
And it's,
sneezing.
Sometimes it's so loud and it's so
Child
powerful.
privilege.
Yeah, sometimes it's so powerful. I'll do a little Michael Jackson, like afterwards, right? I will do that. So I do that, and I received no God bless you from the guy at the urinal. And I want to know, am I entitled to that God bless you?
No.
Or are we...
Not in this instance.
Not in this instance?
No. Not if there's a stall barrier. Not if there's a wall between you. If you're at the urinal next...
And I sneeze.
Which, by the way, that's a frightening thing to get the big sneeze while you're peeing.
Oh, yeah, it goes everywhere.
Yeah, that's not good.
Get it to get the other guy's eye.
Splash pad. Then you have to give the God bless you.
Yeah.
If there's a wall up, man, I'm letting you do your thing. I'm not invading that space, even with the nicety. Even with the bless you. I don't think you're entitled to it.
I don't think you're entitled to any interaction that occurs in a restroom. If you're in the restroom, I don't think they owe you any discussion or potential socialization.
What about they open the door for you going in the restroom?
Yeah.
So thanks?
That's technically something that occurs in the process of outside the restroom.
By the way, I also don't think anyone ever opens the door for someone else for the restroom. Never happened.
Oh, no. You open
Either going in or leaving.
No, you open and hold, right?
No, I just go in first.
No,
I don't
but
hold it for anyone.
But when you're leaving.
hold behind?
When you're leaving, you do the hold behind.
And is it a hold behind, or is it usually more just like I'll push and leave it open longer for you?
Yeah.
And when is it a nuisance for someone to hold the door open for you where you have to change your walk pace to where it's like, oh, now I have to run?
4 steps. 4 steps or more, it's too long.
Past 4 steps?
If it's 4 steps or more, it's too long.
Like halfway down the hall, like Springer will see, he'll turn around, hold the door open.
That inconveniences you. Yeah. You have to pick up a pace you didn't want to pick up.
Depends if they're cute or not, too.
I will stop and look at my phone if I get the sense somebody's about to hold the door for me too far away.
So they're like, oh, he's not paying attention. I don't have to hold it.
And then they'll stop, and it's like, okay, back to my leisurely pace.
From the 817.
I think I broke the card reader, by the way, in the hallway for something. It's beeping nonstop.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I had to put my card in and say,
oh, gosh.
Maybe I'll win Employee of the Month.
Maybe it has your wrong birthday.
I bet that loud sneeze from the 817 scared the heck out of him. He probably peed himself on himself. Maybe he had some splash back there. You never know. Yeah, I didn't necessarily need the God bless you, but even like I might have said it just to be awkward.
And I don't think you're one to
I don't care.
Expect any etiquette.
No.
You're not one to preach about etiquette, so, I mean, you're a caveman.
He likes to talk between stalls. Like in the stalls, he likes to talk to somebody else next to him. If he knows them, he will.
Well, yeah, I mean, you and I, we were riding pilot, co-pilot a couple weeks back downstairs, and we had a conversation.
Yeah, and then I told you, I said, I don't know how much I like that I'm making contact back there as I hear your voice. I don't like that.
Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. I have to call out my dearest, oldest son, my firstborn. So he had some car trouble over the weekend again.
You going to California to fix it?
I'm not going. But so he had a battery issue. His battery was dead. So fixed it. We took it in to get because Did
you put the new battery in?
No, I had a warranty, so I was able to go get it. Right, so I got the new battery put in. And then all of a sudden, like a couple days later, he's like, car died, and I'm like, what do you mean your car died? So we popped the hood, and the battery was not. He popped. I wasn't there. I was actually. He pops the hood, and he's like, I can't get this thing to start. And I'm like, all right, we'll call AAA. And in the meantime, he's having a discussion. He goes, I need a new car. I'm just gonna have to get a new car. And I'm like, yeah, we'll work on that. Let's let this car die. It's free. Let's let this car die first. And I said, and then maybe
how old and how many miles is it?
Oh, it's a 2016. It's so it's not terribly old, but it's got 250,000 miles on it.
Oh,
it's got a lot of mileage on this thing.
And you kind of ran that thing into the ground.
Oh, and I'm still running. I hope
you
this
beat
thing,
it up.
Yeah, I hope this thing lasts 10 more years. I hope this is his little brother's car. And he goes, I could just get a Mustang. I should get a Mustang. We're not getting you a Mustang.
What do you think about that, Pepe?
Mustangs you got to go with the Camaro. Dodge Challenger, maybe.
Well, I mean, I go to Dodge. I get a Platinum CDRJ, or I go to Platinum Ford to get a Mustang. Either one.
Unless it's the wrong color.
So I said, if we get to that, we'll just ask, because your grandmother is going to get a new car. Maybe you could talk her into giving you hers. And this kid said, and it sounded so elitist, I could have smacked him through the phone. I'm not driving a 2012. I'm not driving. I could have killed him. I could have killed this kid.
What was your first car?
It was a station wagon.
I had I think it was a 1990 monster blue old Suburban.
Oh, baby.
And I hit this little Geo Metro, and that thing spun like I plucked a nickel. And my dad was like, "That's right. I want you the most safe." But you know what? I got to support him here. I would probably say and think the same thing, and so would you. Any kid would.
Yeah,
junior, senior, trying to show off. You want to be in as nice a car as possible.
Yeah,
you don't want to be a 10-year-old car. You want to be in a 14-year-old car.
If you're splitting the cost or something, but it's like if it's going to be just
free.
Well, he sees how his father spends money. So,
true. And
I guarantee you, within 3 months, he will have, or 6 months, he'll have a car that is 5 or 6 years old at most. Because RJ will cave and get it for him.
Oh.
So.
I don't know about all that.
Okay.
I mean, we will be in California in another few months, so.
That's right.
That's about the time.
Hitting up LA dealerships.
Yeah, it's.
My first car was a 1990 Toyota Camry. That was in 2006.
I had a 90 Ford Taurus wagon.
That thing drove to like 300,000 miles, too.
Awful. Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. So we railed on the parents.
Mine was like this Suburban.
Look at that.
Tell me.
That is awesome.
That's a tank.
That is, man.
What was the gas mileage like on that?
I don't remember.
That was the sin bin right there.
Now people are just texted in what their first car was. I'm 42. My first car was a 1979 Datsun.
A Datsun, yeah. Those are great.
214, 1982 Dodge Ram, no AC, no radio.
My dad had this 73 Mercedes hardtop.
Well.
It was a beautiful car. And I begged him to let me drive this car. And one of my all-time dumb moves, back in the day, Bobby, Peyton, they had the CD player was the thing.
Yeah.
And they had, I know you know CD players, but they had this technology to where, like, it was a black face to the CD player, and you pressed a button, and it, like, spun and turned around. And I thought that was the coolest thing. And I made my dad mess up his 1973 Mercedes by cutting out the original radio.
Oh, no, you put
because I had to have this little radio that sat there.
The Kenmore in there.
Put the Kenmore in there. He's like, you messed up my original car.
We had that Camry had like the little. You'd press the button and the face of the CD player would go down, and it had like 3 slots. It was like a 3 CD changer, and I was like, I can basically swap back and forth between albums if I want.
Yeah,
so
I mean, it felt really cool.
Man, 86 Buick Park Avenue with the bench seats, the Pontiac Grand Prix 96.
Oh, 972, 66 Mustang, fully restored. I think it was more for my dad than me, though.
Dang.
Wow, 91 Cherry Red Mustang GT. There's some good ones. All right, so we railed on the parents here and chopping it up on with the Tulsa Little League, but now these are the parents of the spoiled brats that are going to college. The kids are showing off their dorm rooms now. That's one of the new things, and parents are spending upwards of $20,000 for interior decorators for their kids' dorm rooms. And these videos are all over social media. Welcome to my dorm room, where they do like one of these kind of cribs wannabe. This is where the magic happens. And it is, I can't, there's no words for this.
So this is another thing I don't understand. And Tolos, please hit me up. I got all these parents complaining to me that they're paying or chipping in for their kids' apartments. And I was like, oh, what year are they? And they're like, sophomore. And I said, didn't we live in the dorms? Couldn't you live in the dorms for the first 2 years?
Could.
Has the policy changed now? Because they're like, no, you can't live there sophomore year. You can't live on campus. And I was like, what? That's what you have to make them do. We got our house or an apartment after the first 2 years.
Right.
That's the part of the room and board.
I think nowadays you're seen as like maybe a loser if you're still on campus.
Well, I know I'm sure you're seen as a loser, but like
I think also a lot of schools, they don't have the room. So they only allow freshmen in the dorms.
All right, so that's the way it is now?
A lot of, I know.
Because I'm like, why are you getting them in a part? Aiden, is that how it is now? Only after you can only live on campus freshman year? I'm like, why are you contributing to an apartment in their sophomore year? Have them live on campus one more year.
Yeah, I lived. Well, once I got to a sophomore year, which took me 2 years to get to the sophomore year.
Talking to you, Jimmy.
It was. I would have, if I had basically passed my freshman year, I would have gone off campus. Because my dorm didn't have air conditioning.
What?
It was. We were the only dorm on campus without AC.
I don't know about that.
It was. Hess Hall.
214 says apartments are cheaper and sometimes are closer.
Cheaper?
I don't know how they're closer than a literal on-campus dorm.
Right?
No, because there are some apartment complexes that can be like next door to like a university.
Yeah, so ours was like 15 minutes away. We get the apartment, but yeah, I know like certain schools.
Yeah,
940 cheaper to live in an apartment than pay for dorms. So they're all saying dorms are more expensive these days.
That's wild. I mean, tuition is.
I thought it was room and board.
Yeah, tuition.
They might make you get a meal plan too if you're living on campus, which might up the cost. But that's the only thing I can think of.
I could not imagine.
T. Rainey says it's a lie. Mine is a college sophomore and definitely lives on campus. So that's him weighing in.
Interior decorators for dorm rooms. What happened to just hanging pictures of your friends on the wall at a black light? And a lava lamp.
Gotta make it look cute.
Luther Vandross.
I would like to investigate an interior decorator for my house right now.
Yeah?
Yeah, just to get some ideas.
Did you guys just pick everything out? Did you guys have like a personal shopper?
Nebraska was huge. Amanda, I said, I'm giving you free reign here. Here you go. But I every once in a while, I think you got to change things up a little bit. Just be like, what space are we not utilizing? How can it make it look different? I'd like to get a professional in there to look at it.
Not a bad idea.
254 says my apartment at Baylor was almost $800 less a month than the dorms.
I don't understand.
Wow.
Everybody out here is saying like dorms have gotten ridiculously expensive.
All right,
but that may not be the worst.
How much was yours, Bobby?
Free, because I was in the working class. I was contributing to society.
Yeah.
Not just leeching.
The endless chase for parents to make sure their kid is not the loser in the group, I think is summed up by this one. Wealthy parents are paying for for Southern sorority rush coaches to coach their young daughters on how to get into and secure a bid from a sorority. Now, most of these are happening in SEC schools. SEC sorority is like, especially like
it's like different. It's just different. The sororities of the SEC.
It's like getting coached for the combine interviews.
That's real. Yeah,
it is definitely different down there. Like it is especially sororities, because this is only happening to like the Bamas and the Ole Misses and Auburn. Like I would say those three are different than even the rest of the SEC.
What's our racket? Why haven't we found one of these rackets yet? Like to be like, oh, we're going to consult you on how to do this thing.
We should be a radio consultant. Rick Scott.
Yeah.
And these stations pay. Oh, we pay for this program. Just let us listen to other radio stations and shows.
All day.
We'll tell you how to dominate.
3,000 to 12,000 plus offering advice on securing outfits and auditing your social media profiles. And this is especially for out-of-state students from the north who go down to the south and are trying to fit in. And they do, you got to have the Bama bangs. And the girls are just different down south. This is the
Here's my first coaching to the girl. Just talk like this and be like, oh my God.
Get ready with me.
Yeah.
I hate that new social media speak way too. The whole little get ready with me. Any video that they're doing this or they're talking.
So you have to pick one. You have to. And Bobby's got 2 girls. $5K for the dorm interior decorator or $5K for the sorority coach, and it gets them in to buy their friends like I did.
Interior decorator.
Interior decorator?
Yeah.
What about the social acceptance?
No, I don't need them being too socially accepted at college. That sounds like trouble.
Yeah, give me the interior decorator.
Interior decorator.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Chopping it up every hump day. At this time, with a Zach Bryan ticket giveaway, we want to hook you up if you didn't win those tickets. We have 311 tickets coming up this hour, and are the Rangers playing? Someone is calling this the worst division in baseball history. Choppy has it as part of Diamond Calves on Sean and RJ next.
studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3-1 pitch is hammered toward the left field corner. Langford won't get there. It's by him and goes all the way to the wall. Trout scores easily. Grissom's on his way to second. He's got an RBI double, and it's now 3-1 in favor of the Angels.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you are not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about a Greg Maddux complete game?
Oh, okay. In honor of Mike Maddux, who got fired by the Angels yesterday.
Yeah, he did. More on that in a moment. Thank you. So a Greg Maddux complete game is a complete game in under 90 pitches. And that's what the Texas Rangers did yesterday. They had a game in which, now it wasn't a complete game because Silseth had to come in the eighth inning, but this was one of those rare 8-inning pitching of outings. Could have been a complete game for Bradford. They let him go out for the eighth, where you only need 8 innings to get through the game because the other team, you lose, and the other team doesn't need to bat in the ninth inning. So you have some of those. Like those are considered complete games. But the Rangers only threw 86 pitches yesterday. This was the stupid Angels threw 150. I mean, if not for them, this would have been a really fast game. It was really fast anyway. This thing was over in 2 hours and 17 minutes. And I'm only giving that a golf clap because this has been some of the most boring offense over the first 2 games of this series that I can remember. And that's saying a lot because the offense, for a large part of this year, really has sucked. It's really been awful.
Yeah, they've balanced out and they've been average to a little above average in the last month and a half, but it's been brutal lately.
It really has. But Cody Bradford was very, very good yesterday. Should be commended.
2 straight starts, good for him.
Yep, 7 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned, 75 pitches. 75 pitches to get through 7 innings. If this wasn't his second start after, the injury, he probably goes out there for the 8th.
You tell me that we're going to throw 85 pitches in the night and lose the game.
I know. I never would have guessed that.
Did not get a hit after the 6th inning.
Yeah, and look, their starter, Ryan Johnson, who's from here, he went to DBU. He pitched in the 5th. He's got that's a weird delivery.
Sorry, less than 90 pitches. I can't remember what I said, but they threw 86.
It was 86. It was less than 90. He had a real weird delivery.
Is 86 less than 90?
It is. Yes, it is. A very strange delivery. I loved it, though. We're so cookie cutter now. You get these guys with these quirky deliveries, and it can mess you up, and it can throw you off. I'm not saying that's what happened. This team they're just bad. They were just bad offensively. And there's some bad approaches at the plate. There's some, honestly, top 5, you got to run around third, 1 out, and then you get a walk. By the way, Jock against the lefty looked like John Kruk against Randy Johnson in the All-Star game, just swinging and flailing.
He flails out.
Wyatt is in a real slump. He's got no idea what he's doing up there right now.
In the field or at the plate.
Yeah. By the way, did you see, and that he loses the fly ball out there because of the way the sky was, the dusk. What a play by Carter.
What a play by Carter.
So heady.
Are you kidding me?
Yep.
How many people are running at that speed just in case the ball is not picked up? That was amazing.
This is one of those things where, in practice, they always tell you, run towards the ball. If you're in center field and it's going to the right field, run towards it in case it gets by him. 9,999 times out of, what would that be? 10,000?
10,000.
Whatever. That never doesn't need to do it. But it worked. The one time that it needed it. Because Wyatt Langford lost it.
Yep.
He lost it in that sky. That's the time of night where the lights aren't really working and it's still too dark and maybe the ball is high enough to get over the lights.
He just doesn't plate, field, the base running. There was that thing a couple weeks ago where he just wouldn't run through that. I don't know. There's just something that seems off about him in every single aspect of the game right now.
And then in the 6th inning, Zeke gets on. With a nice little, ground ball to the right side, nice approach to the plate. So you got first and second, nobody out. Evan Carter's up, and he squares kind of like a fake bunt, pulls it back, takes a strike, and then, he swings away, and it's like, all right, well, are you? Why would you not have put the bunt down? Or if you weren't going to bunt, why would you just take the strike instead of getting yourself something to hit, maybe wasting the best pitch of the at bat? By the way, I think they need to bring back the fake bunt slash. More teams need to do that. Fake bunt, draw the third baseman in and just slash it right at him.
Aren't you a softball slap hitter?
I am not a softball slap hitter.
That's Lord Byron said you're a slap hitter.
In hardball. In softball, I want nothing to do with running the bases. I want to hit majestic outs. Fly balls.
You want to hit those Corey Seager outs.
I want to hit those Corey Seager outs.
I thought that when he hit that one last night to dead center, I thought that was going out, and it just died.
It looked like the ball was going to carry in a couple times. I want to hit those fly balls of the warning track in right field in softball. So there's a couple of things with this game that just hacked me off offensively. Those are a couple of them. Mike Maddox fired as pitching coach of the Angels. It was a 1-year deal. I don't think he wanted to be there anymore anyway. I'm sure he's not tore up about this at all. I'm also positive he was not the problem there.
Yeah.
Mike Maddox did not forget how to pitching coach.
This is the Pistons and those types of NBA franchises for years just firing the coach.
Yeah.
Like it's their fault. Now, obviously, every Tolo wants Mike Maddox to immediately be picked up and hired by Chris Young. The pros and the cons of Mike Maddox, as I've heard it, negatives. Surly personality and not the best in terms of technical. Breaking down your delivery or saying your elbow needs to be here or there. The positives is developing a game plan and a strategy.
Yeah, best scouting report in the game.
Scouting report. Obviously, the proof is right there in the pudding, and I would definitely welcome it back. I mean, the guy helped this. We'll ask Boone. We'll ask Brett Boone about Mike Maddox at 9 o'clock this morning because they did lead baseball in ERA last year.
Which would you prefer generally? Like somebody who's going to develop or just somebody who's going to prep them the best?
Good question.
Yeah, with this staff, with DeGrom and Eovaldi, veterans, give me the scouting report. Give me the guy who's going to prep them for the game.
I feel like it's like a hitter in Major League Baseball, like we hear about Seager. You're not going to correct. You're not going to alter their stance and their delivery too much. Like the motion is the motion.
Yeah, I mean,
I would think.
The Angels have a lot of young pitchers. Like that's probably not his expertise, as you said.
I mean, they need help in game planning too.
Yeah, they do for sure.
They need new ownership.
They need new talent.
But I mean, there's a lot of pitchers that have come through here that rave about him, rave about his ability to create a game plan, hitter to hitter. And look, we saw that in the first game of this series. He goes out there to the mound right after this. He had walked two guys, Detmers, and he goes out there and he's like. Basically, it was before the Seager at bat. He's like, this guy's aggressive. This is how you got to attack him. And what's he do? He gets double play ground ball. Like the guy knows what he's doing. He didn't forget how to be a pitching coach. Yeah. I would love if they brought him in here as an advisor. You come in here, Mike. You make the game plans. And we'll let the pitching coaches that are on staff worry about the mechanical stuff. You just make the game plans. Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Is the American League West the worst division in the history of the sport? Never before has a division in the history of Major League Baseball featured 5 teams with negative run differentials.
That's not cool, guys.
The AL West would be the first to finish with all 5 in the red.
Wow.
And then they're comfortably there, Bobby.
Yeah, I'm trying to see, because I feel like wasn't there a team who won like 500 with a 500 record years ago, won their division?
Oh yeah, we've had teams do that. Yeah, there was like the St. Louis, right? Was like 82-80.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there we go. So what was the stat about the run differential?
We've never had all 5 teams have a negative run differential.
Yes, we have. 2005, the NL West. The Padres won with an 82-80 record.
Was that a 4-team division?
That was a 5-team division.
Oh, well,
Diamondbacks, Padres, Giants, Dodgers, Rockies. Padres had the best run differential at negative 42.
Wow. Then the Athletics wrong. It says never has a division featured 5 teams with negative run differentials. But that's what they are. And, like we're talking about over 300 runs. They've been outscored by over 300 runs. This was as of the weekend. An unbelievable stat. And the AL West is very possible to have all 5 with a negative and the first left-handed Triple Crown winner since Carl Yastrzemski.
Jordan.
Because Jordan might go and win the Triple Crown.
Here, Jordan.
Is this the worst division y'all can remember? Is this by far like the worst AL West?
Yeah, it feels about. Yeah.
Or would other ones be worse if it had like a total bottom out with the fourth place team? Like where your third and fourth are historically bad, so that drags everything down.
Sure,
it's not the worst I can remember in terms of like Major League Baseball. It's one of the worst. It's one of the worst the AL West has been, though. I think.
Yeah, like a lot of time for a lot of years, the central divisions in the sport were the ones dragging things down because they were the smaller markets. So the AL Central, the NL Central. I mean, obviously the NL Central had the Cardinals for all those years, and Cleveland has been generally a pretty good team, but again, very very small markets outside of Chicago. But this is as bad as I can remember it. Really is as bad as I can remember it, and it's not something that this division generally has. By the way, Cal Raleigh, he's slugging about 310. That's not his batting average. That's his slugging percentage. His OPS plus. Now, OPS plus is the baseline's 100 is the major league average. His is a 66. 66. His WAR is in the negative. And now the pitching, he does well with the pitching. Only 7 teams have a lower ERA than Seattle.
Man.
So he does a good job with that. But they've been shut out like a dozen times this year. They have
They're on a losing skid right now.
Yep. As a team, the third lowest OPS in the sport. He cannot hit.
From his second year on, he went 27 home runs, 30, 34, 60. Because if this was like another player and he was on a new team this year, I'd be like, the interesting contract year. And you hit 60 home runs, but no. He was hitting 30 before that.
Yeah.
In every year since, basically.
This isn't it's kind of Brady Anderson, but it's not totally Brady Anderson.
We're lucky we got the strike season. I did not realize this. It was a 4-team division. The AL West in 94, when the strike happened, the Rangers were leading the division at 52 and 62.
Oh,
they were 10 games below 500 and leading the AL West.
This isn't Brady Anderson at all. Brady Anderson, you just disagree with yourself.
No, I said
Brady Anderson, like he couldn't even hit 20 home runs, but twice before he hit 50.
Yeah, I said it's not totally Brady, but it is Brady because it's like he popped.
We talked about that in Oxnard, by the way, a little bit. We don't give Luis Gonzalez enough hell for what Brady Anderson was. Like it was the same sort of pop off.
Yeah, we definitely need to give him more help.
He went like from 12 home runs a year to 57 and then 38 and then was back to 12
Veins
again.
popping throughout his arm and everything. But, yeah, the AL West is trash. And, oh, by the way, the only contender in the American League that has an easier schedule the rest of the way than the Rangers is Cleveland. So the rest of the league is in the 490s. The Rangers' winning percentage, opponents' winning percentage is 486. Cleveland's a little bit lower.
8:30 pregame tonight with Nadell and Hicks on DFW Sports Station. 8:30 pregame, first pitch at 9 o'clock as it is a late week for the entirety here on your home for Rangers baseball. We'll go below the belt coming up at 8:40, but Pepe, let's hook up the Tolos right now for turning it on and leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see 311 at Toyota Music Factory on Tuesday, August 25th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
News coming out that shows Jerry wins again. Peyton's girl is single. And what happened to this dude's ass? Next on The Fan.
Over to Platinum Christ.
first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a hump day edition
Hump day.
of Sean and RJ. That's Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt. We got Pepe and Aiden running things on the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Our discussion over holding the door open has just thrown everyone for a loop in the hallways, as it was me, Corey, and Alec. And I was close enough to Corey holding the door for me. Alec was halfway down the hall, and he goes, "It's an inconvenience." So I just let the door go. And then I was following Corey. I was going to get water. He went to the bathroom, and he held the bathroom door open. So our last conversation over holding it open or not has thrown everyone for a loop up here at Odyssey.
And he was going into the bathroom?
Corey was.
So he was holding it just holding it, not like letting you in first.
Right.
Just holding it behind. I think that's nothing wrong with that.
Think about the, just in general, though, like if I'm walking a little slower and you hold the door open for me, 1, I have to rush myself. 2, then I have to say thank you, which 3 then opens up the door for potential conversation I don't want to have as I
know,
walk
but
back.
if you close, I think it looks worse if you close it versus forcing them to speed up.
Yeah, don't close it, but I think you just go through and then just all right, I'll maybe hold it and let it go a little later so that maybe you catch it. But man, the stop and hold it is, if you're gonna rush me, that's man, I didn't want to speed up.
And you'll always get smacked in the head if you're behind Choppy, because I wish that they would have cameras on you for you going in and out of doors. This kid throws every door hard against the wall, and it comes back flying towards you with, I don't want to say it's not strength. It's just, it's rage. I don't know what it is. It's a lack of finesse. He slams every door against the wall.
I think it's
your door stops at home have to be so abused.
What door stops?
If they even exist. Exactly.
I have a theory that he does it to make, he does that so that it's a laziness thing. He doesn't have to close the door behind him. He'll throw it hard enough that it bounces off and closes
I think
itself.
it's
at least that's what I thought in the old studio.
I think it's an animal marking its territory. I think he wants, it's an announcement. It's a proclamation.
Pouncing on it like a leopard.
I'm here. Boom! I'm walking into the room with boom! You're like that dad and his kid who the boom pow, whatever that's called, the KNC had on.
Give them booms. You hated you hated Mike Leslie for that, closing the gate on you at training camp.
Yeah, don't close it. Leave it open.
Did he see you?
I would assume so. I mean, how could you not see this presence?
Well, you're the only one out there to defend Leslie's style, so that's
you're
shocking.
talking about you would dress exactly like that.
I mean, if I had to dress up, that's how I would dress, because it's the least dressy that you could be.
No, it's not.
I hope
because there's no least dressy when your shirt's tucked in. The least dressy is you can have a collared shirt untucked.
You could.
Mike looks like he's playing Augusta 15 every single day, like the hat you're wearing.
That's right. Yeah,
I hope he knows.
Who?
Mike, what kind of a conversation piece he is at practice for everybody.
I'll tell you this, man. If I had his butt, I would tuck in all the time. That dude has got that's a dumpy.
You think Chris Berman would kill for it?
I think Chris Berman would trade places with him in a heartbeat.
Aiden, I don't know about that. Aiden, fire it up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Who wants to explain this Chris Berman Hall of Fame video?
So
let's keep it on a loop.
He's in one of his classic. It's 1,000% could have guessed it's the exact kind of shirt Chris Berman would wear.
Yeah.
Right? Short sleeve, button down, baggy. That's what it's kind of a Hawaiian, but without the Hawaiian print. So it's a tealish, would you say tealish color?
Yeah.
Mint. And he's got white jeans on. Pants.
They're slacks.
Slacks. And they're on barely. They're hanging.
I don't know how they're staying up.
I don't either.
The belt and the pant are are they right at or right below the butt cheeks?
I think that is I think it's below the butt cheek. I think
below the butt cheek.
I think what's hanging it up, holding it up, is his front.
Yeah.
I think his front is holding this thing up.
This blew everyone's mind. They're like, we've never seen Chris Berman stand up. You see him stand up for the Hall of Fame introductions, but he's behind a podium.
Right.
These pants.
He's got that shirt. It's like tucked into what exists. So you see this little mammal toe, but he's got the his backside looks like Buffalo Bill's front side in Silence of the Lambs.
Stank ass. Pepe, what do you think about this?
It's like his butt is too far up his back, and it's like his pants are sagging. Like, it's like, where is your butt, dude? What is your built? Like, I don't know. I had no idea he got a butt reduction.
The people were asking if he had ass removal surgery.
Yeah. How does he? People say, how does he poop?
Do you remember
Stand
Chappelle on Chappelle's show years ago when he would do the white guy character, and he was talking? He goes, I want a nice flat butt like Mama used to make. He's like, just a little incision down their back. That's what he looks like, is an incision down his back.
And then he tries to pull him up, and he pulls him up like halfway to the butt. Like his butt looks like it should be 8 to 10 inches higher than where it is.
He doesn't strike me as the type of dude who will joke about this either.
No.
Like in the next, like he seems like and always takes himself way too seriously.
Yeah.
As he says, he's going to retire 2029 after 50 years at ESPN. And I think ESPN back in the day, if you listen to Dan Patrick's stories, was like, we don't want another Chris Berman. We don't want someone else who's like bigger or as big as the company.
Right.
So then they, went and hired Matt Berry's of the world.
That's right. Well, he's been there. Like he's been there. He's the original. Like it's a.
But this is crazy.
It really, I can't.
And he's walking. Like sometimes the drawstring in your shorts will give, or it's not there.
Yeah.
Like the wash has taken it.
Right. Oh yeah.
And you're walking, and if you have your keys and your cell phone in the pocket, maybe the waistband starts dropping on you.
Right.
And you kind of have to walk high knees to like make sure your shorts
Keep
don't.
your pants up. Yep.
You're holding something
Yeah.
up. It looks like he's walking like this so that the khakis don't go right to the ground.
You'd say back, no back.
972, his butt tucks under his spine. That's really what it looks. It looks like it's inside of where the actual spinal column is.
I still have so many questions. Like I want to see him at a pool.
No.
I need to see where the butt actually starts.
As
he's built like Gru, as the A17 said.
You give him Choppy's head and that body, and you're good to go. As T. Rainey said, hey, Christian Parker, this is why you film practice and release it if you're the media. Sportico has named the Cowboys again. Every single year they've done it, they've been the most valuable in the evaluations. $15.5 billion evaluation.
So that's improvement.
For the worth. It is improvement for Jerry Jones's Dallas Cowboys. $15.5 billion.
And I actually think that's undercutting it.
He wouldn't sell for that.
No, because this happened yesterday. The Yankees sold part of their. Did you see this? They sold part of their franchise for $2.6 billion. MLB rules say you can a private investor cannot buy more than 15% of a team.
Wow.
So the Yankees sold
no way
for 15% for $2.6 billion. Maybe 15. We don't know if it was 15. Could have been less.
Yeah.
But if you extrapolate that out, that's over $17 billion. Okay? So for the whole thing. So if the Cowboys, who have been number one for several years now, over 10, maybe over 15, they could theoretically should be worth more.
Do you think there's somebody who would pay 20 if they had it? Do you think there's somebody who would pay $20 billion for the Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah,
obviously Jerry. We don't know what Jerry would accept, but like, do you think there's somebody out there who would say, if I had $20 billion, I would offer that up for the Dallas Cowboys?
I think it's close to 25.
Yeah,
and if we win the lotto, we can get 5% of them. Then I drove by the sign this morning. I thought I was like, oh, somebody won it finally. It's at $10 million. It was like, no, that's 1.0. It's up to $1 billion now. The Powerball.
Somebody won $1 million in Dallas, I believe. What did you make of the Mark Cuban possibility of the Joneses, number one, allowing people to maybe buy in, and then Jerry saying, yeah, I wouldn't mind Mark Cuban, a little 10% maybe.
It's getting. I wonder if it is. Do football teams, do they pay taxes? Like are they antitrust? Are they exempt?
I don't know how that all works.
Is there tax exempt? I imagine like this is the next step for all these owners that are guys like Jerry and the Rooneys and the Maras. guys who bought in really, really early or bought in for a little bit of money, like when Jerry bought the Cowboys, it was a lot of money, but not what it is now. Mark Davis is cash poor. They've admitted they don't have the cash. They had to sell to Tom Brady.
He's not serious.
Mark?
No. I'm saying Jerry's not.
About allowing people to buy in?
Maybe about allowing people to buy in. I still don't think so, but definitely not serious about Cuban. What he's doing, it's like, let me see here. Because you could say, would you allow Dieter Schwartz to buy in? It's like, who the hell's that? Well, it's one of the richest people. People know who Mark Cuban is. So Jerry will go, it's not such a bad idea. I might let Mark Cuban buy in, just like I'd let Elon Musk. I might let him buy. I might let Jeffrey Bezos buy. He's got a profile. He's talking. I don't think he actually would ever let him buy in.
Are you saying he wouldn't let anyone, or Mark's profile is too big?
I don't think the chunk Mark would want to invest in anything and have a presence in, Jerry wouldn't allow him to have a presence. I don't think Jerry's going to share any sort of a spotlight with Mark, who now that he doesn't own the team can still not butt out of the Mavericks. So I don't know.
Pepe, I had to figure out in here how it made you feel when the news came out that your girl was finally available, your number 1 seed, Tate McRae.
Man, it feels good. It feels good. There is a chance. Now, I guess I'm married, so maybe there's not a big of a chance. But I told Mackenzie this. I sent her the article or sent her the tweet, and she said, well, good luck with that. So, now you got a chance. Go out there. Prove me wrong. And I was like, you know what? Maybe that's a sign. I don't want to go. I don't want to go down that road.
This is your, who is Sandler's crush?
Blake Lively.
Blake Lively.
This is your Blake Lively.
Yeah.
Tate McRae has been his 1 seed.
I'm going to point her in that direction, ma'am.
Who?
Tate McRae.
To whose direction?
My direction?
Canada is that way. Your honorary Americanship has ceased.
What happened?
Well, remember she was dating Jack Hughes, the American hero from the Olympics.
Maybe he's a
People
bad
forget
guy.
That.
What?
People forget that.
The Olympics?
No, people forget, like you can say, Jack Hughes, the American hero. It's like, oh, yeah, we have to be reminded he was, the thing for a minute.
So, Canada's that way, man.
I don't know. She looks like,
what's her?
She looks like a Bella Danger if she played in the WNBA.
That's what she looks like.
Is that a bad thing? Now,
you've seen the game.
Does she have a famous song? She's a singer, right? Yeah. I know that she's known for her standing leg split or whatever she does, but what's her go-to song? What's her?
Greedy is popular because they played it for the NHL playoffs a few years ago. That was the go-to song.
How's it go?
Stupid was a good song. That was that. Oh my God, I'm a fool. Da, 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 da.
Sports car is a good one right now.
Okay.
She's basically she's to me trap country pop. That's her whole brand. She's like a more poppier Morgan Wallen.
A poppier Morgan Wallen. All right. So there it is. The little excitement there for Pepe. So Mackenzie knew from the jump Tate McRae was your one, right above Diana Rossini.
Yeah, because I think I've mentioned on Ask Reddit maybe every other week. She's always my answer. She's like, you know what? Fine, I get it. You can have a whole pass.
And who's hers?
Harry Styles is hers.
Really?
Yep. Which I don't agree with. She also likes Pete Davidson, which I don't.
Pete Davidson.
I hate that. I don't know.
You know why?
Yeah, we've heard Ariana Grande's music.
An alleged NFL scammer is now sleeping with the fishes. The NFL controversy and scam that's taken over next. And B-Lo, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just...
mark and upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Shotty and Bobby just talking ball.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
The hype machine is completely out of control. More on that here in just a second. And Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. Earlier, when I said I get crazy looks for saying, like, oh yeah, I think the Cowboys are like an 8 or 9 win team. We did get immediately a couple texts on the fan text that were like, that's because that's ridiculous. At worst, this team wins 10 games. I was like, man, y'all are definitely really riding high.
After I praised them, I said, I love this type of cheesy stuff about them running the laps afterwards on their own. My God. I got 4 attacks, including from Bobby in the 6 o'clock hour. After people are so dumb, and you're such homers that you can't even read with full comprehension the rest of the sentence. Like, this is the type of intangible stuff that I love. They're like, "What's corny about running? What's corny about running on your own?" Afterwards, with the Rams snickering and saying, "We're not doing all that extra work." So there you go. You watch Remember the Titans today, all you cheese balls.
He still needs to watch it. We need to figure out what's the biggest movie, the biggest movie blind spot each of us has, and we need to knock that out at some point because you've got to watch Remember the Titans.
Listen, my youngest, I told him that I have never seen it, and he goes, "What?"
Yeah,
You've never watched this?
It really is.
And he says it's unacceptable.
There's so many, it gets so many societal references and things like that you completely miss out on.
I mean, hell, I thought when we called Trevor Lawrence Sunshine, I thought that was from Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, the little girl.
I can't believe
I thought it was like, oh, wow, you're calling him a little girl.
I don't believe that.
Well, yeah, no, because he had said there was some reference a couple days ago that he didn't get. And then I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, isn't that this? I was like, no, that's from Remember the Titans. He goes, oh, I still don't know. I've never seen it. It's an unnecessary, especially given our industry.
You have some on your resume, too. What y'all do is you do it for attention now. You're like, I'd rather get the attention for not watching it versus getting the enjoyment from watching it. There's been multiple ones.
Okay, but that's the thing.
And you guys just love to be like, oh, no, I'm never going to do it.
That's his.
You're attention whores.
No, that's Remember the Titans, because we can all instantly pull up Remember the Titans as something that he brags about not seeing. Mine is just they come up and I don't know them. But it's not like there's one.
No, but you always
lean
have this
into.
usual stance of everyone loves it and everyone's all in on it, so I'm not going to do it. That's a usual Bobby Bell take.
What?
Just do your segment.
That's not true.
That's not true?
No.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Just came up with one.
You try to be a contrarian sometimes. You're like, everyone loves it. It's so popular. I have to go against it. You're both contrarians.
You're getting it right here from the what you were talking about earlier. I still get what's corny about conditioning.
You're the only one that I can align with on this where, again, it'd be like a movie. We Are Marshall.
Right.
Hey, let's go run extra. Let's go run.
For the cameras to see.
I love it. I like it.
Yeah.
I could see how, you would maybe roll your eyes at it.
Of course I would.
So I said I loved it. But you cowboy nut jobs, you can't put together a complete sentence. You're like, you're going undefeated and, you just can't comprehend the entire sentence. But Bobby supports you, so there you go.
Running wasn't the problem, and We Are Marshall. All right, so over on the
the segment.
Yeah, that's football. Over at the Shadow League, this is the weirdest story of the weekend. This alleged scammer, whose name I believe is Muhammad Koulibaly, I believe is how you pronounce it. This guy had been exposed in recent weeks for trying to scam NFL players, trying to scam this rapper YG. He's been tagged in all these different stories. Back in February, he had been exposed. He had had a lawsuit against him for basically trying to rip off a couple NFL players. And there were different interviews on Good Morning America in recent weeks that continued to break that out. So Jalen Carter was part of this. You had Tay Crowder. There was Nakobe Dean was one of the guys who was targeted in this. Well, that all led to, hey, can you do a welfare check on Muhammad? We have not heard from him in a couple days. And so they go looking for him, and they find him dead in a New Jersey pool, just floating. And now there are a lot of people who are saying, okay, this doesn't just feel like oops, an accident. This feels like there's something really sinister going on in New Jersey on this one.
I mean,
in Jersey.
Might be a lot of things sinister in Jersey going on in a lot of places.
Steve Keim looks like a Sopranos character, and he's the former GM of the Cardinals. His name's gotten thrown into this. DeAndre Hopkins saying Steve Keim screwed me out of millions of dollars by some drug test that he manipulated. DeAndre then deleted that. Steve Keim is getting like representation all over the place, so he got thrown into this story as well. But yeah, this guy at the bottom of a pool.
Yeah, this is something where now like they're starting to be, after this came out, now people are starting to turn like, okay, who were some of the more sinister connections he had then? Like, was he mixed up with different entertainers who maybe have like questionable associations? Because now people are starting to look and go like, this feels like this was a message more than some sort of an accident. So more details going to come out about that, but that all of a sudden has shot up as a really hot topic in terms of league associations and where there may be problems. Okay, so the Dallas Cowboys, the hype train getting out of control as they run their laps and do that. There's new NFL power rankings out from NFL.com, and I mentioned earlier Chris Long had said he loves the Cowboys and he hates it. He hates that he's got so much like high expectations for them this year. Well, now NFL.com has it. The power rankings are out after a couple weeks of training camp, so they did their update. Nick Shook did. And I'm going to go down the list really quickly. Number 1, and all the way down. 1, the Rams. 2, the Broncos. 3, the Seahawks.
The Broncos?
Mm-hmm. The Broncos are shooting up these lists for some reason.
What?
4, the Eagles. 5, Bills. 6, Ravens. 7, Jaguars. 8, Bengals.
Jacksonville 7?
Bengals 8. 9.
Well, why are you saying it like that?
Because the Jaguars at least made the playoffs last year. The Bengals have like struggled to get anywhere the last couple of years, even when they've had Burrow healthy.
No, I think you can put Jacksonville pretty much anywhere on these lists, and
I think you're fair either way. You can put Jacksonville as a 13-win team. You can put Jacksonville as an 8-win team.
Yeah.
And I'm not batting an eye at either one.
9, the Texans. 10, the Bears. And then just outside the top 10, ahead of the Super Bowl runner-up New England Patriots, number 11, the Dallas Cowboys. The write of the Ivory said, I am extremely high on the 2026 Cowboys. I understand this is partially the product of projection on defense, but Dallas is my favorite under-the-radar title contender right now, which not a lot of people throwing out title contender, but I don't think under the radar fits the way people have talked about Dallas this offseason. Jerry Jones and company attacked their defensive weakness in the offseason, signing free agents Jalen Thompson and Kobe Durant, trading for Rashawn Gary and D. Winters, and spending their first 3 draft picks on that side of the ball, with Caleb Downs, who's been as advanced as advertised, and Jayshon Barham, who's really turning heads as a potential steal. If new defensive coordinator Christian Parker can assemble these pieces effectively, the boys will be pairing an upgraded defense with one of the league's most explosive offenses. That's a recipe for a leap in year 2 under Brian Schottenheimer, who, as you read earlier, he's the 5th highest odds to be fired in season from Vegas.
First coach.
Which seems just, we're totally, there's a lot of counter pushing back and forth on that front, but Dallas at this point, nationally, there's not really like a standout critic for them right now. There's not like one presence and one voice that's like just selling the Cowboys really hard.
Yeah.
And after we've seen a couple weeks of training camp, it feels like a group that has some upside.
And yesterday, people are like, it's a 180 turn from the Rams scrimmage last year. Tommy Yarsh will join us at 9:20. He was right there. He was checking out the offense, but the defense was getting nice reviews. And Shotty was asked, are these joint practices enough to see what guys can actually do?
I think so. I think that's what we're all finding out. This year we're doing 2. We're going to do this one, and then a week from now we're going to play against the Saints, and you get great work. This relationship with Sean is really easy. He and his coordinators and operationally is awesome. It was our time to come here to be with them. I actually wanted the heat. I never wear shorts. Actually, a couple of our guys said, "Shot, are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, why?" They said, "You got shorts on." I never really show off my legs. I got good legs too, but I never show them off. But it was hot, and we need that getting ready to go back to Texas here in a couple weeks.
Well, that was a little more erotic of a clip than I was expecting right there, but showing off the legs, inspired by Mike Leslie. Good practice yesterday in general for the defense. That was the thing that kind of really popped off for a lot of people. Was last year they got embarrassed in structurally what should be pretty vanilla. Like you're not, you shouldn't, it should just be about execution. And the fact that you were getting destroyed in a vanilla practice setup was concerning. Yesterday, a little more balance. Justin Barron really pops off with the 3 interceptions. He was kind of the star of the day, but he was somebody who hadn't been talked about really at all and hadn't really done a whole lot. Obviously with Barham nursing the injury, some reps have opened up, but he's somebody who they really, really liked last year, and if he can hold over and be part of the Christian Parker grouping, then they're going to feel better about that. Some of the other stuff coming out of this practice yesterday, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, a couple of big days. I think the most encouraging thing that came out of this, and we'll ask Tommy about it at 9:20, if you're going to tell me the offense was up and down, but they were definitively, it seems like, winning in the red zone, I'm going to take that.
Yeah.
Because to me, the biggest thing is just, if they're going to have their back and forth and maybe they're experimenting with some few things or they get handled when they're at the 50 in some team period stuff, that's fine. Where I want to see it is like if you get into red zone football, which Ryan Flanoy talked about this, everything tightens up, the space is harder to create in, so then it becomes more about just overpowering and outmatching. Then I think you're talking about something that's more positive. So if they're going to go ahead and just win the red zone periods, I'll take that every day of the week. Dan Graziano over at ESPN had done his training camp recap to that point about winning in the red zone. Nothing really new there. He's like, wow, did you know last year Jaden Blue wasn't very mature? And people, that's why they didn't really like him very much.
Dawson said yesterday he would just cut Jaden Blue.
Whoa.
Opening up G-Bag. I thought I heard that right.
I think I saw I don't know if it was accurate. I didn't go back and listen to it. Somebody was saying that they thought Dawson predicted 5-12 yesterday or something like that. So I'm going to have to go back and listen to that. But the one note that I thought was interesting, he talked about how they really like Drew Shelton, their 4th-round pick out of Penn State at offensive line, which we knew they liked. But what he put in there was he said they're going to try to work him into jumbo personnel and have him out there as a tight end in some packages. And that comes on the heels of Shoddy having to correct all the media members after they said Guyton got reps at right tackle. He came out at his press conference and said, well, actually, it's okay to get things wrong. Y'all got something wrong. He was lined up at tight end. That was not right tackle. We were in a jumbo package. And if they're going to go back to like the days of the Hulk package, which was when Connor McGovern was getting reps at fullback and they were trying to just bully people, makes me wonder if they're not going to try nearly as much to just go vertical if they're already talking about jumbo tight end packages and that they're going to try to bully people in the run game a little more.
Why they love Hunter Lipke so much.
Well, Hunter Lipke would have to carry the ball at that point since he's not blocking very effectively either.
Hater.
Of Hunter Lipke? Yeah.
Of the position?
Of the position. I mean, Hunter Lipke's fine.
He's soon-to-be Hall of Famer.
Hunter Lipke's perfectly average at the most useless position on the football field.
Below the Belt Hump Day edition with Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We got the guest list for the 9 o'clock hour. Tommy Yarsh from California at 9:20. But next, where do the Rangers stand in the mind of former hitting coach Brett Boone? And does he think they should go get Mike Maddox right now? Booney joins us on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube after this.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on your home for Texas Rangers baseball. Alec Medford, Aiden getting in the hallway, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, and Pepe on DFW Sports Station, and the home of Brett Boone, former Rangers hitting coach, joining us, and he's brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done with professional grade products for every industry, Grainger has you covered. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Booney, we haven't had a chance to catch up with you since the trade deadline happened. Your reaction to what the Rangers did or did not do, and where everything else stands in the West, as we heard you were texting RJ last night about your Mariners.
Oh my gosh, Choppy, that's very valuable and secret information. You can't be giving that out.
Exposed the group message.
RJ usually gets mad at exposing the group text, and he did it to you.
That was
earlier.
an individual.
He did it. He was look at it was individual. It's so tough because you got this division. You're sitting here, 500. What do? Do you sell? I hear a lot of people online, they want the Rangers to sell. I'm sitting there going, how do you sell when it's right there in front of you? I don't know. At the time, they might have been leading the division. I mean, they're a half game out right now. That's not sell to me. This game is so hard and easier lately to get to the postseason because of the 12 spots. But if you've got a chance, I'm always go for it. Go for it until, I don't want to be delusional and be 10 games out and say, hell, we still got a chance. At the same time, it's like you're right there. Weakest division in baseball. It's there for the take, and nobody seems to want it. So you were kind of in no man's land. Do you sell everything like some fans wanted, or do you buy? I don't know. I couldn't see myself being a huge buyer either with the track record the last 2 years. So I don't know. It was kind of a non-event, really, for the Rangers when it came to the trading deadline.
The Athletic called this the worst division in the history of baseball. Is that a stretch? And can you remember?
I think that's a stretch. I'll tell you, I just came back. I was up in Seattle. We had an alumni event. And we were there for 4 days and rolled out the red carpet in Seattle, did a wonderful job. But I watched this team play. They scored 3 runs in the 4 days I was there, 4 games.
Gosh.
They pitched really well. Like, it's kind of their MO. But I remember a year ago with this Seattle ball club, rolling into Seattle with the Rangers, leaving there. I think they beat us 3 out of 4 or 2 out of 3. I forget what the series was. But there's little notes you make time to time, and I did last year. Like, I walked away from the Phillies series, I believe it was in July, and I said, that's a good team right there. Certain teams had an effect on me, and I remember leaving Seattle going, we were right there in the wild card possibility. We were in the pennant race, and I said, if we get to the playoffs, that's one team I don't want to face early. Now, I didn't say it out loud. I'm not going to say it to my guys, but I was thinking it. And if I was thinking it, I wasn't the only one thinking it. It's been a complete flip. I mean, that Seattle team is not the team I was watching 8 months ago. It's just a completely different team. Cal Raleigh's had a really tough year. Nobody seems to be at the helm when it comes to that clubhouse and leadership. The pitching is still the pitching, and they do a good job with that rotation. But I don't know. It's almost like Houston. We go into the first month, and I think we all discuss is you look at Houston. They've had kind of a stronghold on this division for the most part over the last decade. And at the end of April, I thought, you know what? Finally, Houston's runs over. They're gonna rebuild and do whatever they do. All of a sudden, because of the mediocre play in this division, Houston's kind of revived and said, "Oh, we can win this division again." And right now they're a half a game up. It's I think it's going to be crazy. I was looking at the schedules right now. Rangers have the easiest schedule of the 3 in the near future. Houston's got okay one. Seattle's got a tough schedule. They're playing as bad as I've seen them play. And they got the Yanks, Houston, Milwaukee, Chicago Cubs, and the Phillies coming up. So they got tough sledding ahead. But But I think this division, you talk about, is it the worst ever? No, it's not the worst ever. But yeah, in baseball right now, it's the worst division. But I'll tell you what, for fans, it's exciting. Everybody's right there. You don't know what's going to happen, and you can complain all you want about your individual team. But it doesn't mean it's not exciting, and there's not going to be a fight for this division.
Brett Boone joining us here, 105 through the Fan. I want to take us through a hitting approach here because, Evan Carter's 1 for his last 28 this month. Wyatt Langford's 3 for his last 32 this month. When you're in a
Seager's
slump,
dominating, though.
yeah, at least he hit a long fly ball, right? A couple of long fly balls. When you're in a slump like that, are you hacking at the first strike you see? Are you being overly selective and sometimes getting yourself into tough counts looking for a perfect pitch? Is that the problem that these guys get into? It becomes mental, and they're not just being instinctive at the plate.
Well, I think if you're ever looking to get into there's really no way to go into it. Like, I want to get deeper into some counts. I'll tell you what, as soon as your brain says I'm going to get deeper into some counts, I'm going to see some pitches, you're 0-2 before you know what hit you. So you can't go in it with that attitude. No, you got to. For me, you're always hitting your way out of a slump. You're not seeing a lot of pitches and walking your way out of a slump. You're hitting your way out of a slump. I think Wyatt just Wyatt had it going. He's had a couple injuries that have taken him off the field, but he had it going there for a while. Seager, for whatever reason, just doesn't seem to be able to get it going all year. Probably the worst year of his career to this point. He's missed a good amount of time. And Evan Carter, he had a tough time last year, and he continues to have a tough time. He's a little timid. It's like the lefties come into play for Evan, and it's like he's worried about it. Like, why aren't I hitting against lefties? Then when I get a chance to hit against lefties, I look like I don't want to hit against lefties. Now, which one is it? And now you just talk about the righties, which mainly is what he's playing against. He's just kind of been in a rut, ever since that call-up. And I remember long before I knew you guys watching that postseason run in 23 saying, who is this young Evan Carter who is just poised beyond belief in a World Series atmosphere? We haven't really seen that guy. He's dynamic. He's got a lot of skills, and he's got a lot of things that he can do. For me, I'd like to see Evan Carter starting to embrace the bunt, starting to utilize his speed as his main weapon. And I just don't think he does that at this stage of his career. Still a young man, still got a ways to go. But as far as slumping, going in and out of it, you got to keep hacking and keep tinkering and keep finding a way to compete.
Brett Boone joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Brett, right now the offense is in a little bit of a slump. Pitching has not been as good this year as it was last year. Right. When you look at the Rangers right now, where do you think you still believe in them most in terms of being able to achieve and raise their game up? Is it you think the hitting can come around and be more consistent, or do you think, hey, it's just a matter of time before the pitching is there, or is this just who this team is right now?
I think it's who this team is. It's tough to see Evaldi go down again. You're going to be missing him for 15 days. Rocker's had some really good moments this year. Last outing, not so much. Mackenzie Gore pitched good the other day, got a win. Quantrill's filled in really nicely. And DeGrom is, maybe not the DeGrom of his Mets days, but he still has the ability to be an absolute dominant pitcher and an elite guy. The bullpen's been great. Lat's anchoring that thing down, an all-star, one of the best closers in the game. You got Silseth at the break from the Angels. I don't see one real that's their big-time strength. No, they just kind of pitch pretty good, and they hit pretty good, kind of in the middle. I think Jock, his turnaround's been huge. The way he set the tone at the top of that lineup, it's really impressive. From a year ago to now, just you can see it in his walk and in his gait, just walking to the plate. He knows he's got it, and he's definitely a different hitter than he was a year ago. So you got to keep riding him. Duran, Nimmo's been great. I think start to finish as good as anybody as far as consistency. Got to get Josh Young back, and you got to get Wyatt Seager going. So I just look at this team, and I don't look at it as there isn't one strength, wow, that offensively they'll beat you to a pulp, or pitching wise, you get in a rut, they're just going to keep it. No, bullpen, it's good. It's a decent bullpen. Everything's just decent, kind of like this division.
Brett, do you remember saying to yourself at any point in the last, 6 months to a year, boy, that Mike Maddox forgot how to coach pitch, and he really sucks. He should get fired. It's his fault.
There we go. Chuck. Yeah, I'll tell you, I I was in Seattle for this event, and Edgar was a part of the event. Obviously, he's a hitting coach with Kevin Seitzer in Seattle. The first thing I said to him, he's drinking a glass of wine, and I came up. I said, Edgar, man, you used to be a really good hitting coach. Like 2025, you were the man. I said, why do you suck now? And he just kind of looked at me, started laughing. This game is so fickle. We want to point fingers here and there. Mike Maddox obviously been around the game, one of the most tenured pitching coaches in all of the game. Did a great job last year. Is the constant professional. I mean, I watched Mike go about his business. He gets his job done. He's been there a long time. He knows what he's doing. A year ago, we got the number one staff. You go to the Angels and you're down at the bottom. Oh, yeah, all of a sudden, Mike just forgot how to do it. No, that's not the case at all. There's going to be a fall guy in every situation. He inherited a staff that wasn't performing, like everything always, like the Mariners hitters. It's not because Kevin Seitzer and Edgar Martinez changed their thought process. And it's just, like I always say, what do I tell the players? I'm a background player. You're a player. When it goes well, you get all the praise. When it goes bad, I get yelled at. So that's just the case. Mike's going to land on his feet wherever he decides to go next. It's just, in some situations, you got to fire somebody. Somebody's going to be the fall guy. It's usually the coach, not the player.
Former Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you think the Rangers are missing any of what Maddox brought? Did you know the replacement? And how do those two philosophies run parallel or differ from Chris Young?
No, I think Jordan Teague's good guy. Really like Jordan, and I think he's was with Maddox, kind of learning the ropes from Mike. So I don't think they're worlds apart as far as their what they think and how to go about their job. Obviously, there's probably a little differences in personalities. But as far as philosophy and what you do, you got a bunch of pros over there. When you got DeGrom and Eovaldi and some other veteran guys in that rotation, it's not like it's not like, oh, what does coach say? No, we're big league pitchers. We know what to do. A coach is there to guide you, just to give you a word here and there when you're going through a tough time, to kind of look for some things that you ask him to look for, point things out to you. But I don't think the philosophy has changed. It's just you flip the calendar. It's another year. There's been different parts in and out. Like I said, with Eovaldi going down, with Leiter being on the IL for a big portion of this year, it's a different rotation, than it was a year ago. But, guys are getting a little bit older. But there's no, it's not Teagues' fault. Just like in Anaheim, it's not Mike Maddox's fault. I think the philosophy is relatively the same. The personnel is relatively the same. It's just a different result. But that's, it's like Jock Peterson a year ago and now one of the best leadoff hitters in the game. Did Jock just remember how to hit, or did he find something and got it going again?
Were you frustrated with Skubal to L.A.?
I really wasn't frustrated. I expected it. I expected them to go out and do that and put together a package. All the other teams have an opportunity to go get them. And I'm not one that says, I don't think the Dodgers in their situation and the way they've gone about it completely up and up. There's no rules being broken. I don't particularly think it's great for the game. I really don't. That being said, it's not like the Dodgers are breaking any laws. They're going out and doing what they've got to do. And they went out and got Skubal. They're obviously the team to beat, but I'll tell you what, if you give me the field, I'll take the field for the Dodgers instead of the Dodgers three-peating. I think it's going to be an exciting postseason, and I don't think the Dodgers are going to win the World Series, despite maybe on paper, healthy, the best pitching staff in the history of this game.
Awesome stuff, Booney. We appreciate you as always, man. Thank you. We'll do it next time, and we'll keep the RJ text private.
See you guys. Thanks.
Odyssey Baseball Insider Brett Boone, brought to you by Grainger, with professional-grade products for every industry. Grainger has you covered. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. The practice report everybody wants. Tommy Yarsh with the recap against the Rams from DallasCowboys.com after this. And this is...
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Big Sexy, was that?
Yeah. Big Sexy.
What the Cowboy fans were calling Tommy Yarsh in Oxnard. Let's see if we can top Nick Eatman yesterday on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's the Red Zone, brought to you by Just Love Coffee here on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. This is Cowboys insider Tommy Yarsh from DallasCowboys.com. So back here, we are feeling the best about the turnaround of the Cowboys defense against the Rams compared to last year. You decided or were assigned the Cowboys offense against the Rams D without Myles Garrett, Tommy?
Correct. Yeah, that doesn't mean that I didn't watch any of the defense. I would glance over there, and I think every time I glanced over there, it seemed like they were doing something well. I think Quentin Williams had a really good day. Caleb Downs had a nice run fit, and then Justin Barron had the 3 interceptions. But, yeah, I was primarily on the offense, and it took them a while to get going. Those earlier periods were the run periods, so a lot of run plays, and I was talking with Isaiah Stanback about this. It's so difficult to diagnose like what a gain is in that setting, and Dak was talking about it after practice too, because you can't bring guys to the ground. These guys don't have an opportunity to break tackles. But then once they got into the red zone, they started working a little bit. Dak Prescott threw 4 touchdowns, and then Sam Howell had another one.
Yeah, so the offense yesterday, it looked like, just from some of the clips DallasCowboys.com posted, because obviously no video. I mean, we're basically out front at the security gate begging to come in. But if you've got it there, Tommy, George Pickens looked like he was practicing with a real edge yesterday and super competitive, kicking the pylon, getting in the face of Rams defenders. Was he as just like lit up for this practice as it looked like he was?
I think he's been lit up for all of these practices. And he had the pylon yesterday. He gave one of the folks that live in the houses alongside the practice field a nice souvenir the other day after he punted the ball into their backyard. But yeah, I think, he is everything that we've heard about him amongst all the noise from Pittsburgh and everything in the past is, hey, this guy loves to compete. And when he gets an opportunity to do that, you see him kind of really become himself. And that worked out really well for the Cowboys last year, and I think he played well yesterday. His best play, I thought, was Dak threw a back shoulder to him along the far sideline, and he went down to catch it. It was Emmanuel Forbes that was covering him. And then a couple plays later, Dak found him over the middle on a slant, and I guess it would have been a touchdown in real game action. I try not to do those too much unless we're in the red zone, but I think he plays with an edge in a good way, and that's what you want, and that's what makes him as elite as he is.
So has he been by far, in your opinion, the best player in camp, start to finish?
I don't know if it's by far, but he's certainly up there. I think Quentin Williams has had a really good camp. I think, as funny as it sounds, maybe to some, Israel Abanikanda has put together a really good camp. I can't get enough of this guy. Jayshon Barham had a good camp, but Pickens is certainly up there. And I don't know if there's a wide discrepancy, but he has played really, really well.
Tommy Yarsh, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
Tommy, is there any concern building at all? Because we've started to see some negative reports coming out since we left, and when we were out there, we saw him having some struggles. Is there any concern growing at all for you about Terrence Steele at right tackle?
I would say there's nothing growing, because I think it was kind of already there in the sense that you know what you're getting with Terrence Steele, right? Like you know that he's going to give you help in the run game, and he's going to be able to move guys with Tyler Booker and open up lanes for Javonte Williams. And I think he was a big reason why the Cowboys rushing offense was so successful last year. But you also know that pass protection is not his strong suit. And, we can debate about whether or not that means he that's what he should be doing and playing at right tackle. But I think it's he's still the guy there because of what he can give you in the run game. But that you might need to chip there on the other side a little bit, or you might need to send some help sometimes, especially with some of these top tier guys. And Myles Garrett wasn't practicing yesterday, but the Rams still have good pass rushers. Byron Young was really who was on Terrence Steele most of the day, and you saw him in the backfield a little bit. Josiah Stewart flipped over there too sometimes, and he would get there too. But yeah, I wouldn't say I'm more concerned than I was before.
Graziano had talked about over at ESPN working Drew Shelton in jumbo packages. We know Guyton took some reps there at the jumbo tight end. Do you think any of that concern with Steele is the reason why we've maybe seen some of these jumbo looks that they've done? Or do you think they have internal concern about, hey, we might need to come out here in some larger packages just to be able to handle what we want to do?
I don't know if it's to the point where you're going to see larger packages enough to be like, okay, wow, they're really concerned about Steele. I think that they look at those as an opportunity to get some more push up front, and when you go against some of the guys in this league like Myles Garrett, when you will in week 15 or whenever it is the Cowboys play the Rams, I think those scenarios will benefit you just because that guy's different, and that guy he's a handful and a half to handle. So you want to be able to get some push here or there, regardless of who's playing right tackle, who's playing left tackle. But I don't think the sole reason why they're using those jumbo packages or the massive reason why they're doing that is to help Terrence Steele.
If I told you could get a massive upgrade at defensive end, right tackle, or linebacker, you would take which first?
Defensive end.
Okay.
Really?
Then
right tackle.
Then right tackle.
Oh, comfort at linebacker for you finally.
The most comfortable.
Well, I mean, we're talking about hey, which the term premium position is used a lot, and you need a good pass rusher, and you've got good pass rushers on your roster. If you can get another one, that's an obvious. That's never a bad thing. And then if you upgrade in the trenches on the other side too, I think that's important. A good pass rusher makes your linebackers better. Quinnen Williams makes your linebackers better, and Kenny Clark makes your linebackers better. So that's my line of thinking there.
Tommy, if they roll out there in nickel for the first snap in week 1, who's at linebacker?
If I was to guess right now, it would be DeMarvion Overshown and D. Winters.
Tommy, I want to go back to the O-line for a second because Bobby and I, Sean, we've all talked about the fact that this offensive line, we talk about it in a sense that like it's a panic, but it still really is historically been a good. There's a lot of resources in this offensive line. Are we overly panicked about it, considering we're using like our standard, our team standard, the historical standard here, to be overly panicked about this offensive line? When it's the problem around the league?
I'm not overly panicked about this offensive line. I think this is a top 16, maybe top 10 offensive line in the league, even with some of their perceived weaknesses. And I think that if Tyler Guyton stays healthy for a majority of the year, that they can be a top 10 unit fairly easily. I think he's really just needed time to get on the field, and then the interior three guys have played fantastic for you for the last couple of years. And again, Terrence Steele has his struggles, but I still think he is a good player, especially in the run game. So I don't know if I'm overly concerned about the offensive line. I think that they benefit you in a lot more ways than they hurt you.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, here on Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. What did you see or hear the most about when it comes to the Cowboys' defense against the Rams yesterday?
Heard a lot about Justin Perrin because he had the 3 picks. Heard a lot about Quinnen Williams. Like I said, every time I looked over there, it felt like he was in Matthew Stafford's face. And I think that we come to expect that almost, but it's still good to see. And, talking to you guys and other folks who have covered this team for a while, I know that the Cowboys haven't had a presence like that at defensive tackle in quite some time. And so that interior pressure, I think, is going to come big time this season when you have Quinnen Williams. Sounded like Savone Revel had a pretty good day. So that's another guy that seemingly has had a pretty good camp. And I'm sure that's a big confidence booster for him, which never hurts for a young corner. Let me see here. I'm trying to check my notes. I heard about Donovan Ezeraku quite a bit. I did see him and Quinnen Williams get in on a run stuff that Ezeraku got pretty fired up about. And then, one of the plays when I looked over was the Rams they handed it off to Kyron Williams, and before he could make his first cut, Caleb Downs was already in the backfield. And I always chuckle when I have to type it as a would-be tackle for loss, because that's the other tough part is you just never know if guys are going to break tackles or what. But he blew the play up. So that's what I believe I had in my notes that stood out from defense.
Tommy, I'm just curious about defense in general. Stephen Jones over the weekend had talked with Nicole Hutchinson during the blue-white scrimmage, and he said a comment about, we got Bland locked down at one corner, and so then on the other side, whether it's Revel or Durant, said something along those lines. But basically it had said one starting corner spot locked in, other one competition between Durant and Revel. Is Bland's spot earned or assumed? Like, is that something where he's earned it this training camp, or do you think they're just basically saying he's the guy we've paid, so he's got to be one of them?
I think it's earned. I think he's had a good camp, and when he is healthy, I think he's the best corner on this team. And I think that you haven't seen any concern with the foot. You haven't seen any of the things that maybe made you hesitate a little bit from him last year. And, everybody's going to have their moments when you cover CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, and they certainly have had theirs. But overall, I think Deron Bland has shown, hey, I'm the best corner on this roster still, and he's had a good enough camp to prove that and earn that spot.
Which do you trust more, Deron Bland's foot or Savone Revel's knee?
I trust the doctors that worked on both of
politician.
them. And the medical experts here at the Cowboys who do a wonderful job in rehab.
That's why you're not begging at the security gate right there.
Tommy, thank you so much. It's wonderful to see your face this morning on the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube. And what's the schedule looking like today moving forward?
Well, thank you. It's wonderful to see y'all's faces. I'm glad I was able to do this. Sorry I didn't do it on Monday. I know Sean was mad at me.
I was mad at a lot of people.
Scheduled today is it's a player off day for the Cowboys, so no practice today. They'll be back practicing tomorrow, and then we get on the plane Friday to go to Seattle.
Thank you, brother. Fantastic stuff. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Tommy Yarsh, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. You want to know how you can make a quick $2 billion? A sports owner just did it. He just bought a team, and he just sold it. Next, in Crosstalk with KNC on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead.
your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
We just talked about Sportico evaluating the Dallas Cowboys at $15.5 billion. The Lakers just got sold again. Mark Walter, who owns the Dodgers, he just bought the Lakers 14 months ago at a $10 billion valuation. Why did they take the E out, Kevin?
That's a good question. What a flip, though.
Yeah, he flips it 14 months later and makes $2 billion. He just sold it for 12 to Josh Kushner and Bob Iger. Yes, of I believe Disney. Is that a conflict of interest if he still is involved?
Welcome to the German players, then.
ESPN there.
The ones you trained?
What? Yeah.
He trained German baseball players. That was the joke shop.
$10 billion to $12 billion in 14 months.
Not bad if you could do it. You can find a way to make 20% extra profit in a year. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And I feel like this
made sure they kept not winning.
Right.
I felt like this is a bit because his statement to Ramona Shelburne was, owning the Lakers has been one of the great honors of my life. An extraordinary investment. What I will carry with me is the community, the fans, and a city that treats this team as a family.
I'd say all that is too. I'd say all that is after gaining $2 billion.
That is a fair point.
I don't think generally, if it's one of the great honors of your life,
you keep doing it right.
You keep doing it. It doesn't have a price tag, right? Great honors don't have price tags.
$2 billion does, so definitely a good price.
$2 billion. It's easy money, man. It's a sure bet.
Yeah, it is.
And
I'll let it Bruno off.
Powerball has climbed to at least $1 billion.
So are you in now?
Yeah, we're back.
What level are you in at? Like 500 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the other day, I bought a ticket, and I got some anxiety because I just bought it while filling up Amanda's car, but I didn't tell the guys. And I was like, if I win this, because I was already talking about splitting it with her.
You don't want to be a choppy situation.
Yeah, and hoard it all. And I just said, what am I going to do here? Like, every time you go and buy one individually, like, are you fully committed to the rest of the squad? So I already promised her 500.
500 million?
Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't even win 500 million.
Well, 300 then. Yeah. I promised her 350, and I was like, but I might owe the guys. So I didn't know what to do in all these lottery imagination scenarios.
I wouldn't feel bad. You had an agreement in place for Choppy to share $500 with you, and he didn't even do that.
We already referenced that. We don't need to go back to it.
We didn't have an agreement in place.
I'm trying to white 80
We
Choppy
did have an agreement in place.
Who buys the tickets?
Don't fight about it. Just own it.
When y'all
that you
do
kept
that,
it.
When y'all do the whole show thing, who actually goes and purchases them?
It's
usually Choppy.
Shifted. It's usually Chop.
Would he get an extra fee for that?
No.
Okay.
But Peyton has kind of been cut out.
Yeah.
In all the recent ones.
Well, he never joins in.
He's always been on vacation.
Is your wife against this feeble purchases?
Nope. Okay. Not at all.
Yeah, but when I did see the alert, it says Dallas 1 million. Someone wins $1 million in Dallas. I hadn't opened up my ticket, and I was tremendously disappointed. I was a little bit excited because I was like, all right, I bought mine here.
Yeah.
But then I was like,
what would you?
Was it Dallas proper that won it, or was it like just an area somewhere in the area?
I don't know. The point was it was only $1 million.
Buy them out
Van Alstyne.
Like, let's say you didn't have that agreement, but you bought the ticket, you won. What do you think you could buy them out for?
What do you mean buy them out?
Like, because you said you felt bad.
Like, and still retain a relationship.
Yeah,
you mean?
Yeah.
Oh.
$5K for RJ?
$5K? No.
Who's the cheapest of the three of us?
Well, it's me, according to Broadus. It's not Bobby.
Wait, I'm not the cheapest?
Oh, Peyton's the cheapest. You're not the cheapest.
I don't think. No, I'm saying in terms of like if he's talking about having to buy out, like preserving the relationship, like how much would you have to? I wouldn't have to be cut in.
Peyton.
I buy drinks, Sean, on Friday night when we go out. So
that's right. One time you did.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah, Peyton's the most frugal and the cheapest. But I also contend there's no amount that you can give someone. I don't think that would make them happy. Like Corey could go, you just give me $1 million, Kevin, and I'll be happy. Not after you won 400.
Yeah, no.
But
I'd be bitter about it.
But if you bought on your own, I'm too.
Give me the amount I won after taxes, and I'll give you the number.
100 million.
100 million.
100 million is see that.
If I gave you
Are you
each,
about to downplay $100 million?
No.
if I gave you each 5, would you feel happy with it?
I would.
More than happy.
I would feel happy
More
with.
than
That's
happy.
a lie.
I'm dead serious. I would feel happy with whatever because I'm so spectrumy that I'd be like, he executed the purchase. I didn't. I literally have no say to it.
Because the other
5
agreement
million's-
would have gotten you 25.
5 million is life changing.
Yeah, it's easy to.
I was thinking
It's
500.
easy to say now.
This is buying a ticket. This is
Can I have
buying
your
a
house?
ticket. Your
You
own.
don't want those property taxes.
This is buying your own ticket, not the group ticket. Gotcha. Okay. All right. So this is buying like you just bought one.
Yeah, I went on like today. I was out of gas and I had $2 and change.
Yeah.
So all I could get because I don't have my debit card is one ticket, and I
Right,
bought that.
gotcha.
Do I have to text them and say, Venmo me 50 cents a piece? We have to split it because if I won that or if you won it randomly, I think I would probably expect you to split it.
Here's what I would say. This. In a situation like this, now if it's just like a regular
start this, Kevin?
$60 million, if it's a regular $60 million thing, and then you just go and play on your own, then I wouldn't expect like a split.
Okay.
In a situation like this, because I've bought tickets, if we've all gone in at times during the same.
Like it should just
jackpot.
be permanently assumed that every time you get one, we're all in. Like, are we bonded like that
It
now?
kind of feels like that.
say-
As long as the show is going on, I say yes.
Yeah, now I would say that's the case after we've made our first purchase in this particular jackpot. So if you just go play a $40 million one, you're playing the Texas two-step or whatever it is. We hadn't gone in yet. I would say that's yours.
Right, because y'all only buy when
you
it's
would
big.
say
right?
that, and then
I
you'd
would.
be furious.
I would literally expect nothing. I would expect nothing if I didn't buy it.
You guys are liars.
No, look, me.
I don't know. I don't know if he is lying.
I genuinely. If I bought in, I would expect it. But if you just bought one on your own, I would not expect anything, and I wouldn't be like pissed
wouldn't
if
be
you
bitter
didn't.
about it?
Because I'm so technical. Like I'd be like, that's the way it went. I didn't buy in on it.
I'll
Now
take
I would
Bobby's
still
cut.
give.
I
but-
bought one a while ago. I haven't looked. I was going to do that on air one day. I haven't
give me
looked.
whatever
you're doing right now.
Now, what he would do is he would buy our 30 tickets, and then he would buy 5 off to the side that he wouldn't text us the images of, and then he would say, "Well, those were my 5 that I bought, so those are
I would
mine."
not.
That does make sense, though.
And by the way,
that
I
does
don't
make
take
sense. As it sounds
photos of
okay
all of them.
in my mind.
I know you don't.
Here,
take
let me
photos
check
of
it.
that.
Here, I got it open.
You're going to let these people besmirch your reputation,
What do you
RJ?
mean?
They can
I think you
besmirch. I
can
don't
do
care.
that.
I'd still
I think
cut 'em in.
if y'all put a collection of $80 together and get all those tickets $80 worth, and then he's like, you know what, I got an extra $10 here, and he gets his own couple tickets. I think that's okay.
Ofer.
Ofer.
I'm not trying to besmirch Choppy. I'm talking about the human intuition
Right, this
period.
Yeah.
And I'm throwing myself under the bus.
I think I believe Bobby in this scenario. I really do.
Okay.
I don't save receipts. I don't like. I'm very flippant with it.
Oh, is this another one?
I had a couple in there, I guess.
How
$40
long ago are those from?
Let's see. This one's from August 9th.
Oh, okay. So that's not so bad.
$4.
Hey!
That's from July 25th.
$4.
Yeah.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, coming up today, we do have Skip Schumacher after being, I think it was 7-0 in the last Tuesdays,
least
Tank Top
6,
Tuesdays,
yeah.
rolling into our games.
Let's see what
This
he
is the
could
first loss.
bring up today. He could bring up Cowboys evaluation, Cuban buying in, or Tate McRae. Those are the topics today if he was listening on the app.
How about why he hasn't responded to my DM?
Well, he is in L.A., though, so that might be one of the things,
Wednesday at
too.
8:20, we should just call it the Skip Schumacher segment and see if he picks up on the content being directed at him.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I wonder
why-
if he does Aptolo.
And why am I the only one he hasn't followed?
Or are you bitter about that?
Yeah.
I get it. I get it.
TSA Schumacher.
We also have Nancy
my
Lieberman
gosh.
joining us at 11 o'clock.
Skip,
today.
take your shoes off, Baker. Oh, you got Nancy Lieberman.
Yeah, she has thoughts.
Is she?
She's here for
she's
the
with the
big
big three.
semifinals.
Yeah.
But she has
Right.
some pretty strong WNBA thoughts.
Is she against the league, like critical of the league right now?
A woman's a woman.
I love the
Is
question
Nancy
you asked the other
Lieberman.
day about can they stay out of their own way?
So you think she follows Skip and vice versa?
I don't know what that means.
What'd you say, Corey?
I think you asked the question the other day of can the WNBA ever get out of their own way?
Yep.
And I think that she'll have some thoughts on that.
I actually think this is better for them.
That's kind of what Corey floated. I'm intrigued by that.
We know their names.
Yeah, like all you had to do was watch. I can't bring myself to say the highlights. All you had to do was watch the recap of the WNBA All-Star Game. And that product cannot, in my opinion, speak for itself and be a major. It can't.
So you
not
think
for
it
me.
needs
Not for
the
me.
controversy to flourish?
Huh?
So you think
Yeah,
it
that looked
needs
like
the
Wyatt Langford's throw out of left field, that push pass yesterday.
Oh my gosh!
And I don't think this is bad enough because I don't believe in that saying. All
pretty bad
publicity is
Any
good. Any publicity,
is good
I think it's a stupid saying. It's not pretty bad.
But we do love train wrecks.
No, I meant
Yeah.
the game
We
was
can't
pretty
stop
bad.
looking at
Oh,
train
the
wrecks.
game was pretty bad. But I think, now the transgender aspect, that should probably go away for them. But Caitlin Clark's fouls and, Sophie Cunningham fouls. I know this transgender thing there with her. I think this is causing it to be talked about way more, at least for this show.
Grace
So you
wins,
think-
though.
I know you guys.
Grace will win.
Okay.
Grace will win. Yeah, so will the men when you let them in. the
So you
league.
think that part is good for stirring up interest, but the transgender discussions is not good for stirring up issues or interest?
I think for a short period of time, they can capitalize and take advantage of the noise around
Okay,
it.
yeah.
I don't know if for the long term,
I agree.
Everybody else can go to hell.
like would it be
Is
better?
that the Fever coach?
Yeah.
Jeffy, did you hear that clip?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
Because they booed her before the
Grace
game.
will win.
Yes. Like it would be a
We just found out she's
disaster.
Lisa Salter's lady.
Would it be a disaster or personally worth it for you if Enos Cantor played a game next year?
Oh.
It's a disaster for them.
RJ would watch that entire thing.
I mean, I would watch
The
it.
greatest 82-0 player of all time.
So,
You disagree?
no, I don't disagree. I'm
So
just
you
saying,
want Cantor to play?
would that put an end to the conversation and everybody having to pretend like there's no difference between men and women?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people who pretend out there in certain sports like basketball. Clearly, there is a difference. But some people try to act like there's not. And I think that's foolish.
Well, the stubbornness of women in general.
I think there's a lot of
If
people.
Enos went out,
Women
yes.
are very, how women are, right?
Yeah, let me bring in my my Al Bundy insider over here, Corey Majors. If Cantor went out and averaged a 30 and 30, how many women players in the league would say this isn't fair, this isn't right? You
Absolutely.
test their stubbornness.
I mean,
Absolutely.
yeah.
No, absolutely that they wouldn't still.
No, absolutely. Then they would complain. Look, that's. Ooh, I got to be careful with my words here. That is what one particular group of people loves to do is say, well, I believe in this and that until it personally affects them. Then they're like, oh, this is not right.
I was just wondering how many other leagues had trans language in their CBAs to where now they have to sit down and I'm going to imagine alter this thing.
FIBA.
What do you say? Who?
FIBA, the basically FIFA for basketball. The international says if you went through male puberty, you cannot play in the women's.
Yeah.
And the Olympics picked that up as
right,
well.
Like everyone's making fun of the WNBA for not having the language. I was like, are we sure the NFL has that language or baseball has the language
but
if
that's
in
the
case?
thing.
They're going to have to put it in.
Why? All of these trials, they never go the other way. If a woman wanted to get into the NFL, don't you think the NFL would be like, knock yourself out? Go ahead and try out.
Two,
no, I don't think so.
I do.
I think they'd be terrified.
And then
of
the NFL, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, the NFL would show the physicality and all the things, and there would be limitations. There would also definitely be she'll never make it from everybody in the league, and so she's gonna have to be 10 times better just to be good enough, right? But it would the physicality of the league just does what it does to all of us.
214 says we're going to stop bashing the WNBA when we see their two top studs enter the league next year. So
who's that?
Ennis Cantor and Royce White.
We're back tomorrow. It's the KNC Masterpiece. Next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ are everywhere. Live and on. 105.3 The Fan.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And, of course, the famous Alec Medford and Associates. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Let us know on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube.
Well, Kevin, I'm good right now. Except that somebody texted something in, and I don't know what it means, so I have to figure out what this means. Because they said, please rescind your Eagle fandom. I'm not an Eagles fan. I never have been.
Then it should be easy.
So if that's...
Go Birds.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, no.
In the instance where it's a bird versus the seeds that are on the ground, I'm rooting for the birds in that situation. All right, that's the only situation.
I get it.
Or if let's say that there's some humans that are fighting, and bad things, and we send the birds out there to go defeat the humans. I'm rooting for the birds in that one. All right, even if bad humans they exist, Kevin. It happens all the time.
Sure.
So that's why I said what I said. It's on YouTube. It's a huge Eagles fan. Oh, okay. Again, never been an Eagles fan, so I think I'm going to be okay on this one.
Okay.
But yeah, so Kevin,
are you doing good?
It's a Wednesday.
Okay.
Here's one.
Man, feels like a G-bag tease.
Here's one thing.
I'm just kidding. I love you, Dawson.
Hold on.
I love you, Dawson.
Alec,
but
do you have the ability to pull up G-bag's tease for today?
So it's semantical then.
Okay. Because yesterday we were sitting there and Dawson goes, "It's a Tuesday show," and we were like, "There it is. That's the moment." I did get some information this morning that's positive. Can I share some really cool information?
Great.
My son Carter. It sounds like he's going to be on the A team.
Woohoo! With like Mr. T? Yeah.
No, the A team for football. So
well, that's good too.
For the freshman, yeah, he's freshman. So it'd be awesome if he was varsity as freshman, but he's got some work to do.
Yeah.
But it sounds like he's going to be. It sounds like that. I'm not certain yet. We got a scrimmage this weekend. By the way, first game this year, South Lake Carroll. Good luck to us.
The Dragons.
Anyway, so yeah, everything's good though, man. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you for asking.
I don't feel like I ever asked.
Yeah.
I mean, like tell you all these stories.
I
I never
appreciate
asked.
about Gavin Dawson as he always asks.
Mm-hmm.
Alec, how about you? How are you and your minion doing?
I'm not Athena. I don't have minions. But I will say that this morning was off to a rough start.
Oh, no.
Yes, I counted this. I incorrectly typed in my work password 8 times.
Oh, dear.
Over the course of this morning. One of them is because whoever used the computer before me outside, they turned the numlock off. So it was typing in symbols instead. So that, I don't really know if that's my fault or not. The caffeine hadn't kicked in. I'm not checking number lock.
That stands for number lock?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Are you serious?
kidding me?
I never knew that it stood for number lock.
Jeez.
What did you think it was?
I don't know. I never
you
used.
just didn't care.
Yeah, I knew that
that's
if
fair.
I did something,
Kind of valid.
Yeah, I just never.
So now I'm intrigued at the idea of things you didn't know, not because of like you just. I guess you just didn't care. You're like, I guess I could have looked it up. I didn't care.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay, I kind of get that a little bit.
Its function was served.
Yeah,
but I never thought about it. So wow. But caps lock makes sense. I don't know. I don't know why.
Tell me more.
Caps lock always
Numbers
made
lock.
sense. Yeah, capitals.
Caps lock.
Just digging the hole deeper.
Yeah. I don't know.
I think you're doing great.
Thanks, buddy.
I guess.
Now, a couple of people need our help this morning, Alec.
Oh.
And I'm being totally serious here. From the 601, I'm not doing too good, guys. My 77-year-old mom is in the ICU. She is really sick, and I won't be able to make it to her until Friday morning. I hope she pulls out of this. Now, I know this doesn't fix anything because you want to be there in person, but whatever you can do to get a message to somebody who can be in the ICU with her, or I don't know if you're able to contact her directly or not, but I bet she knows that you're feeling for her and thinking of her and love her, and you just get there as quick as you can.
Yeah, that is I've had this happen before where you couldn't be, and it does take some work to get past the idea that they thought something bad of you because you weren't there. But I can, from my experience, because I've been it was a scare. It didn't happen, and they were like, "No, I'm just glad you're okay, and I know you love me. You spent this whole life showing me that."
Yeah.
So that's the part of it. But yeah, if you can get a message, please try to.
And then we go to the business side of things from the 858. I need some blessings, boys. I am at risk of going completely underwater on a huge sale and have only one way to save it. Give me good energy, my guys. Good energy on your way. I hope that one way is a way you find viable and that it works out for you today, tomorrow, or whenever you get to close that deal.
Yeah, if you have to cheat the system, do whatever it takes to get this thing closed.
Man, why does it always go there with us?
When you go to Six Flags, do you always go through the turnstile, or do you ever slip through the turnstile without it turning just so they don't know exactly how many people they had that day?
I have never once tried to circumvent the turnstile at Six Flags.
Cheat the system once, see how it feels.
What is the benefit to you of that?
Just knowing. Knowing you did what you accomplished. You set out to. It's Kevin. Sometimes it's about getting a goal and just achieving that goal. We'll talk more about goals during the C block today.
All right, good. Good to know right there. So in the meantime, man, I always learn a lot in these first 8 minutes of the show.
Oh, I got a lot more.
I know that you do.
But we'll do that tomorrow.
All right, let's start with some Cowboys news and questions of the day. Yes, we have a very intriguing moral compass for you for tomorrow, as well as reactions from the Rams scrimmage. Now, I want to start with y'all. Get your thoughts. Do you get the sense that overall the Cowboys and Cowboys media walked out of this pretty excited about how the scrimmage went? And then my follow-up is part of that because there was such a low bar? You know how we'll talk about how good the defense looks because they know how to assemble and communicate and what a low bar we sent? So the last year, maybe the last 2 years, you just got run off the field and looked like you did not belong in the same sport as the Rams. Does that at least a little bit go into people's positive vibes about yesterday?
Yeah. If Myles Garrett had been there, maybe it's different.
For sure.
Maybe Terrence Steele gets beaten even more.
It sounded like he was not his best day.
Maybe Tyler Guyton, gets a little different look if they're moving Myles back and forth around that defensive line. But I think all I cared about was having some cojones about yourself, having some pride about yourself, and being prepared and knowing the details that you're trying to accomplish. And the defense, at least, somebody posted yesterday, they're like, dude, based on the way Dallas media was, you would think that the Rams didn't even gain a yard yesterday.
Right.
And I was like, come on. But
some Dallas media.
But it was, follow Nick Harris, follow John Michaud. You'll get the right stuff.
Yeah.
Follow Mickey whenever he's on at noon with us every day. But it sounded
not taking video.
It sounded like they had some pride about the work that they wanted to show up with, what they wanted to know about themselves from leaving there too. That's what it sounded like to me, and it sounds like you have a bit of a team that's going to come with a little edge about themselves, and that's what I really needed to know from this.
Now, you mentioned Nick Harris, John Michaud. I thought Tommy Yarish, Joseph Hoyt, Mickey were all great sources of information that I leaned on yesterday, in addition to listening to Vach on G-Bag and just
Vach is fantastic, dude.
Yeah, G-Bag in general. Those are a lot of spots that I got a lot of information from yesterday. So follow and read those people's stuff.
I appreciate you naming the rest. I didn't want to do a Bobby Bell name 100 women thing. So, but I'm glad that you named everybody else.
No, absolutely. And if you think you saw reports that the defense looked like the 85 Bears, just keep in mind that particular person never writes anything bad about the Cowboys. All right, so you want to start offense, defense?
Let's start offense.
All right, offense.
Get offensive.
Dak found Stephen Jones' favorite player for a big gain on a slant, so congratulations to him.
Who is Stephen Jones' favorite player?
Who is Stephen Jones' favorite player? Oh, okay. They connected on a slant. Dak was intercepted in the red zone one time targeting George Pickens, and he also had a touchdown pass to Brevin Spanford in red zone work, and then 2 touchdown passes to CD in red zone work. And I'll be honest, I care more about that than any other offensive stuff that happens in this joint practice and any other practice, and honestly, maybe even in the preseason games. I guess you won't really see the starters there because that was a huge problem for the Cowboys last year. Even though they were 7th in points per game, they were middle of the pack when it came to touchdown conversion rate in the red zone. And so I care about that a lot. And then you made reference to it. Terrence Steele, tough day. Tyler Guyton had to spend some time with the trainers.
But overall, it sounded like he had a good day, aside from the elbow situation that we talked about yesterday.
It scares you a little bit because that has been one of the things that has derailed some of his progress over the years. Probably, is not being able to be out on the field. Defensively, I'm going to go to Nick Harris to start this one, and then we can talk some specifics.
And he spent, from what I understand, most of the time.
I think he spent the entire time
on the defensive side of the ball.
Which makes sense to me. He said his 5 defensive standouts for the Cowboys: Quinnen Williams, Justin Barron, we'll talk about him in just a second, DeMarvion Overshone, Donovan Ezraku, and Savon Rebel. And for Ravel, he intercepted a Stafford pass on a fade ball in the end zone, and he forced a fumble, had 2 pass breakups. Now, his physical style, I still think is going to lend itself to perhaps a PI here and there that you're not really hoping or looking for, but...
And you know what? I can't tell you that every great cornerback has had 0 of those. You know, for being
sure.
Richard Sherman, go look at his career and see how often the physical nature paid off for him.
I'm with you.
Versus that, and I'm not calling him Richard Sherman yet.
I get it.
But you that's part of his game. The holding and tugging and part of it. You got to still be who you are, and then learn at the same time. And that's what Christian Parker said that they're working on the most is you can still do that smartly.
Yeah.
And once we get you figuring out how not to get caught off guard, because if you know the play beforehand, if you know the route beforehand, if you're figuring those things out, then you're not going to look lost reaching and grabbing a guy. It's going to be right there on his hip. And so that's going to be something that I think that we need to watch a little more.
And I realize it's a practice, and they weren't all against Matthew Stafford. But Justin Barron had 3 interceptions as well as multiple stops in the run game. To me, that's amazing, and you got to love that ball hawking skill.
For a position that we think has not enough depth, that's a nice thing to see.
Oh, definitely.
Especially in the middle of that thing. That's great to hear. I feel like I'm going to see more of him during the preseason.
Yeah. And it doesn't operate like a regular game.
Yeah.
And so that might feel inflated because some of the drills they do, but still.
But it's an opponent that's not somebody you're used to seeing for the last 2 weeks.
Right.
And so that means that that's
really good.
Yeah, things that you just aren't going, I've repetition over and over. Now I can take advantage of repetition. No, this is something where you had to use your instincts and see what you saw. But I expect to see now when he plays against Seattle, does he do some more things like this? How much of the film work's going to help him and benefit him? When it comes to Overshone, though, this was so promising to me because I did hear him talk a little bit about being at that position, how much better, more comfortable he's feeling right now. I know the one thing that matters with Overshone for everybody is health.
Yeah.
But seeing his comfort in that role, seeing him fly and seeing him have command of the defense was another thing we needed. Because if he can have all the athleticism and be healthy, but if he doesn't have command of the defense and understand what he's supposed to be doing, then he's filling the wrong gaps like Jalen Smith did.
And can I say you
can't have that.
That's why I liked yesterday's practice because they kind of took some of the bubble wrap off too.
Mm-hmm.
They to a certain extent been constraining him in training camp, and because of everything you said, I understand all of the reasons
athlete
why.
will go out there and do things they shouldn't do in those situations,
Correct.
right? Because that's just who they are.
And this is, you think it's confidence, you think it's cockiness, I don't know. But there was definitely at least a semblance of confidence from the Cowboys after the practice. They ran through their conditioning work while the Rams ran off. Now, that is something that they have done all of training camp, but had some words for the Rams players along the way, including go ahead and walk back in, and we'll see y'all down the road. Now, I appreciate the second one. I don't know if I would go out of my way to piss off the Rams, but, that's just me, and I appreciate it because you got to have a certain level of confidence, or else you're going to get stomped out in this league.
Get ticked off, dude. That's fine.
Okay.
You get ticked off if you want to. You still got to come through us.
Just as long as he doesn't say it ironically like the Cardinals guy.
I think he was being serious. I don't think it was ironically, Kevin.
No, I know, but it was ironic. He just didn't think it was.
He didn't know.
And that's what you never want to make a statement in all seriousness that everyone assumes is ironic. That feels like the just absolute worst. And I want to go back to George Pickens because obviously there was a video, I believe, put out by the Cowboys or maybe in the background of an ESPN live shot where you saw George Pickens having a lot of fun out there. And he has been talking about why he feels so comfortable in Dallas a couple of days ago. And one of the things he said is, it's the type of coaches and the people I'm around. When it's a different vibe and environment, then that's mostly what you're seeing out of me right now. Definitely more light-hearted people. And then he added, so that's the scenario. And then for him, he talked about his maturity, and he goes, definitely, the older you definitely get mature. And I like the balance of that answer. Is different scenery, different people, different coaches, but also different me. Mm-hmm. Because if he just was like all the other stuff, you're like, you were kind of part of all of that too, right? So I just really love that answer from him.
Me too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
When it comes to Rangers news, you're in the right place. Your North Texas baseball show of record is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.
517-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Prescott, three-step drop, standing, looking, deep ball, end zone, Pickens caught it over the shoulder, touchdown Cowboys. There's a good throw by Prescott.
Indeed, and we will start off NFL overreaction or reality with a statement question about Dak Prescott. Don't forget, today in about 2 hours or so, we got Skip Schumacher coming up on the show. Plus, we will have that Gary Clark Jr. giveaway. I love
Gary Clark Jr.
in the noon o'clock. You cannot win these tickets, though.
I still can love Gary Clark Jr.
Fair. Overreaction or reality, and this may or may not be a two-parter. Dak Prescott is the best quarterback in the NFC East.
I would take Dak Prescott over all of the quarterbacks in the NFC East right now.
Pause. Any more thoughts then? Bonus question.
Arvidas a bonus.
At least we're changing it up. Bonus overreaction or reality. Dak Prescott is the best quarterback in the NFC by a lot.
I mean, Sam Darnold's there.
In the NFC East.
Oh, you said East. You just said NFC just now.
East.
I think. Well, it depends on what. Like 50% better than everybody else. That's a lot.
I will let you determine what a lot means to you.
I got him like 20% better than everybody else, and which is a still significant number.
It is.
I think Jalen Hurts is fine and can win. Like he's won a Super Bowl.
Sure.
He was very good in both of those charges to the Super Bowl. I don't think Jaden Daniels is complete yet. And
I would agree.
And still, like with his offensive coordinator, he's got a lot of work to do. And Jackson Dart is very far from it. So I think the experience that comes along with Dak, plus he's shown the ability to do it a lot of times. And the injury seasons have always been the biggest problems for him. So yeah, I think 20% better. So if that's a lot, then yes.
Okay. Alec, we'll start with part one, which makes sense. Overreaction or reality, Dak Prescott is the best quarterback in the NFC East.
Yes. Reality.
Part two, Dak Prescott is the best quarterback in the NFC East by a lot.
Hear that, Corey? He didn't say bonus for me. He said part two.
Because he knew.
I need to find somebody's name who rhymes with two. Jeez, that's going to be
the
tough.
Pooh.
Huh. I like the route you went. But I would say reality. Yes, to your part two. I do think that he's better by a stretch, for sure.
Okay.
Jackson Dart's a meathead. Jalen Hurts isn't good anymore. And Jaden Daniels needs to stay healthy because his team sucks. So, yes, I think so.
How much does Jackson Dart being a meathead impact your general thoughts about his talent level?
Yes.
Okay. Overreaction or reality? Jalen Waddle is the missing piece for Bo Nix and the Broncos offense.
It's a good.
Not to say they were poor offensively, but they were fine.
I don't think overreaction.
Okay.
I don't think he's the missing piece. But this is like adding in my mind. This is like giving. You had Pickens and then you added CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
On a smaller level, like on a B+ level, because I think Jalen Waddle's very good. I think that Courtland Sutton's very good as well. And again, I will fight to the death. You can argue with me if you want about it. I think they were a Bo Nix away from being in the Super Bowl.
I gotcha.
And then that game looks different to me. So I don't think the missing piece, because I don't think that Stiddy would have benefited that much more from having Jalen Waddle last year.
Okay.
Stiddy is who Stiddy is.
Right.
But I think Bo Nix definitely will benefit from having him on the field. But I think it's overreaction.
Would you watch a show called Sex and the City?
I didn't watch that other show.
Okay, so but this one's
the
got a
one that
football
was in
player.
the city. So I don't know.
Probably not. All right, Alec.
The whole cast was very attractive.
Overreaction or reality? And on the fan text, if you want to rank the four main Sex and the City characters, knock yourself out. Jalen Waddle is the missing piece for Bo Nix and the Broncos offense.
Reality. They needed another playmaker. Honestly, I kind of wish it was a running back that they added.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, too.
I wish they went running back if they were going to make a splash move, because I think having 3 okay running backs is not as good as having that dude that can tote the rock for you. But having another option for Bo Nix, because outside of Cortland Sutton, their wide receiver room is kind of like their running back room.
Yeah.
It's like 3 guys who can combine to give you the numbers of a wide receiver too. So they needed another explosive piece. I just kind of wish it was a running back, but hey, they got a piece.
And by the way, multiple people on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line saying that in part 2 of the question, I did say NFC and not NFC East. So I'm glad we clarified that. Overreaction.
Yeah, otherwise we would have had a really weird situation, you know?
I really would have put you to the test if you think Sam Darnold is better than Dak, which I'm assuming you do not.
Super Bowl champion, Kevin. I mean, how can you argue with
so
that?
is Jalen Hurts, and you just said he's not better.
That was years ago.
Okay. Overreaction or reality? You spend an unreasonable amount of time researching and prepping for your fantasy draft.
What's unreasonable?
Again, I will allow you to define that.
Then no.
Okay, but
this
hold on.
is exactly what it takes.
See, but hold on. We've all done a task that you're like, I spent too much time on this, but I might as well finish it off now.
Yeah, but to be a champion, you have to know you have to know how much you can do, you know? And there's never enough to be a champion, Kevin. So I know it's exactly the amount of time that I should. Now, I have spent unreasonably small amounts of time doing it before and still had the same success.
Does that undercut the rest of what you said then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Corey. Yeah, thank you, Corey and Boach. There have been times when I've been like, I am not prepared for this draft. And then still somehow something worked out. But I do feel like you really want to have a plan, dude. Yeah. You want to go into this thing with being like, okay, if I'm 7th in this draft right now, what can I do?
Yeah.
You don't want to be first because you have the chore of taking the wrong running back. That's what's going to happen. You're going to take the wrong running back.
So you're 2nd or 3rd, and you're like, I took the guy that was left.
I took the third best guy. You chumps are the ones that took the dummies. Your guy's you're first. You took the guy that you like the most. He gets hurt.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
All right, Alec, then we go to you. Overreaction or reality? You will spend an unreasonable amount of time researching and prepping for your fantasy draft.
Reality. I'm not afraid to admit it. I have been watching training camp footage from other teams to figure out who my 4th wide receiver is going to be.
Sicko.
Dude, what you have to do, Alec, this is just what you're supposed to do, all right? This isn't too much time, dude. This is what you're supposed to do to be a champion.
I think I watched as much college tape of Jordan Tyson leading into the draft as I have watched him run routes on air at training camp for the Saints.
All right, overreaction or...
Ask you this real quick,
Tell
Kevin.
me.
This isn't an overreaction or not overreaction.
I will adjust accordingly.
How often does the entire fantasy draft room say, good pick to the guy that takes the first pick?
Never. They only are there to tell you it was stupid if you pick the wrong person. You're like, a receiver?
That's nobody ever
Hell
goes,
league are you in?
Good
Yeah.
pick with that one.
Yeah.
Everybody's always like, ha! You got it wrong.
Yeah. Oh, you took Bijan. Really went out on a limb
Like
there.
it's Adrian Peterson.
Yeah.
Why would that be the wrong guy to take?
Overreaction or reality? Max Crosby could do for the Cowboys what Charles Haley did for the franchise 3+ decades ago. Leads them to the promise.
So, at that point, you were certain that this team had everything it needed except this.
Yep.
So, and I'm not there yet with this team.
Okay.
I still think you need one more piece in addition to Max Crosby.
I gotcha.
And now maybe again, maybe Overshown shows me I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe Winters shows me, you're wrong, Corey. That's it. We're good. And so far, yesterday, Winters had a really damn good practice. Justin Barron had a damn good practice. So maybe I'm wrong about that too. I think that's what the Cowboys are waiting for. I think the Cowboys are waiting for this group in these practices and all this to prove to them that they're that one piece away. I really do think that that's what Steven and Jerry have been kind of insinuating is we got work to get to know what we still lack. And sometimes you don't know what you lack until somebody comes in there and punches holes in everything.
Yeah.
So I think that's what I think they are 2 pieces away.
Okay.
But give us through the rest of this training camp to see what else we got. But right now, I'm seeing better from Overshown and Winters than I expected.
NFL overreaction or reality goes to you then, Alec. Max Crosby could do for the Cowboys what Charles Haley did for the franchise 3+ decades ago.
Reality. I think he could. I think they are close enough to where, again, we talked about it a lot throughout this offseason where, especially at edge rusher, you're going to be a by committee kind of team. And it's not because you have a bunch of bum players. It's because that's what the system calls for. But I bet Christian Parker would like to have that one guy that stays on the field.
Yeah, because it ain't because you got a bunch of studs either.
Exactly. You're somewhere in the middle, which is okay. You saw the Seahawks have a ton of success with that same exact method. But I bet CP would love to have that guy that's going to play all 3 downs and say, well, he's going to get home more times than not. And I do think that even if you don't think Max Crosby his knee has, 3, 4, 5 years left in it, the next 2 years could be something special.
All right, then, based on your question, Kevin, I now turn this on you.
Oh!
Overreaction or reality, you don't believe in Donovan Ezeraku this year. And I'm not saying that your question that you believed in the Max Crosby thing. But
I get it. I don't. I believe he will take a big step forward, but it will be a step that is not enough for that level.
So you're willing to say that you don't think he's Max Crosby?
Sure.
We have James Houston.
I mean,
valid point, Kevin.
Look, I said we didn't need Micah because of that. So I make some bold defensive statement. No, I absolutely think Ezeraku will be better, but I still think you're like year 3 to you're like, holy moly.
Makes sense.
If he gets to that level.
Makes sense.
All right, you guys want one more?
Let's do it.
One more.
Don't be scared.
Overreaction or reality? A team like the Jets, or maybe even the Cardinals, should trade for J.J. McCarthy when his value is at its seemingly lowest point.
Should?
Yeah.
Or would most likely?
I'll say should.
Because all I can think of is the Cardinals being like, dude, why would we do that? We got Carson Beck.
Yeah. And I'll be like, and when he turns out like J.J. McCarthy, at least you'll have 2 of them. And you can see who's better.
But you already have Jacoby Brissett. At least he's a veteran,
Yeah, so you have old J.J. McCarthy and Carson Beck.
This makes sense if you ever thought J.J. McCarthy could play at this level.
Sure, and that's the idea,
If you're a team that was scouting him and you were like, man, Vikings, smart decision, then absolutely. If you're a team that was looking at him and they were like, dude, we think we might be able to get JJ in the 2nd round, then, yeah, go ahead and do that because low would work. But, yeah, you'd have to really have already wanted him.
Okay.
And I don't know how many teams did.
That is a good question. Alec, we go to you to wrap it up for the day. Overreaction or reality, a team like the Cardinals or the Jets should trade for J.J. McCarthy with his value seemingly at its lowest point.
Reality, because I think it's simple math. It ultimately leads them to the same place they want to be, the position to draft Dante Moore or Arch Manning. So I think the result is unchanged. Go for it.
Ouch. Not a glowing review from Mr. McCarthy. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about those Rangers to lead off baseball nuggets right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
0-1 the count to Foscue. Here's the pitch. A swing and a line shot to left field. It is right at Siri. He makes the catch and the ball game's over. The Angels have won it by the score of 3-2.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's fire up some baseball nuggets. And unfortunately, we have to talk about the Rangers dropping another game against a terrible team.
That's deuce right there.
Yeah, and this is, I think, the 8th time in the second half of the season, something preposterous like that they have been at 500 yet again.
20th, I believe. I feel like it's...
it does feel like a lot for sure, but now you're at 60-60. Now, you still have the opportunity to take 3 of 4. I will tell you that I will view 2-2 in this series as an absolute loss, regardless of what the playoff standings look like, just because, I mean, Baltimore is not good, but the Angels are terrible.
Sean McFarland said last night the Rangers are 500 for a league high 20th time this season.
And it's, I think, 8th time since the start of the second half.
Okay.
Yes.
20 times still is ridiculous, Kevin.
I mean, that makes sense, though, doesn't it? Because this is the most mediocre team in the history of mediocrity. Oh, maybe only 6. Good job.
And we're still in it.
I know. Thankfully,
it's amazing.
Because of a historic, terrible AL, you're absolutely still in it. But, like, it feels like it's the anti-Roddy Piper, right? When he's like, just when you think you have the answers, I change the question.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like for the Rangers, just when you think you have the answers, I ask the exact same question, so it's probably wrong this time.
You're right, because there was a moment when you felt like the Rangers offense found something.
Sure.
And you were like, what's the pitching doing? And now here we are again, and it feels like the offense just can't do what it needs to win a game like last night.
Right.
When you left 8 runners on. And you're like, what? Why is the offense in these moments so inept? And Skip last night after the game was like, I think they were a little too anxious, at the plate to try and do these things. I think there's some, he's got all these feelings about it. But Kevin, if he had the answer to it, we wouldn't have to worry about this. As you told me this morning, I was like, hey, can you, and yes, if he could figure that out, we'd be just fine.
Yeah.
But they're just kind of hovering and teetering right in that area to feel like they got something.
Yeah, it's annoying because I know that you can look at it from the perspective of they have won 5 of their last 7. That is absolutely true. But you're looking at this stretch and you're like, man, really feels like we could have won all 7 of those. Or at least if you would have won last night, you would have clinched at least a split of this series, which I still don't think is good enough. And it would have won 6 of 7, would be back in first place in the division and all of that.
Are we 5 games into my 13-3 prediction?
I think that is correct.
5 or 6. Okay, so
we're
5,
3-2.
And they're 3-2. So they have to go. They can only lose one more game the rest of the way.
10-1.
All right.
Or worst case scenario, 9-1.
That's what I have to tell Skip later today. Look, if you want me to be correct, Skip.
Right.
I need y'all to go 10-1.
This is a pretty heavy shot at Tank Top Tuesday yesterday too.
This is tough, man. But you know what? This is actually, it makes sense. Kids started school yesterday, which is stupid. Doesn't make any why would you do that?
Mm-hmm.
It's a Tuesday, all right? Let alone Tank Top Tuesday.
Mm.
And B, I forgot it was Tank Top Tuesday because the kids started school yesterday.
Right.
Remember I had to turn around and almost hit that old guy.
Oh my God! Yes.
I didn't, but he thought I was going to.
Oh yes, I remember. I do.
Why would I do that on Tank Top Tuesday?
Now the Rangers did some more shuffling. They picked up Jared Kelenic from AAA Round Rock, designated Jonah Bride for assignment, and Danny Jansen was sent to Round Rock on a rehab assignment. You've kind of seen this rinse and repeat with the designated for assignment, get assigned back to the minor league camps with the idea that you could eventually be brought back up. So that could be the case for Bride, just like it was with Kelnick before that. So, just keep an eye out on that. But it's frustrating because the Rangers continue to spin their wheels. One positive from this, it would be remiss if we didn't discuss it, is Cody Bradford.
Okay.
Cody Bradford with efficiency.
It was awesome, dude.
Who cares if he didn't strike out a whole bunch of people? You give up 3 runs in 7 innings, which should really be a quality start. I will take that every single time. I guarantee you, Skip and the Rangers would take that every single time. And that's the great thing about Cody Bradford at a time where, even CY said with the G-Bag Nation on Monday, they're monitoring the innings for Rocker. They're monitoring his effectiveness as well to maybe kind of determine what you might do down the road with Montgomery, going back to Quantrill even. It's just 2 starts, but you got to feel pretty dang good about what you've seen from Bradford.
Efficient.
Yes.
And we discussed this a little bit last week with Skip, and that was, it just seems like nothing gets to him. He's very heady. There was a moment during the Evan Carter, Wyatt Langford fly ball situation where Cody Bradford did look like what's happening right now. And then he was like, yeah, good job, Evan. But the thing is, he doesn't have dominating stuff, right?
For sure.
Like, nothing is dominating. He just pitches well.
And I used to always think that about Montgomery as well, is you would finish a game and you're like, I'll be damned. Good job.
Yeah, how did we have this game against them?
I don't really know.
He didn't throw 99 the whole time. He just went out there and I'm going to bring this up with Skip too. He changed eye level and speed, which Mike talked about constantly when we were on the show. And we're on the way to the World Series, and that's what Nathan Eovaldi and Jordan Montgomery did the whole time, right? You're going up against the Astros, you're changing eye level and speed. Just kind of putting it up here, putting it down there, and all of a sudden they're like strikeout, or that's what he did last night. Now he did get hit hard a couple times, but once he got out of that, once he got past 49 pitches or something, he was in cruise control after that.
Are you concerned at all? And maybe we can ask Skip this as well. About a week ago, I asked y'all if you were concerned about Wyatt Langford lingering issues from having to lead the game. Going back 2 weeks now, 2.5 weeks. Those issues have remained. It could just be one of the normal slumps of baseball, but it is extended out because he has been horrendous offensively as of late. And hey, I don't know if you knew this or not, Corey Seager did come off the IL. Now, he hasn't really made a lick of difference whatsoever. In fact, I believe he has 2 whole extra base hits, and he continues just a horrendous offensive season by not only his standards, I think by anybody's standards.
Yeah. So I'm kind of curious if you're going to ask this question to him. Do you ask it in a, what is your plan to get these guys on track? What do you think you can do? The movement of Wyatt's hands seemed to be it, and then since he hit himself in the foot, he hasn't been the same dude.
Yeah.
So how do you think you can get these dudes back in that place? I don't know exactly how to, but I feel like that's a good one.
Yeah.
Kevin, I said it best when I asked it that way.
Okay. I like it. I will try to do it just like that.
Can I give you an update on something that I've been tracking?
Please.
Logan O'Hoppe. Had a double last night.
Hey.
And a home run.
That's what Corey Seager's done in his entire return from IL.
Since he's arrived here, he's had only 2 games where he hasn't had a hit. And that's, I think, in like 10 games. And he has now added a home run to it. And he's got 5 doubles. Kevin?
Corey Seager's had 4 games.
I'm sorry, 6 doubles.
Oh, okay.
O'Hoppe can't play shortstop. He's a catcher.
I'm just saying.
So I think it's time to go ahead and bring this bat up.
Okay. I mean, look, yes is my answer. Regardless of anybody you bring up. If they are getting extra base hits, my answer is definitively, well, let's at least look at it, if not say yes. All right. Let's discuss Paul Skeens. Things continue to be brutal for Paul Skeens. He exited the game yesterday after 5 innings and 65 pitches. The Pirates manager, Don Kelly, who is no doubt essing himself about the situation, said it wasn't injury related, and he thought taking Paul Skeens out of the game, quote, gave us the best chance to win. Skeens doesn't disagree. He said, quote, if I were the manager, I would have probably done that too. Now, here are these striking comparisons side by side. And Skeens kind of sort of addressed this by talking about how many more 30 or 35 pitch innings he's had this year, which is a byproduct of his struggles. His four-seamer is down 2.5 miles per hour. 2 miles per hour. His sinker is about where it has remained, but from 2 years ago, but year over year, it's down 1 mile per hour. So his velocity has just really, really fallen off. I hope it's just an off year, too many poor singular innings, but I do worry about Paul Skeens, and I'm sure the Pirates do as well. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with member of the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame and Dallas Power head coach Nancy Lieberman next right here on The Fan.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now we are joined by member of the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame and the Women's Basketball Hall of Fame and a whole bunch of other Hall of Fames, Dallas Power head coach Nancy Lieberman. Good morning.
How are you guys?
Man, we're doing super well, and I imagine you are doing well too, as the Dallas Power are cruising into the Big Three semifinals, which are this weekend at the American Airlines Center.
Well, we're pretty excited. You're 9 in the league and 8 for me as coaching, but more importantly, I thought it was one of the best years that the league has ever had as far as talent, new NBA guys coming in. And we were 7-1, and yes, we won the regular season. That's over. That's behind us right now. Everybody, the 4 teams, Dr. J, Gary Payton, Michael Cooper, myself, that's pretty stout, right? Coaching.
Yes.
And it's going to be a battle. And, we play against Michael Cooper. They won last year. We lost by a couple buckets to Miami 305 last year in Dallas in the semis for us to go to the finals. So, we keep receipts like everybody else.
Well, okay, with that in mind, then, is Miami also the only team that defeated you in the regular season this year?
We did, and I'm going to give them credit because Lance hit a 4-point shot when we had a little mix-up on a switch. And then Beasley hit a 3 from the corner. I will say this, and I've said it to my team. We missed 6 foul shots. In this league, 6 foul shots is 12 points. And I think we lost by 4. And you can't leave that many points on the board. Because not only that, we had them in a place where if you knock down your foul shot with the rules that Cube has, and they're over the limit, we get the ball back, so we take possession strategically away from Lance Stevenson and Michael Beasley, and we did not execute on that, and so therefore we have to get better. We haven't missed a foul shot since that game, which is unreal.
That's nice.
I'll bet. Yeah, you can. The players can be motivated for sure. Now, you talked about kind of the upgrade or how much better the talent has gotten. Obviously, unbelievable coaches. Do you feel like that's been reflected in terms of audience excitement and the attendance and all those things?
Considering that this was World Cup this summer, right? Our TV ratings on CBS, they've been up about, the last time I looked, it was 23 or 24%. The arenas have been packed. It was packed at TD. It was packed in Houston. It was packed in Miami, in Fort Lauderdale a couple weeks ago. So the arenas, Chicago, Wintrust was sold out. So we really feel comfortable about where we are as a league, and we're growing. And you saw where the valuation of the Big Three is $290 million, which is unreal.
Yeah.
So Cube and Jeff Quantinence are building this for long-term sustainability, and even like with our partnerships, whether it's partnering with Prostate Cancer Foundation, to save the lives of men, specifically Black men. We're doing so many things. There's the visible and the invisible. And I love where the league is going, and we're innovators in rules with Bring the Fire. 1 foul shot is 2 points. If you get fouled in 3, you should take a shot from 3. If you make it, you get 3 points. It just tightens up the time of the game. So Bring the Fire, by the way, is in the middle of the game on a shooting foul. If I don't think my guy fouled you, then I can hit the red button and all the flames go up and all that crazy stuff in the arena.
Got to have some showmanship.
But and the great stuff about that is it takes about 2 minutes or less. You play one-on-one. If we make it, we get the 2 points. If they stop us, they get the ball. I like those rules. By the way, the NBA was experimental with the G League with 1 foul shot, 2 points. So I think Cube's onto something here.
I'm always curious how much different is strategizing for 3-on-3 versus 5-on-5. And was it a big change for you, or you're like, no, we ran stuff like this all the time, just on a smaller fashion?
Well, I'm glad you said that, because on a basketball court, right? Everything pretty much is a triangle.
She's drawing it up right now for us.
My little triangle right there.
Love it. Yes.
So that's a triangle. And then you have two people on the weak side. So in the NBA, if these guys on the triangle side get past somebody, there's weak side defense that rotates over. Then it's called second side offense. Now you got two on one on the weak side. This is concept basketball. You've never seen 10 guys on one side of the floor.
Right.
And it's its purest form strategically of passing and cutting and movement and spacing. And then we have the putback rule. If a ball gets deflected or a shot gets blocked or there's a turnover, like in the schoolyards, it's a putback. You don't have to clear it. So it's its purest form, and you have to be basketball alert. The fans are loving it. I mean, our fan base is pretty dope. It's amazing. There's young kids, there's old kids, there's girls, there's boys, there's white people, there's black people, there's Muslims, you name the people in the arena. And most of the time, they don't look the same, but they love the game and they love the players, and they just, the music, the excitement, it's not just corporate suits.
Right, exactly.
It's the real, and there are a lot of corporate suits who are just basketball fans, but they show up with their peers in suits. Hey man, just come to the game as you are. Cube, we have great music, we have great artists. It's like going to a concert. It could be Cube performing in between games. It could be, one of his incredible friends performing. The whole thing is an incredible show, but the game is the game, and iron sharpens iron. And it is a physical game. And you have to be mentally, physically tough, play through contact. And it's really a battle of the titans. And we want to be those. We don't want to be dogs. We don't want to be, Howard doesn't want to be a dog. We want to be a wolf, because wolf eats dogs.
Talk with Nancy Lieberman right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I got a real kick out of this. Before we did radio, we were in the newspaper business, and when I'm looking at the roster, looking at the team, TJ Klein is somebody that I covered at Plano West. What is it like? For me, it's really cool, but what is it like having your son on the team?
It's amazing. I'm recently now looking at my schedule for therapy. It's look, Ken Griffey, he played with his son, right? The Griffeys, how great is that? Who was it? Gordie Howe played with two of his sons with the Arrows, hockey. Here, LeBron and Bronny, everybody bitches about, I can't. If you have a chance to play with your kid, and I have a chance to coach my kid, and anybody who knows me knows that if TJ could not play at this level, one, he wouldn't be playing for me, and two, I'd put him in the portal. And some people would say that'd be child abuse, but it's not. I have a responsibility to our players and to this league. And TJ last year was voted most improved. He's up for the 4th Man of the Year award, which is like the 6th Man of the Year award. We don't know when those will be named. There's some great players. These are all voted on by your peers, the Dwight Howards, the Lance Stephensons, Michael Cooper. So TJ's come a long way. He has just dedicated his career. He loves playing overseas, but he loves playing in the Big Three. And it's what I've noticed when TJ was at Plano West and then he went to Richmond and then overseas, the better the competition, the better he has accelerated his game. And don't look at his color, don't look at his name, just look at his game.
Would he give us a super positive scouting report at all times as you as a coach?
He'd say, "Mother, your tone. You're too tough. Your generation. You when something went wrong, you took dirt and you just rubbed it on yourself." And I went, "Yeah, That's what we did in the 70s, 80s, 90s. So we're trying to blend culture, generation. You know what I've learned so much from TJ, and I really admire him. There's EQ and IQ, right? Emotional intelligence and intellectual intelligence. He has both. But he's taught me to be a better listener, and I fail mightily with that because I'm a problem solver. But Teach has done such a great job of saying, Mom, I didn't ask for your opinion. I wanted you to hear me. And I've had to say I'm sorry a lot, but he's made me better at listening to my players. It was a close game the other day, and he came to the huddle before I went in, and he goes, everything has to be positive. Everything has to be upbeat, and we win this game. And I went in the huddle like, we're playing great. You're doing a great job. I didn't even draw a play. You just keep playing as hard as you can play. This is what we've waited for. Boom, we went out and scored 2 buckets and won the game against the triplets, Dr. J's team.
How finger on pulse so important. How fortunate are Dr. J and Gary Payton to get to coach against you?
Look, I love those guys. Literally, I went from the game we played in Miami, snuck into Phoenix because they honored the 30-year anniversary of the inaugural team, which is super cool. They did it with class personified. And then I left for Oakland because Gary had his charity event in golf, and I wanted to show up for him. And that's what, when I have something here with, Dream Ball and Nancy Lieberman Charities, Julia shows up, Cube shows up. That's what we do for each other. Awesome. Even though Julius has his name on the trophy, you don't think he wants to hand it to himself?
Right.
I'm doing everything in my power not to let that happen. And then I hug him and say, I love you. We care. Michael Cooper. Mike's been a great friend. Man, this guy's won everywhere. Not only did he win, all those 5 rings in LA, but he's won a championship coaching the Sparks. He's won a championship in the Big 3. I think he might have won a championship in the G League. He's won everywhere. He's really unbelievable coach, and he's got Beasley and Lance Stevenson. That's 45 points a game right there, and he knows how to coach emotion. So the 4 of us, it's going to be a battle in Dallas, and it'll be sold out at the AAC on Saturday. There's a celebrity game at 11 o'clock. Cube and Drexler, they coach the celebrity teams. And then 12 o'clock is the first game with the Ball Hogs and Triplets. And then we are the second game at 1 o'clock with Dallas Power against Miami 305. It's going to be great. I have a list of media I've done since early this morning, and I get excited 8 years later. I just love this league, and I love that man, and I want all his hard work to pay off.
And you can get tickets at big3.com. You can also go to Ticketmaster. But I got to know, since we said the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame, but also the Women's Basketball Hall of Fame, while you are enjoying success in the Big 3, what are your thoughts about the growth, success, and seemingly continuous controversy in the WNBA?
Let me start with the positive. We are at a time where we're in tremendous growth in a lot of different areas. I'll start with economically. By and large, all the players that have signed contracts now will be millionaires if they're not already millionaires for 4 months. Pretty good gig. They've worked really hard. A'ja Wilson is clearly the best player in the world. 3 championships, 4 MVPs, Defensive Player of the Year. One of the nicest, kindest, amazing human beings you'll ever meet. And she has a tremendous effect on her team. Look at what Olivia Miles has done, why Nafisa Collier was out for most of the season. Olivia she's box office.
Yeah.
She's breaking records left and right. Look what we have in Dallas with Paige Beckers. This might be the best Wings team that I've seen, with Enrique and AZ and Jessica Shepard and Jose Fernandez has done a remarkable job, coaching, pushing, taking them to the next level. And Paige is Paige. I mean, she's one of the top 10 players or better in this league right now. You know, Caitlin, Sophie, Aaliyah Boston. I could go down a litany of some of the great players right now in the league, and they're on Washington, they're on Seattle, they're everywhere. So, you know, I love watching, and I love going to Wings games, and not just to see the Wings, who I love and support, but to also make sure that the players on the other team know that I'm here. It's very important for me to give them a hug and shake a hand of a young person and let them know that we have a sisterhood, just like the men have a brotherhood. And it doesn't matter if you were Bill Russell, or it doesn't matter if you're Ant right now. You know, we will always be a family in this thing we call the WNBA. Growing pains is tough, and a lot of this is social media has, you know, agitated people, or, you know, everybody has an opinion, and apparently we're entitled to it outside of our league. There's new fans, there's new anger, there's new happiness, there's new, hey, today's the 12th, what are we protesting today? I don't subscribe to that personally, but I can't deny other people's feelings. And, you know, the W is going through that right now. And look, Dejanay is a hell of a player, and there's the physicality in the league. I was probably worse than her, right? I had the first fight in WNBA history. My team had the first brawl. I'm not saying that, you know, with pleasure. That's how I grew up playing at Rucker Park and playing against men for 17 years because I didn't have the W. These women are big, they're strong, they're physical. Was it a cheap foul? Yeah, it was a cheap foul. She's not the only one in the league who does it. I'm sorry, Charles Oakley. I'm sorry, you know, Meta World Peace. I'm sorry, Alonzo Mourning. Anthony Mason. It's happened in the league. Remember the Jordan rules?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Every game, Lambier and Mahorn were knocking the hell out of him. How are we going to navigate that? Give her two technicals, you know, send her to the locker room. Now, what I don't agree on, and I haven't seen her, it's not white privilege. I'm sorry. You can't use that all the time. Everything in the world can't be just racist or white privilege. I know Black people who are the most incredible human beings in the whole world. I was celebrated by Black America in my youth. In some cases, I was tolerated by white people because I was a girl playing in a man's world, growing up, you know, playing in the projects in Rucker Park. So I'm sorry, I won't play that game. Just say you're sorry. Just don't go in the locker room when you're emotional. And if she wanted to hear that as a sister in the game, I'd say not the right time to get on that. Don't get mad at Caitlin Clark because she's hitting logo threes. Michael Jordan changed the course of the NBA in 1984. He changed the salary. He changed collective bargaining. He changed media, selling out arenas, higher attendance, more money. Players became instantly pretty much had generational wealth. Same thing with Tiger Woods. Look what he did in the early 90s for the golf tour. Lily White, he changed that. More people, fan attendance, the ratings went up, sponsorships went up. It benefited the players because purses went up. You got to have people like that. Just because Caitlin Clark is part of the in the lead in the economic engine, do not get mad at her. It's okay. I mean, play hard against her. I'm sure she wouldn't want it any other way, but don't take it out on her because you're all benefiting. And what I say all the time, men don't go and get into each other's money. That's an unwritten rule in any sport. So you can't turn around and go, well, she got a shoe before me or I got a shoe before her. Stop it. We got plenty of people with shoes right now. Kelsey Plum has a shoe. Sabrina Ionescu has a shoe. Stewie in New York has a shoe. Asia has a shoe. Angel, who's having her best year ever in the league. I mean, she's virtually unstoppable when she's around the basket. She has her shoe. It's okay that Caitlin gets a shoe, and we got to stop the pettiness. And just the long-term goal should be there's a 2-year-old that nobody knows. And in 20 years, that 2-year-old is going to make $15-20 million a year, just like the men, because of the unpaid pioneers. Paid pioneers that are playing right here. I know this is hard to understand, but Asia Wilson is a pioneer. Caitlin Clark is a pioneer. Kelsey Plum, Skylar Diggins, they're pioneers, and they're helping the next generation. That's what we do. So sometimes we have to think clearly about and being purposeful and intentional. But at the end of the day, women's sports, the W. Look what happened in Dallas with the Dallas Pulse winning $1 million.
Yeah.
Did you guys cover the fact that they won $1 million in their first year as an expansion team?
It's crazy.
But did we give them the media they deserved?
Yeah,
no,
probably not. Yeah,
no, and that bothers me because we need to do this with, FC Trinity. We need to do this with the Wings. We need to do this with the Dallas Pulse. We need to do this with other women's sports because right now our ratings are soaring, and sometimes in other leagues they're leveling off. So we're in a great economic time in women's sports. We are a business. We're not a girls' club.
Man, I really appreciate all of the insight right there.
Yeah.
Saturday at the American Airlines Center. You can get tickets at big3.com or on Ticketmaster. Women's, actually just basketball trailblazer. Nancy Lieberman, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
And I hope you come out to the game.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go, everybody.
Maybe you can rap with Cube.
Okay. Oh,
Lose
man.
Lose that thought. Sorry.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, there you go, man. An opportunity of a lifetime. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the Spurs say the quiet part out loud next on The Fan. 33. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where guess what? People have thoughts about that Nancy Lieberman interview, especially that last part of it. Feel free to keep sending in those conversations. We will try to respond to as many as we can. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medford Plex. 877-881-1053. It seems like you're using that text line a lot today, especially after that interview.
Oh, I'm saying, man. And you know what? I think most of them are all agree, disagree, good faith discussions.
Yes, it's just interesting. The power of an interview and the power of a powerful voice like Nancy Lieberman, who I can test what I would text in. I think she's a fan of the payload, cutting into my time. I think Peyton was in on this.
You know what? I almost offered if you wanted to flip this in gridiron because I realized we did wrong.
No, this just fuels my agenda that I think Peyton set me up here. I don't think this was a good deed interview here. I think this was a scheme. I think it was a scandal.
Yes, so, I usually do set up the 11 o'clock segment to really F you over.
Yeah, I think Peyton's paying you under the table.
Mm-hmm.
I hear he's got commercials now. He's got the extra money to pay you.
That's a good point.
Yeah, he's big time.
And I'm glad somebody's got commercials.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. About that. Anyways, we got the question of the day, and then I got some audio for you. Comes from Hard Knocks, the best show that you should never watch because it's highlight
did not
culture.
Watch that, did you?
No,
okay.
I didn't. Yeah, I saw this clip on Twitter.
The best show you should never watch because it's highlight culture.
Would you
just
rather,
like I did with Rocky.
Yeah, Corey highlight cultured Rocky.
Man, I finally saw the preview for I Play Rocky. It looks really good.
Doesn't it?
It does. Alec, would you rather watch the entire season of Hard Knocks or the Hall of Fame game 2 more times?
The Hall of Fame game 2 more times because that game was entertaining.
3 or 4 more times. I mean, have you not gone back and watched the film on it yet?
Absolutely not.
I've already broken down every single snap.
There's no chance in hell that has happened.
You're telling me that 3rd and 8 in the middle of the second quarter wasn't one of the most electric plays you've ever
I'm
seen?
going to assume that play happened.
I don't know.
I'm just sad I can't draft Haynes King as my starter right now.
Good if you had the guts.
Because he's injured, so I have to
That
wait.
doesn't mean you can't.
That
He's
would be
still draft
stupid.
eligible.
That would be stupid, though.
You could stash him on IR.
Yeah, you got a good point there.
So if he was healthy.
You're cutting into Alex.
Oh my gosh. The question of the day. Today is National Vinyl Record Day.
Oh.
It is National Vinyl Record Day. So I juggled a couple of question of the day options, but Aiden Butler helped me pick this one. If you were stuck with one album to listen to for the rest of your life, what album are you picking? 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as always.
All right, you guys are going to make fun of me.
No.
For this. You're going to make fun of me for this a lot. But I want to be honest with you.
Scared?
The original cast recording from London of Phantom of the Opera. I love Phantom of the Opera. Is there a tiny part of me that thinks I could do a one-person Phantom of the Opera because I know most all of the musical cues? A little bit. But I think I would pick that because I'll tell you the other reason. The whole deal is almost 2 hours long. So you're spacing it out a little bit more before you have to go back. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not going to make fun of you for that one.
Yes!
I actually don't hate that logic. I really don't. It's actually intriguing. I'm kind of changing my tune now.
All right, this. I'd put a lot of thought into this morning, actually.
Huh.
And I'm in a weird situation here.
Yeah.
Because I have oftentimes gone through on like non-skip CDs. You know, you just I'm listening to the whole thing. And for me, it's always been Jimmy Eat World, Bleed American. Like that album right there, I can just put it on, play the whole thing.
How special is it when you find an album like that? Like
Stuff.
a no-skip
Like Crash was like that too with Dave Matthews.
Yeah.
That was a fantastic album, except for maybe one song. But then again, I still will listen to it.
It's tough.
But then I was like, but am I going to listen to that album over and over on this island for the rest of my life?
Right.
I could. But I think it's like 12 songs. So I did cheat a little here, Alec.
Oh.
I went with the double disc greatest hits from Tupac Shakur.
Oh,
that's a good one.
Disc 2.
I didn't even consider a greatest
Yeah,
hits.
thank you.
And I should have picked the Queen one.
Dang it!
Disc 2 features I Get Around, California Love, Picture Me Rolling, To Live and Die in L.A., and Changes, which I know was the hit off that. But this freaking album, it's the compilation greatest hits album, and then disc 1's fantastic too. But disc 2, I could play that, all day long. I used to in high school too, just driving around all the time. So that would probably be the one right there that I'm going to take. Again, 25 songs. So now I have even more songs to work with. So
that's smart. I like it.
You know what? I'm changing my answer. It was going to be
It
was going to be The News of the World by Queen.
Now you're going to go with that three disc best of, right?
No, I'm going to a totally different artist. I'm going someone modern. I'm actually taking the Highlights, the greatest hits album by The Weeknd, because he explores so many genres that I feel like I wouldn't get tired of anything too quick because he switches up the flow.
What if for every 5 times you listen to that album, you had to watch his terrible HBO show all the way through?
I mean, I would just face away from the screen because the soundtrack to that show is freaking awesome.
Yeah.
So, so like Mike Dean produced the whole thing, and anything Mike Dean produces, I will listen to. So I will just put a paper bag over my head if I have to.
if you really want to cheat, though, Kevin, on this thing, George Strait's Straight Out the Box that had like 7 albums on it.
What's in the box?
It's really like that. It's a whole box of albums.
Yeah.
So like you get that
a big box.
Yeah, you take that, and it's every song from George Strait's entire Rolodex. So like you just say, okay, that's now I've given myself even more songs. But yeah, this is
how many artists can get away with that? Like making an album that is, hey, here's every single thing I've ever created to listen to.
Him, Garth Brooks. Taylor Swift.
I could see that.
Led Zeppelin. Tupac probably.
You think Metallica could do that? They have a
That's what I was thinking.
really devoted.
I think
fan
Kanye
base.
could probably. Jay-Z.
Yeah, he could.
Metallica. Beyonce. I'm trying to think of some other rock bands that could.
What about
Pearl Jam?
I know it's a smaller category, but with the new one, what about Linkin Park? They have a really devoted fan base, too.
They do, and the fact that they've had so many different sounds over the past, 25 years now at this point, pushing 30 years. Yeah, they've had so many different sounds. Yeah. Coldplay, I think Coldplay could do it because of the same reason, too. And they have so many massive worldwide hits that I'm just like, oh my gosh. And the fact that, I heard Sparks the other day, it came on. I was listening to a curated playlist or whatever on Apple Music, and Sparks came on. That song came out in 1997.
Wow.
And I'm like, that song is older than me?
Oh my God.
What?
I did not need to hear that.
You're welcome. What you do need to hear is this awesome clip from this awesome show called Hard Knocks that you should never watch because it's a whole bunch of nonsense outside of the stuff that you see on social media. This is one of those random things where the San Antonio Spurs brain trust went and visited the Seattle Seahawks during training camp just last week, I believe. And Mitch Johnson was there, and so was their general manager, Brian Wright. And the front half of this I clipped off because it was just Mitch Johnson kind of picking Mike McDonald's brain about culture and whatnot, which was good stuff. But I think the Spurs GM, Brian Knight, might have told on himself a little bit in this clip because Mike McDonald wanted to know more about finding out about Wemby.
How old was Wemby when you guys drafted him? He was 19. 19 when we drafted him. When did everybody know that he existed and was a good player?
So our CEO actually saw him. He was in the gym, just happened to be in the gym. I actually wasn't planning to see him. He was 16, or was just about to turn 16, and came back after his trip. So I think I saw the greatest player I've ever seen in my life. And literally 12 months later, we put the plan in motion to turn the team over and have the chance to draft him in a couple years. Wow.
Yeah, so there's more to that where they start talking about his character and stuff that is awesome stuff.
I don't think you're supposed to say that last part, though.
Yeah.
We put the plan
We started taking right then.
If you missed that, he said we started putting the plan together to turn over the roster and have the chance to draft him in a couple of years.
Yeah.
AKA, we decided to blow up the entire team and start losing so we could have the chance to get the number 1 overall pick, which is very well thought out ways and jargon to say we tanked to get Wemby.
I mean,
which
yes.
is obviously something that Adam Silver rolls over in his bed
Silver
at
would
night.
never.
He is so irritated by this conversation. He's implemented the new rules for the draft lottery and whatnot. And the fact that he went on NFL Films programming and said, yeah, we tanked so we could get a generational player. I don't think you were supposed to say that part out loud, and I wonder if he was told beforehand, hey, there's cameras in here and stuff, and we're recording for a TV show, or if they told him and he just forgot, and he's like, oh, I'm just, shooting the S with this head coach in the NFL and just telling him all of our secrets.
Yeah, either way, good job, buddy. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Will these likely starting quarterbacks revive their NFL careers as well? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we've got a full 5 hours.
years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Third down again. Willis holds on. Willis rolls and throws, and it's snatched for the touchdown by Watson.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Got Skip Schumacher coming up in about 35 minutes. But right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Now, Kyler Murray has been named the starter in Minnesota, has a chance to really kind of jumpstart, maybe revive his career, however you want to put it. So I wanted to see if you believe we will see something similar, and maybe you already think you've kind of seen it with Daniel Jones, but with Daniel Jones, Malik Willis, or Tua. I want to focus in on those three. Do you think any of those three could be anywhere between Baker and Sam Darnold in terms of individual and team success?
No.
I don't think I do either.
But
But I wouldn't have said it about Sam Darnold, to be fair.
Give me the list again.
Malik Willis, Tua, and Daniel Jones. And Daniel Jones, to a certain extent, has turned it around.
I saw what I saw with Daniel Jones last year, Kevin. It was smoke and mirrors.
Right.
Very good coaching, though. I will give his head coach Shane Steichen some love on. I mean, I showed you some of the play design that they did.
Yeah.
But I still don't think he's that good. They're gonna have to make that team a lot better around him too. But they did fool people through the first 7 or 8 games last year.
Yeah. I suppose they did.
I don't think Malik Willis is that good of a quarterback.
I don't either.
He hasn't had the tutelage, and he hasn't grown into the spot, but he did get a contract. I don't think Tua is that good either. But I do think, and I don't know, this is weird on my part, I do think that this connection with Kyler and O'Connell could be special. I'm not necessarily suggesting, because that was a special defense that Seattle had last year. I'm not suggesting he's going to be the next Sam Darnold.
But if he was the next Baker Mayfield, it's not bad.
Yeah.
All right. Now, speaking of quarterbacks, if you want to know some of the betting odds, Riley Leonard is a pretty good favorite at minus 300 to be the Colts backup ahead of Anthony Richardson. Stetson Bennett is a humongous favorite to be the backup for the Rams at minus 1,000 over Ty Simpson. And right now, Deshaun Watson is a minus 300 to be the starter for the Browns.
Kevin, update.
Oh, my goodness.
From the 858 from this morning.
They make the sale?
Your good vibes work, boys. Not only did I save my sale, I got an $11,000 upgrade on it.
Oh, my goodness.
Maybe they turned back the turnstile at Six Flags one time.
Did you see that one person who responded that they turned the turnstile 3 times to also give?
So I'm balancing things out.
So you saw I
gotta have balance, Kevin, in the world. Just like Thanos.
Man, I don't know if that is who you want to throw your lot in with. All right, let's go to Tony Romo. At first, I didn't think this was a big deal. CBS Sports president was like, yeah, there's no timetable for the Romo decision. I was like, yeah. But then I also saw they released the broadcasting teams for week 1 of the NFL season.
Ross Tucker is.
That's true.
Congratulations, Ross Tucker, dude.
Tell us about getting our very own newspaper made for us and stuff like that. But, I guess now that you see that, do you feel like Tony Romo, in terms of his broadcasting future with CBS, is in a good bit of trouble?
So here's something, Kevin.
I guess I didn't totally think that.
People will turn a blind eye if something's happening, right? Behind the scenes.
Right.
Until you're in trouble.
Yeah.
And then they're like, well, crap. So now, if there was already something that was going on where maybe maybe he has had a problem. I don't know if this was a problem or if this was just a one-time, and I don't think it's a one-time incident. But I can't say that it was a problem. Maybe there was, and they're like, hey, look, we heard some things, but everything was going smoothly and we were fine, but now we kind of have to take a look at it. So now he needs to do something to make up. He needs to go out and do something. All right, so maybe that. And also, you never put a deadline on this because you never know when information's going to come out. Ask a New England Patriots head coach and a reporter who said that's not true, and then the next day more pictures showed up, right? Whoops. So you don't put a deadline on it because you got to make sure that you do all the research you can in your own current investigations.
Somebody made this suggestion. Would you want to hear Greg Olson?
Absolutely.
And Jim Nantz?
Greg Olson's fantastic.
He really is.
And I don't know why he hasn't been stolen already.
Good question.
By Netflix.
Do you think this is a nice gesture, good idea, or maybe not? Jeremiah Love bought his girlfriend a $300,000 Lamborghini.
Sweet.
Good use of finances.
How much did he get?
I think his overall contract.
I'm not buying a girlfriend a Lamborghini.
$40 million.
I'm never going to buy a girlfriend a Lamborghini.
Well, hopefully you never have a girlfriend.
Right.
He signed a 4-year, $53 million contract, and he said he wasn't going to touch any of that money. It was just going to be endorsement and NIL money.
Oh, so he uses endorsement and NIL money to buy this?
I assume, yes.
Again, not for a girlfriend.
Okay.
For a wife,
you know how women are.
For a mom, you should be connected for life at this point.
What if that's the engagement present because he knows it's coming up?
Wait for the engagement.
Okay.
There's so many.
I gotcha.
I don't have to give you stuff. All right. If you love me, you're going to be with me, not because of my stuff that I got you.
Did you know when y'all had your first baby that you were supposed to get Adrian a push present? Because when Brandon was born, I did not know that was the thing.
Yeah, a whole box of those ice cream pops, the push pops.
Yeah, it's called a push present. You're supposed to buy them something for giving birth to your baby.
To say thanks.
Yeah, for all the pain. And stuff
that I didn't have to endure.
Yeah.
Even though it broke my heart whenever I went to console her and she said, "Get away from me."
Oh.
And then her mom came over and she was like, "Mommy," and I was like, "Whatever."
Women, right?
For real.
Oh, man.
Mike, you've never been more right.
Is Breece Hall the smartest man in the NFL? He says he has got a self-imposed rule when it comes to fights in training camp. If you're over 240 pounds, I ain't messing with you. When I see a fight happen, that's my water break. That's
a veteran right there.
Because they had a joint practice in Tampa Bay yesterday, and he was like, nope.
That's a veteran who understands exactly where he is in his career, and he's seen it happen. And he doesn't need... Look, man, I'm a starter.
Yeah.
I got my role. All these other guys might be fighting for other stuff. I'm fighting for yards.
Smart. For the Bears, tough loss. Kobe with a C. Bryant underwent knee surgery. Will miss 4 to 6 months. The Bears are hopeful he could return for the playoffs. And then just keep an eye out on this. Nick Bosa has tendinitis, which Kyle Shanahan said is a pretty normal thing coming back from ACL injuries. He's going to be week to week, and obviously Kyle Shanahan would never lie. So
yeah, he was the one that told the truth, Kevin.
Yeah.
The cops told the lie.
And then they helped make sure that the dash cam footage and all that never came out. And then Jalen...
He has dash cam footage?
I believe they do. So the story goes. And Jalen Hurts, his speed in training camp is drawing rave reviews. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
krl-fm Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Professional
As
for every
always.
second of the show. Right now, it is time to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Mickey, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas, and Specs. How about them savings from Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Howdy, sir.
Howdy. How's it going?
So, yeah, because I haven't really figured out the afternoon versus morning with us in the different time zones, and I'm just going to stick with that. Now, I always recommend people go to DallasCowboys.com to read your stuff. You are featured in the mailbag today, and I'm going to let you take it from here. But it felt like, if nothing else, the energy and competitiveness was so different for this joint practice as opposed to last year or the year before.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought that's what stuck out to me most of all, because in those previous two scrimmages with the Rams out here, the Cowboys did not even come close to matching the Rams' intensity. Well, they matched it. I thought it was both sides practicing really hard. The Cowboys were competitive. I thought the other thing I noticed, and I'm talking probably mostly about the defense, because where we had to stand, you had to be behind one field or the other. So I kind of concentrated on the defense, and I thought the defense had a really nice day. Now, they didn't shut down every play, right? But when the first team was out there, I noticed a continuation from what we've seen here in training camp, their ability to stop the run. And in my mind, when they play the Rams, stuck in my mind is what's happened previously when they've played the Rams, like last year in a regular season, in the preseason game, the Rams ran for 181 yards, and I still can't get the 2018 season out of my mind in the playoffs when they ran for 273, right? So anytime I see the Cowboys play the Rams, I'm thinking, oh, they're going to just run right over them. Well, the Cowboys held their own in the run game. I thought they did a really good job, the first teamers up front. And their intensity, they matched the Rams. Competitiveness, they matched the Rams. I thought it was a good day for the defense, especially for Christian Parker to see his guys up against another team, other players, and even though they were pretty vanilla on what they were calling on defense, I thought they did a nice job.
How much of that is also knowing what they're supposed to do? I feel like, Mickey, last year this defense kind of had some questions about itself a lot, and right now it seems like I'm not saying they're in their master's program, as Christian Parker's mentioned yet, but it feels like that they have a better idea of what their responsibilities are already.
And one of the reasons for that is Parker's attention to detail and making sure everybody knows. The other part is just look at the personnel, how it's changed, right? They're not out there with a bunch of rookies and first-time guys playing in the NFL. They got Kenny Clark out there. They got Rashawn Gary out there. They got the big Q out there, Quinnen Williams out there, right? Kobe Durant, P.J. Locke, Jalen Thompson when he's on the field. They got some guys that have at least played, or Ezraku's not a rookie anymore, right? So, yeah, it makes a difference when you've got better personnel out there that understand what's going on. But, again, Corey, to emphasize what you said, there wasn't many, if any, plays where I saw busted coverage and somebody with their palms up in the air going like, what the hell, where were you, right?
Yes.
And we saw that all season long last year. I saw one busted coverage, and it was on Stafford hit his tight end down the sideline, and Ezraku was trailing, but he was trailing by 10 yards. So I don't know if he saw what happened and was trying to catch up, or he was supposed to be responsible if they were in a 3-4 to be the outside linebacker covering the tight end. But other than that, they seem to be assignment sound for the most part.
And specifically, I wanted to ask you then about those two middle linebackers, DeMar Van Overshown and Winters. Overshone's kind of the curiosity I'm still trying to figure out. Obviously, health's the biggest deal, but does he look like has mastery of this defense at this point?
Well, I don't know if it's mastery, but his athletic ability allows him to make it look that way, right?
Okay.
And if he makes a mistake, his ability to recover is good. Winters had a couple nice run fits, tackles for losses. I believe he had a pass breakup, if I remember. And then you probably know the name of Justin Barron now,
3
right?
interceptions, Mickey.
It's pretty funny because somebody I was talking to, they go, who's that 45 guy? Is that Barone? I go, Barone? It's Barron. And by God, after 3 interceptions, you better know how to pronounce his name, right? But for the most part, you know what it was? He was in zone coverage. So he dropped for at least 2 of the 3 into the flat where he was supposed to be. And what do you know? The ball came right to him, right? So doing what you're supposed to do, your assignment. And he was challenging, I think, for a roster spot. He spent 15 of the 17 games last year on the practice squad, got elevated for the last 2. They wanted to make sure they held his rights. And with his special teams ability and versatile, he's got a chance to, latch on to, maybe number 50 on the 53-man roster.
All right.
And when you see that, it's like, okay, that's production. You can't discredit it. I don't care who the quarterback was throwing. And by the way, Stetson, he's pretty short. If you didn't know that already, right? As a quarterback goes, he's pretty short.
Oh, man.
It reminded me, I don't know if you saw the quote from Drew Brees at the induction ceremony on Saturday.
He's not even 6 foot tall, is he?
He's 5'11".
Well, I don't think so.
He's 5'11".
Drew Brees was telling the story when he was with the Chargers. Cam Cameron and Brian Schottenheimer were the offensive coaches, coordinator and quarterback coach, and they were watching film. He said one day, and he goes, they paused it. And I didn't throw to the right guy. And they paused it. He goes, there was a moment of silence. And he goes, they said, how come you didn't throw to this guy? And he said, my initial response was, I didn't see him. And their response was, it's your job to see him, just like that. And he goes, from that point on, those words never, ever again came out of my mouth. And there he was in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So, yeah, no excuse that you're short and you threw an interception, right?
That is freaking amazing. That is my favorite breakdown of Stetson Bennett and everything related to Stetson Bennett I have ever heard. So thank you for that, Mickey. Now, I know that they have done this all training camps. So the fact that they did it after the scrimmage, I don't think is the biggest deal in the world. But what do you think about the extra little bit of conditioning of the running after the regular part of practice is over? Not just for yesterday, but just for the entirety of the training camp.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think he understands, and it's not like you're running sprints, trying to see who's the first one to finish, right? It's a medium pace, I would say, and I think it's good. I think it's reminding them of the conditioning that they will need, and the fact that, once you get into the season, they're very particular on how much time you spend in practice. And when you're preparing for another game, another team, you're not going to waste 10 minutes running sprints, right? You don't have time for that. So they're looking at it. The weather out here is great. Today, there's no practice, but the high is going to be 75. It was probably 90 yesterday in Woodland Hills. But they're gonna take advantage of being able to work a little bit more because of the weather they're working in. I think it's great. One of the guys, I'm trying to remember who said it. They said that he was used to doing that when he was at it must have been Pickens when he was at Georgia. And he said, we used to run after every practice. He said, so this is nothing new to me. We did it all the time.
Mickey, for this player specifically, injuries have been one of the key problems for him. Is the elbow for Tyler Guyton something we're going to have to keep an eye on all season?
My understanding, it wasn't that serious.
Okay.
The way Connor Riley pointed it out, or maybe it was Clayton Adams, it was just something the trainers wanted to take a look at and just be a little bit cautious. So they didn't think it was that serious. I mean, he was out there. He took all the reps he was supposed to take. I think some of them needed to be better. I think some of the ones from Terrence Steele needed to be better. And Myles Garrett was standing on the sideline. And by the way, you guys, and I know my size, right?
He's not Stetson Bennett?
He walked by, and somebody said, yeah, I saw him. I said, I've never seen the guy up close in person. I've never been personally around him. And they go, well, if you are, you'll know. This guy came walking by, and I go, that's Myles Garrett right there, right? Oh, my Lord, how big he is. 6'5", 270, and he moves like he's 200. But he was watching. He had a little bit of swelling in his knee, and so they gave him the scrimmage off. But 23 sacks last year.
Do you think this kid's going to work out probably?
30's not out of the question when I see a guy that big, right?
Now,
it's unbelievable.
Blocked out the sun.
Absolutely. Man, I'm going to tell you right now, Mickey, what I'm going to hope is we can get a juxtaposition, audio-video combination of you talking about Stetson Bennett versus Myles Garrett, because I think that would be super fun. You mentioned it was a couple of different reporters said it coming out of that joint practice. What is the concern level with Terrence Steele? Because I feel like most of us are kind of like, oh, he is what he is, good in the run, not so good in the pass. But what are you to make of that?
Yeah, I think he's a solid offensive tackle. He's never going to be a Pro Bowler, I don't think. And he sort of is what he is. Now, the other thing we also need to understand is they weren't scheming against that defense, right? They were being very vanilla. Clayton Adams, and nothing against Clayton Adams, but Shoddy wanted to be able to see both fields, so he had Clayton Adams calling the offense. And so they weren't looking at it and say, well, we got to give that guy help, or, we got to give the other guy help. It was basically playing pretty vanilla. You can win with him. And think about this. Last year, who led the league in total yards offense? The Rams.
Yeah.
Who was second?
The Cowboys.
The Cowboys by 30 yards. So somewhere along the line, I think the protection could have been better. But it was pretty darn good to put up that many yards and be only 30 total yards behind the Rams. So they did something, and a lot of that, remember, Guyton, I think only, what did he start, 10 of 15 games? Nate Thomas was playing a lot last year at left tackle, and Steele was kind of the guy at right tackle. But don't go to sleep on their fourth-round draft choice, Sheldon. I think they found something with him, and he's been working pretty hard behind Steele, too. Maybe a swing tackle, maybe a developmental tackle, but from what I've seen so far, he makes this team as a backup offensive lineman.
Has his rise come in cooperation with maybe the fall of Nate Thomas?
No, because they're playing different sides, and Thomas just needs to, I don't know if it's a fall or just needs to be more consistent.
Okay.
There's some plays you see him, he pulls, and it's like, oh, wow, watch that. And then it's like, oh, where'd you go? And that happened to one play for Guyton at left tackle. One of the guys that had the script said, hey, keep an eye on 60. So I assume the play was coming his way. It was a run play, and the hole was supposed to be inside to his right. And his initial block was great. He stood the guy up, and then he lost his balance and fell down. and guess who made the tackle, right? So you just got to be more consistent. His physical ability, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
He just needs to sustain blocks. He's done better in pass protection. It would have been nice to see him go against Myles Garrett, but just didn't work out. But again, he's going up against Rashawn Gary. He's going up against Ezeraku. These guys are pretty good. Not to mention if they, should pull Quinnen Williams to, try to block to the outside, which, by the way, what a difference having him, Kenny Clark, in the middle along with Rashawn Gary on that defensive front.
Yeah.
There's no joke why they were better against the run against the Rams, especially with Williams. And one of the things I found out about his contract, by the way, when they gave him the signing bonus, some of that signing bonus was base salary restructure. So they restructured his 2026 base salary. It was supposed to be $20.75 million. They gave him a restructure bonus, and it reduced to $1.3 million. So there's some excess cap money out there just in case they want to do something, right?
All right. I like it.
And Quinnen Williams, for his trouble, gets his money up front, right? Instead of having to work 18 weeks for $20.75 million, he gets the $31 million signing bonus today. He's supposed to sign it today. It's been agreed to. I joked with Stephen Jones when we talked to him after it came out that he agreed. Tommy Yarish and I were talking to him. I said, "You didn't run right out on the field and get his signature right now?" And he goes, "Yeah, the rules have kind of changed. The NFL's got to approve all the details of the contract before it's official." So he's supposed to sign it today.
Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch you again tomorrow.
I'll be here. See ya.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next, we'll talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher on The Fan.
They said
Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Brought to you by Trajan Wealth and Tropical Smoothie Cafe. It is Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, good afternoon. How you guys doing?
We're doing well. How shocked were you when you learned that we don't do this show all day long and that there are other shows on the station?
Yeah, I was disappointed that you guys didn't work longer than 3 or 4 hours, so that's my bad. No, I'm just kidding with you guys. Yeah, I actually thought that you guys were talking to amongst each other when I was listening to you on the way to Waco Surf Ranch, and I was off, so my bad.
Well, we have a little more understanding of what all the shows are. I gave you the entire list, so you know when we're on. But we do hop on and do crosstalk with the fellas because we're one big station here at the Fan. So we're all having some fun. And Skip, thanks for taking part in some of that fun too.
Yeah, of course, it was awesome.
Now, is it fair to say for you, the team, however you want to describe it, that every time it feels like momentum is building, something happens, whether it's a game result, injury, or whatever the case is, that feels like it kind of blunts that momentum?
Yeah, for sure. Last night, I think, is a perfect example of that. Incredibly frustrating. Anytime you get the leadoff hitter on 4 times and scored 2 runs, and he scores himself one of those is tough. Our starting pitcher goes 7 innings, 75 pitches after Tommy John surgery and 600 days plus of not being on a major league mound, and gives us that effort. You expect to win, and we had our chances and runners in scoring position with different guys up. Lots of traffic last night, and could really capitalize in winning that game for multiple reasons, and didn't win it obviously, and so really, really frustrating night.
Boach told us, I think it was the 23 season, we kept hearing people say that there's a lot of baseball left. And I said one day, I was like, hey, when is there not a lot of baseball left? And he said September. And I'm just kind of curious, do you feel like some of your guys are getting a little anxious knowing that you're getting closer to this, final part of the season, and this is where things get a little more pressure?
Yeah, maybe. I think a lot of our guys have been, in the playoffs before, and they realize, what's at stake, and there's not many games left. I mean, we are in, pretty much the middle of August, and we gotta go. I mean, this is the time to kind of separate ourselves if we can. This division is obviously crazy and really tight. If one of us, it feels like everyone loses or wins the same night, and no real separation. And we had an opportunity last night to do just that. But I do think September is when you realize there's not many games left. But these are the games right now that you'll look back on and kick yourself if you don't get in.
Yeah.
And last night was definitely one of those games.
What is the feeling, Skip, as a player when you look up into the sky and don't see the baseball?
Yeah.
And then obviously if Evan Carter makes the catch, you can kind of joke about things. But what is that feeling whenever you're like looking up and you're like, is it fear? What is that?
Panic. Yeah, straight panic. Your heart stops. It's just like the sun ball, right? When it goes in the sun and you lose it and you don't get to the side of it and it's a little bit too late. I've had those at Wrigley Field where there's, last second it comes out and you finally, see it and you somehow catch it. But yeah, whether it's the lights or, what it was last night, kind of the time of night and day where you can't really see stuff off the bat, it is straight panic, and that's why it's really important for that off-fielder to make sure they're backing up, during that particular time of the night.
I know you mentioned it, and it feels like it could get a little lost because y'all did not win the game last night. So I wanted to circle back to Cody Bradford and not only this start, but the last start as well, and the progression from first start to second start. And what did you see from him last night that, as you said, first couple appearances in almost 2 years, how impressive that is?
Yeah, I mean, how good has he been? It's just been so much fun to watch. What I didn't realize is the game planning and all the stuff that he goes into real detail behind the scenes, with 5 days to prepare for a team. He's got books written down on, what he's doing to, certain guys and making sure that, he's not repeating or maybe exposing himself or the hitter at the time. Make sure he doesn't get in patterns and rhythms. And it's just really impressive to see a young pitcher, because he is still young, really in the amount of innings that he's pitched at the major league level, to do what he's doing and the confidence and conviction behind each pitch is really impressive, because he throws, really 88 to 90 miles an hour. And it's a unique riding fastball that, it's tough to get to, because you have to really think about the changeup that's got to be in back of the hitter's mind, because he throws it so many times effectively. So he's a pitch maker. He's just like this really smart, intelligent pitcher that knows what he's doing, and the game planning is real, and it's fun to watch.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned that changeup, because when Bassick was on our show, I don't know if you know, Bassick used to co-host with us for about 5 years, but I learned so much baseball, even more, by working with him, and he always talked about changing eye level and changing speed. And last night, I think it was on Siri, he threw 2 changeups outside, low and away, and then he threw a fastball up that it looked like both him and Wins did not care if the ball was even close to the strike zone, just get the ball high. And then he goes low and away with another beautiful changeup. Can you explain how, from a hitter's perspective, how changing eye level really affects them that much?
It really does, because what you're trying to do is figure out where the release point is for each pitch from the pitcher. And so when you are really honing in on where you want the ball to start, so when you start to swing, you want to be on time for whatever pitch you're looking at. When it's coming out of the same slot each time with different variations of a fastball or changeup, and one is fading down and away with real depth and one is riding up top through the zone, you really get caught in between. And hitting is timing, and that's kind of what you're trying to disrupt as a pitcher. And so when you're doing and changing eye levels and you're trying to hit the fastball and get on top of the fastball, but also trying to get underneath the changeup as a hitter, it makes it really challenging. So you got to pick, one or the other. And when the spin and of the changeup and the spin of the fastball are the same, it's really tough to figure out which is what. By the time it gets to you. And so by the time it gets to you, one is either carrying or one is dropping, and that's what is really challenging with Cody.
Now, there's been plenty of positive stuff happening with this club, and I appreciate that, and I'm sure you do as well. On the potentially, I apologize, negative side of it all, I know Corey Seager works really hard, especially on his individualized hitting, but it feels like we've seen a very kind of somewhat similar pattern to his offense and lack of extra base hits since he came back from the injured list. Has there been anything that you've noticed that has been different from him over the years?
Well, the robbed home run the other night would have changed things a little bit, right? But,
that's true.
Yeah, but I get it. I totally hear you. I think, when White and Corey go, we go. When they don't, typically we struggle a little bit. And, Jock and Nimmo at the top of the order or in the middle of the order have been so good for us really the whole year, that, it's the 2 and 3 spots that, either because of injury or just production that, we just haven't put up enough crooked numbers or enough separation for our starting pitchers to just feel okay to make a mistake, and it's still not going to cost us the game. So, yeah, I think, Corey obviously is working really hard since being back, off of a pretty significant back injury. And with, the amount of games we have left that we just talked about, yeah, we need both of those guys to go. They are, it's a lot on them and pressure of our 2 biggest dudes, of course, but that's kind of what, what we have as far as, our star players and, the performance. And so we feel like they're going to, every day, that they're one swing away to, click. And if both of those guys get hot at the right time, then obviously our offense looks much different. Corey, I think, is swinging the bat much better lately. Like I said, he had a really good hit the other day, base hit the other way that didn't end up scoring the run, but that would have been the winning run. And then a home run that was robbed. But, White's been struggling the last month. So those two combined, if again, one swing away, and we're looking a lot different offensively.
And specifically for Wyatt, am I thinking this through too much? Is he powering through? Because it felt like at least some of this offensive downturn kind of coincides with when he had to be taken out of the game a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's going through something right now. As far as like your body, it's the middle of August, long season, that type of thing. I don't think anybody is 100%. But also, I think, when you're going in funks, I think sometimes players, they tend to try to swing their way out of it. And it's not always mechanical. It's just sometimes it's pitch selection or trying to be the guy too many times and, trying to do too much like we've, heard a million times. But that part is real, and that's why people say it all the time. So I think, Wyatt's still a young player. Obviously, I think the world of him, and I said it before, that I think he's a future MVP. But I think when you go through some valleys as a young player, you try to swing your way out of it a little bit too much instead of just taking, what's given to you. And, the other night he walked 3 times, and those were huge walks for us to end up winning the game. But I think sometimes in big spots, just lately, because he's been really good, not even that long ago, walking us off and getting some huge hits. Just lately, and when you go through funks, this happens. You just try to swing your way out of it, and that's how you get in these funks.
I know Jock got a hold of that one too, but it did look like it carried a little in that first inning. That was awesome. But then it was, I think, the top of the 5th last night. Saucedo comes in, and you leave Jock in lefty-lefty. He draws the walk. I know that was frustrating that Wyatt and Corey couldn't get him across there, get wins in at least on that one. But it seemed like you trusted Jock to go up there with a pretty good plan. And I'm just kind of curious how important it is to have a plan at the plate and to stick to it, and how often you think guys are guessing rather than having that plan and being disciplined in it.
10, 15 years ago, you could go and step up to the plate and hit off the fastball and adjust to the off speed. The game has changed significantly as far as facilities and tread and drive line and spin. It's being able to spin the ball and the depths of pitches, and it is really hard just to go up there without a plan. Next to impossible. The unicorns can do that. Otherwise, the normal player has to have a real game plan. And I hate to say guess hitting, but you have to have like a real educated guess based on your game planning and whatever the coaches are, trying to, give you before you head to the plate. Then it's up to you. And I think that's when, some guys go up there with, if they get out of their plan, maybe based on situations. And I think that's part of the learning curve with some of our younger guys with runners in scoring position is sometimes they get out of their plan, and then you get the results of, whatever it was last night, 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Yep. And I think Kelenic was the only guy that got the hit, through the hole, kind of squeaked one through. But I think, game plan wise, man, we've been so good getting guys on, and then for whatever reason, kind of get out of our sorts game plan wise with runners in scoring position.
I know being a relief pitcher might not always get the most headlines, especially if you're not a closer, but how much has Robbie Ahlstrom meant to this team, especially since the All-Star break?
Gosh, he's been lights out. I mean, I think the confidence has just keeps growing. I think that's the main thing is the young guys, they just don't know if they belong until they have success at this level. And then you start getting some really good hitters out with all of your pitches, whether it's a change of fastball or his really good slider combination. And then you can just see kind of the shoulders kind of, pin back a little bit and the chin up high and kind of that, bulldog kind of, prick mentality on the mound, which I want when you're coming out of the bullpen. And that's what he's been doing and delivering. And so he's been getting righties and lefties out. I don't care if they pinch hit or not. I'm very comfortable with it. And he's been, so huge for us because of, honestly, the Robert Garcia injury. So we needed the other lefty in the bullpen to step up, and he's been huge in big spots.
With a guy like Eovaldi, I know he hates not being out there. If you can't play, go where you're needed, find a way to contribute in some way. How can Eovaldi contribute while he's on the IL?
Well, I think, as you guys know, he is, our leader, one of our leaders at least, if not the leader in our clubhouse. And that's hard to do with being a starting pitcher, right? Usually the everyday player is the leader. And Evo, I think, if you ask anybody, he is the guy that people go to with anything. So we're having him fly in, and after he got all his imaging done and everything, to just be around the clubhouse and to make sure that he has the voice and the ear of anybody that wants to talk to him about anything, and be around us, because back at, on certain teams, I'm going to tell you what teams I was on, but certain teams, we've had injured players that traveled with us. And that was important during playoff runs and September runs, and guys that are playoff tested. So these young guys can bounce ideas of what it looks like in August and September to make that push, because we're going to need them. We're going to need everybody, and injured or not, we're going to need them around.
I know you aren't having a pity party or anything like that, but do you kind of feel like if it weren't for bad luck, y'all would have no luck when it comes to injuries this season?
I mean, it's crazy, right? The injuries are, you think you're getting guys back early too, and something else pops up. It's just been, really frustrating. Not for me, I'm the manager, but for the player. I mean, the players are the ones that are, want to be out there, want to help the team, and especially guys like Evo and JJ being down, a lot longer than we anticipated is challenging for sure. And we have other guys that are hurt that, throughout the year, obviously, but JJ in the middle of the order has been probably our most consistent bat the whole year. And, we've really missed that, especially against left-handed pitching. Just to slot him in that 3-hole and break up the lefties has been a void. And it's been tough to replace, quite honestly. And every team has injuries. We have definitely had a lot of them, and they've been tough, but, we're right in the thick of it. If we can just get these guys back, we should be okay.
And then last thing I got for you, CY Talk with our afternoon show, which is a different show than ours. On
just figured that out, yeah.
On Monday, about Kumar Rocker's innings pitched and effectiveness to kind of determine his usage the rest of the season. How does that look to you?
Yeah, I think, CY obviously is a part of those conversations with the training staff and medical department and pitching department, and we're all trying to make sure that, health-wise, that, we're aligned with, how hard we push these guys and, where they're at. Jack Leiter's going out on a rehab assignment. He should be throwing 2 or 3 innings. Obviously, Cody Bradford is back. Jordan Montgomery is back. So we have some guys that are coming back that, can maybe fill in some spots if the stuff starts trending the other way as far as, our guys in the current rotation. And there's always markers you look at biomechanically to make sure that guys are still, their arm height or their elbow isn't dropping. And, there's certain things that you can kind of identify to maybe, red flags. Well, hey, we got to probably, slow down with this guy or whatever. Right now, Rocker has been good. So we always monitor it start to see what it looks like after, and then go from there.
All right. Excellent stuff. As always, we appreciate your time very much, and best of luck again this evening.
All right. Thanks, guys.
There you go. Skip Schumacher right here on 105.3 The Fan, and Cal Quantrill scheduled to get the start this evening, which I kind of thought would be the case given the relief effort that Jordan Montgomery had after Rocker the other day. And yes, for people on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, I was worried about one particular word he said and if it was FCC compliant or not.
There's a certain way you can say it.
Right.
There's a certain way you can't say it.
You can call somebody that with their mentality, but you can't refer to...
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I learned the hard way one time when I referenced an iconic SNL digital short, and they were like, no, you can't use it in
you were
that.
Specifically talking about that.
The blank in a box.
Yeah, and that's...
You cannot
can't do that.
Say that.
Unless you're in Safe Harbor.
I don't...
Safe Harbor is the time... between like midnight and like 2 a.m. or something.
I don't
you can say whatever the hell you want. Yeah.
Our management
works like that.
ascribes to that theory.
It might even be up until like 5 a.m. I'm not sure. I don't know. It might be a bigger window than I think. Mm-hmm. You could say anything. Virtually.
He's nuts.
Yeah, exactly, Kevin.
Don't ever forget I said that's to Stephen Jones.
You read it verbatim.
Well, he said he wasn't familiar with that. And
you didn't believe him.
I learned in training camp even more so that I do not believe that was factually accurate. All right, I'll tell you what. Would you guys rather do college football here or My Buddy's an Idiot? You have those two options. Or a whole bunch of random stuff.
A whole bunch of random stuff.
Okay.
I love randoms. Kevin's random box.
All right. Okay. Then
we got to come up with a better name for that.
Yes, you definitely should come up with a better idea for that. All right. With that in mind, then, would you like to start with NBA basketball, high school basketball, or hockey?
I bet you thought I wouldn't say this. High school basketball.
Let's talk about former guest of the KNC Masterpiece, Tyrese Maxey. Per the Richardson and Garland Herald, South Garland is going to rename their competitive gymnasium after Tyrese Maxey, which makes sense. He graduated in 2019, almost kind of sort of single-handedly led them to a state championship, and we tried to convince Donnie Nelson the day before the draft, I believe it was, to take Tyrese Maxey.
And he was like, you know what? We kind of like that guy. And we were like, we do too. Can he be a Maverick? And he was like, we'll see.
Yeah.
And we were like,
and they took Josh Green.
Took somebody else.
Who at the time I thought could be very good defensively for us.
They traded Luka.
He was not. Okay. That I think
that happened.
Might be
and now Luka's
separate
putting out fake tweets about how he's so honored to be an iconic Laker.
So that's not a real tweet, or I
don't believe him.
Oh, okay. Well, because the Lakers did sell to Josh Kushner and Bob Iger today and their investment group for about $12.5 billion, which means Mark Walter, who bought the team 14 months ago, clears, and his investment people, clear a cool $2.5 billion. Look, I get it. They live in a world that I can't even fathom. But no matter how much you loved owning the Lakers, if you took a step back and said, so for essentially a year, I will make a profit of $2.5 billion, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you want to double up, and you want to make $10 billion. So you spend 10, get 11, 20, because that equals $10 billion more. That's obvious. That's 100% of your return, or is that 200%, Kevin?
I think you're on the right track. That would be 200%.
Is plus 79% equals that I'm going to win.
Okay, stop it, Scott Steiner.
Every time. So, but $2 billion's pretty good.
Okay, excellent. Now, for the Stars, what I'm calling the Spits and Suds extravaganza was a hit last night. I feel like we helped make that happen. But the rankings of Jason Robertson, Mikko Rantanen, and Miro Heiskanen across the NHL. They do it very similarly to kind of the ESPN, where they go position by position. But where does Miro Heiskanen rank among all defensemen in hockey? The NHL Network revealed their rankings. Do you think he's a top 10 defenseman?
At one point, I feel like we had him in the top 4. I
agree.
And I don't think he's there right now. I know he plays a lot of minutes. I'll put him 8.
Okay. The NHL Network producers and analysts chose, and they put him at number 5.
Okay,
so pretty damn good.
Is the heavy minutes part of the? I don't know if they have a little capsule or anything.
He
but
was
I feel
fourth among all players last year with an average ice time of 25 minutes and 28 seconds. Had a career best 132 block shots. Was the only player in the NHL to average more than 3 minutes per game on the power play and the penalty kick. And the group that he's behind is a bunch of heavy hitters. So you've got Dahlin from the Buffalo Sabres at number 4. Zach Werenski, who the Stars tried to make the move for, the Norris Trophy winner, is 3rd, followed by Quinn Hughes and Kel McCarr. So that's a heavy hitter group.
Would you like to see Heiskanen? Maybe there seems like there was a time when he did a little more of it, but shooting from the point, being able to deliver from there also.
I think I would. I also think maybe this is kind of his, I don't know. This kind of feels like maybe it's his ceiling. There was a time when I think we all thought he could be
there's more room,
top 3 or better defenseman, and maybe this is kind of where it peaks out. Now, let's go to Jason Robertson and Mikko Rantanen among the NHL's best wings. Who do you think ranks higher? They're close.
Rantanen.
Okay, where would you put him in the hierarchy of all of the wings in the land?
One, obviously, Kevin.
Okay.
Yeah, except for obviously behind Paige because she's the number one wing.
Okay, well, I hate to tell you that Nikita Kucherov is number one on the list.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
All right, I'll put him 6.
He is number 5.
Okay, I'm all around this thing.
6 is Matt Boldy.
Okay.
With the Minnesota Wild. And number 7, Jason Robertson. And so that's how close they are.
Dang, dude.
In the rankings.
And they're two completely different style players.
I agree with you. Do you walk away thinking they are fairly equivalent in terms of skill level, albeit different skill level? I think Jason Robertson shows up more consistently, but Rantanen has higher ceiling in individual games and series.
And obviously, dude, you saw Robertson do more of it this year, but using his body to create space. Is what I think Rantanen does so well, and he's the moose for a reason, dude. Like that's exactly what it is, and you saw it on full display against Colorado. Now we will go back to that all the time. Is he still that guy? We'll go back to that specific thing and be like, that's what he's capable of. He showed us. Robertson, you're still like, there's still more to uncover there, but you got a really good point. Like they both can do some things scoring the puck.
As long as we're sports hodgepodging in it, I got 2 more NFL things for you. Right. First of all, Ben Johnson is setting a pretty dang high bar for the Bears this year. He said, we want to have the highest...
Hold on. Let's hold on to that one for a second.
All right. Then let me ask you this. Would you guys be interested in this segment?
Okay.
It starts like this. If the Cowboys' defensive changes pay off immediately and Dak Prescott stays healthy and productive, this Cowboys team does what? Would that be an intriguing segment for you tomorrow or Friday?
Yeah, blank. Yeah, blank segments are always, seriously. No, Sean does this frequently where he'll say so-and-so or this thing is blank. Okay. You guys fill it in. And I think the Tolos, I love segments like that because there's so many variety of answers to questions like that. I love it. Yeah, let's do that.
Mr. Medford, will you co-sign this?
I will co-sign.
Boom! Love it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and you know what should
Let's get something away!
In the hodgepodge. 877-881-1053. Caller 8 will win a pair of tickets to go see Gary Clark Jr. at the Majestic Theater on Thursday, August the 27th. You can get those tickets from Live Nation, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, C Block.
After Ben Johnson said this, we ask, is the Super Bowl a bad destination or maybe a side effect of greater goals? How do you goals? Next on The Fan.
to your social media feed. We'll see. But right now, oh yes, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much,
it
Kevin.
It fits with that name.
You got a good point there.
Took him a second.
All right, so I'm starting to think that Ben Johnson is a psychopath. And that Ben Johnson is a psychopath on the level, and I want Bobby to go, because Bobby was on this too for a long time. He's on the Joe Mazzulla level psychopath path, if you will.
Okay.
I love one of the things that I would love is, and I need to be a reporter for something like this, is I used to think it was Jerry, and then part of me was like Steven, but then I went, no, Will McClay. I would love to just go follow Will McClay around for a day or a week and just observe.
Okay.
And then be able to write a piece about all the things he does on a daily basis. Reading this piece on The Athletic that they wrote about Ben Johnson, this is kind of what they did. 5:45 a.m. He's coming out after doing 12 push-ups in the bathroom. You know, like this dude is intense. And while it's exciting and entertaining and fun and all of these things, I don't know how long it can last. And I feel like Mazzulla may have he got his championship and he was intense, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, the intensity's the reason he's a champion. The intensity's, and then you're kind of like, how long do the players respond to that though? And Jimmy Johnson said that about himself many times. He was like, I don't think I can coach a team for that long.
Yeah.
In college is a great spot for me because I could coach those guys, send them off, get the best out of them, and send them off somewhere else. And then he did the same thing kind of with the Cowboys, and he had reached his expiration date there. But he did say something that has me asking the question, is the Super Bowl a bad destination or a side effect of a greater goals? And it's the quote Kevin almost read before I tackled him and said, that's my segment, Kevin. And he was like, you know what? Good point, Corey. You got 31 other teams coming to training camp saying our goal is to win the Super Bowl. Cowboys said that. Dak Prescott said it right out of the gate. Dak Prescott's wearing a shirt that says it. And everybody's goal is to win the Super Bowl. I think a lot of people overlook the things it takes to get there. And they just look at Super Bowl and they're like, we'll get there if we just win the games. But all the work that goes into it. Here's the other part, though. I want more than that. I want to have the highest scoring offense ever, which happens to be the 2013 Denver Broncos. I know how many points per game they scored, 37-9. And I want to surpass them. I want shutouts. I want blowouts. Now, that sounds like Steve Spurrier.
Right.
Obviously. Even though I don't know if he wanted shutouts. I think he just wanted blowouts. He was like, let's score as many points as we can. But that is an intense goal. But you're asking the best and the most excellence of your team by giving them that kind of goal. Something so lofty, yet still accessible. I remember Josh Hamilton once gave some mediocre goals, and he was like, I don't want to set anything too lofty. And then he went out there and dominated, and you're like, dude, you could have set a goal of hitting 448 home runs. Like all these things, you're that good of a hitter. He's like, I don't want to be too, just something nice. So I'm wondering if the Super Bowl, winning the Super Bowl, is a bad destination to set for yourself. Because if you set let's go out there and destroy teams over and over,
right,
you really do give yourself a different mentality from game to game. Skip's right now telling us, I'm just trying to win today's game.
Sure.
And maybe just trying to win today's game is the reason that you're in these one-run games or these close games. Maybe coming up with I'm trying to figure out how to get Jock 2 home runs in this game. I'm trying to, something like that, being a little more lofty with things, maybe it works. So I ask 877-881-1053, how do you goal? And Kevin, I know you well.
Right.
I know you very well. And we've talked about this and experienced it. And quite honestly, I think the way you set goals can be a negative impact on you.
Agreed.
And a positive impact on me.
Ooh, what do you mean by that?
Because I usually am just like, hey, let's have fun. Let's show up and have fun.
Yeah.
And you're like, let's do this. But then that motivates me to want to help you get to that goal.
Right.
But it also motivates me to be like, hey, I got a little extra out of myself today.
Yeah.
So I think it benefits me that you do it. But you think sometimes it is a negative to you.
No, it definitely is because, and this is something that I've talked about with the Talking Doctor a lot, and it's kind of interesting when you say, is setting the Super Bowl as a goal a negative? So, let's just take the Cowboys, for example. The Cowboys, their goal is to win the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's say they make it to the NFC Championship game and they lose. That would suck. But for a lot of people, you'd be like, holy crap, we're playing in the game to get to the Super Bowl for the first time in 31 years. Look how far you've come. But from my perspective, I would just be like, look how far we fell short. Even though you just did something that hasn't happened in more than a generation, my thought would be, I couldn't win the game to get into the game I really wanted to win. And so I would look at that as a failure instead of look how far we came, which that's not a prolonged, healthy way to live your life.
I'm trying to think of the most recent situation where a team they were better than we expected.
It's the Spurs, right? Sorry to just jump into that, but didn't the Spurs go way further than everybody thought? But then they lost in the NBA Finals, and you're like, well, they've been better off just losing Game 7? Because now everyone dumps on them, and I was like, they did still beat the Thunder, right?
Yes, yeah, but then they did better, and then you changed those goals, though.
Yes.
You're like, well, now that you've shown me you can do this.
Right.
When at the beginning of the season, if you'd have said you could get to where you were at that point, you'd be like, this is ecstatic, this is amazing.
Absolutely.
But then you change, when given new information, you can change your discussion. You can change your mindset on something.
You know what? Can I just
and the
say,
Spurs absolutely did that.
For sports and the regular world, just keep that in mind, people. When you get a new information, it doesn't mean you're a flip-flopper. It means there's new information that has helped form your opinion.
The Rangers kind of did the same thing in 2010.
Okay, yeah.
2010, Nobody expected them to be in the World Series. And quite honestly, Kevin, we were excited that they were just in the World Series.
Agreed.
And whenever it was said and done with, the fact that we got to experience a World Series as a fan base was so awesome.
It was.
And then the next year, they were favorites to be in and win the World Series. And so that whole season, we were like, we're going back. We have the best roster. Good effing luck to everybody out there. The Nelson Cruz was just a little shallow.
I know what happened.
It happened.
I want to focus instead on the 2010 part because, man, you wish you could go back and be like, well, let's just go win the whole damn thing. And I'm sure that's what the Rangers thought. Mm-hmm. But I wish as a fan, I would be like, now is our time. I'm not going to wait for nothing.
Yeah, and you probably would have thought that. But Bruce Bochy was sitting on the other side going, guys, y'all have to wait 13 more years, and then I'll come and win a World Series.
Right.
And then I'll turn it over to this Skip guy, and he'll be able to win some World Series for you as well.
Right.
I'm assuming. I'm just assuming that's how it all went down. But yeah, that was that moment where, Kevin, as a fan, I just was ecstatic that I was there. But as players, I wonder if they were too. I know Michael Young wasn't. And I need to ask Derek about that too, and see where Derek's mindset, because Derek went out and delivered one of those amazing pitching performances in that series. I wonder if he was sitting here going, man, this is really cool to be here, or if he was just like, no, killer mentality. Because they had it the next year. They talk about it. They had it the next year. Unfortunate, and we know how history is, but like that killer mentality of being able to win that thing. Do you set your goals realistic and achieve, or do you set unrealistic goals and try to go shoot the moon? Because that's the other line. That's the other line that Ben Johnson has here is there's never been an undefeated season since teams started playing 14 regular season games. The moon is the Super Bowl, but we're shooting beyond that for the stars. And I want these players to feel that each and every single day they come in. And that, Kevin, is why I think, hey, if we can get to an NFC championship game as players, as whatever, or if we can win the Super Bowl, not good enough. I do think the gaudy thing You need that. You need that in your mind. I hate the fact that you named it, but I love that Clayton Adams is holding them to it. But I don't like people that give themselves nicknames. That's just the way I am. I want other people to do that because they see the excellence. But I think that does bring you in every day, and it challenges you to say, yeah, the Super Bowl is the thing, but how do I get that? By whooping everybody's ass along the way. By going out and having the best offense, by making sure we don't leave anything out there. And that's why I'm asking that thought. How do you goal? 877-881-1053.
And I would love to discuss, I know people are going to have opinions on that, but one of the things that you just said is the problem that can trip you up too is an unreasonable goal that you believe is reasonable. Like, even when the facts in front of you are like, I don't know if you'll be able to get to that, and you're like, it's reasonable. Mm-hmm. Like, that can be problematic as well.
Yeah, and maybe that is the thing. I'm just knowing what you're capable of, and then saying, what do I need to do? This is what Skip was telling us recently about his guys when they were on that win streak. Hey, right now Evan Carter's out here doing extra work. Right now, so-and-so's doing this extra work. I'm not saying they're not doing that extra work right now, but evidently, that extra lap that you run helps. The coaches will tell you that. This is going to make you better. It's going to make you stronger. And you're like, shut up. I'm about to throw up, coach. It's hot out here. But then you get done with it, and you're like, I actually was better because of that. And that was nicer. So my work gave me a goal of 8% GP. I hit 20%. Now my next year's goal is 21%. Did I overdo it?
Yeah, I'm never going to say that. I know people who will say that, and they're like, just increase your productivity a little bit. It just depends. Like, what kind of motivation do you have? I realize the better you work sometimes, the better it is for the company, but the better it is for my soul. You know what I'm saying? I don't need a speech to be motivated. I am motivated on my own for myself, as well as you, Alec, the company, everything like that. So I don't think you overshot.
972, the goal is to have the right kind of guys in all three phases of the game. And didn't that feel like the execution you got out of Jason Garrett teams?
Oh my gosh, yes. Yes.
If that was the goal, they achieved that goal. They had the right kind of guys in all three phases of the game.
And that'd be great. Look, I agree. It would be great if you could have the nicest people in the world win for you. If you have mostly the nicest people in the world, maybe a couple of the not nicest, but it ups your talent level significantly, well, then sports says go that way.
214, what I'd like to see, score no less than 30. Allow no sacks, period.
Ooh. You're going to win the Super Bowl.
Rush for over 100 yards every game. Allow opposition to score no more than 13. Allow opposition to never have 100 rushing yards. Have at least one fumbled recovery and one interception every game. That would be close to a Super Bowl team. That right there, Kevin.
You will win the Super Bowl if you do that.
And sometimes that's all you got to do is give people the thought of, I need to do this today. If I do this today, and you speak that into existence. Hey guys, I want these two things to happen. Y'all go figure out. I don't know how you're going to do it. Go figure out how to get me a fumble and an interception today. And we're going to win this game.
Right.
Like those kinds of things. Sometimes that is you just got to say that goal out loud. And I don't care how you do it. Just figure out how to do it. And then you'll be surprised at how humans will go out there and make something happen sometimes. Speaking of making something happen, Kevin, my son is in college.
I knew that.
And he is currently finding out that the communal kitchen is a place where lots of things can happen, right? He's like, I don't even know where a pan is in this kitchen. I want to make some eggs right now. I'm like, good luck, buddy, finding that pan. Well, evidently, Kevin, the College of Cornell says you can no longer...
Andy Bernard's college?
Yeah, that is the same college, I do believe.
Ever heard of it?
They have now banned processing wild game in dorms after students butchered a bear in a communal kitchen to make black bear pastrami. The incident happened in one of their halls, a residence hall on the university's north campus. They skinned and butchered a black bear and they wanted to make some pastrami out of it. And I've never had this, but they did take this experience away from them now, telling them they can't do it. The update aims to provide clarity regarding what is or is not appropriate to do in a communal kitchen space. Can you imagine being a student and you walk in and you just see like bear claws all over the place and they're not the donut version? And you're just like, what is happening right now? And they're like, oh, hey, you want to help us out? Let's bag this one up and put some of that pastrami seasoning in there. And you're like, huh?
No, I cannot imagine that.
Would you go to Cornell after this, or would you be like, no, I want to be able to use this communal kitchen however I see? By the way, they did legally hunt this bear down. So
okay,
yeah.
If it was the only way for that I got into an Ivy League school, probably. I'm not going to lie to you. If that is the only, and like my goal and dream was to go to an Ivy League school, and that's the only one I got into, I was like, well, should have studied harder. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Your home of the Cowboys, Rangers, and DF.
Nikola Jokic.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Or perhaps did they suggest an inflammatory video for the social media team that could take us all down?
Alec.
877-881-1053.
I'm trying to make us money, man.
Frankel, this one will get views on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line.
Kevin, I have one that I would like to read from the fan text.
Tell me.
My buddy's an idiot. He was telling someone that his favorite player is Sidney Crosby and how he's the GOAT. The other person asked, what about Gretzky? And he said Gretzky isn't even in the top 75 ever. Said it was a different time where you didn't need to be smart, and Gretzky benefited from easy play and not playing against quote-unquote athletes, and he almost threw up in his own mouth.
That is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in the history of My Buddy's an Idiot. Gretzky is not only the greatest hockey player of all time, I believe he's the greatest of the greats. I think there is the biggest separation between Gretzky and second. It's a bigger separation than in any other team sport. And if you're not sure about that, keep this in mind. Wayne Gretzky's goal record just got broken this past season. If you took away every goal that Wayne Gretzky ever scored, he would have the most points in the history of the NHL.
Without the goals?
Without any goals!
That's with that. So as many assists as he has.
Yes.
He has more
assists than any hockey player in the history of the NHL has total points. And before this year, he also had the most goals ever. So he had the most assists ever, more than anybody ever, points ever. And then before this year, he had the most goals ever. What are we even talking about?
Yeah, so
they traded him to the West Coast so they could make hockey work in Los Angeles. That's like all the conspiracy theories I believe, about Luka, that is literally what the NHL did. They were like, we need to make this work.
Did you see the tweet from Luka?
No, I didn't. So I don't actually know what you're referencing.
Do you want me to read it to you?
I guess, but you said it's going to piss me off, right?
It's probably going to. I don't. No, it's not going to piss you off.
Okay.
I just don't believe it.
Okay.
Being a Laker means everything to Luka, it says.
Ew.
He said me, but I'm not going to read it like that.
I got you.
Excited to get back on the court and bring a championship to L.A. Gotten used to big changes over these last few years. But I know that no matter what, there's no limit to the potential of this iconic franchise. Here it is. Here's the kicker. I look forward to meeting with Josh and Bob so we can get to work building something special in LA together. He doesn't have his contract, right? Isn't there a contract that he's got to get
Probably coming up soon.
Yeah, so that's why this tweet got sent out, right?
Okay.
That's why I don't believe it. I think he's just
You're lying.
Yeah.
Do you think it would set the owners off, or it would set him off if the owners were like, hey, you've been here 2 years now, let's win a playoff series first?
He might snap.
Yeah, I could see that.
You want a beer drinking binge?
Man, I still see responses for that Finley video. The question you asked: Are the voters of The Athletic idiots? They sent in their votes for who will win the NFC East. 11.5% said the Commanders.
Okay.
14.3% said the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
Only 22.6% said the Cowboys.
But they're worth $15.5 billion.
Hey, we're the best at football if you didn't have to play the games. And the Eagles are at 51.6%. Do you think the Eagles are more likely than any other NFC East team to win the division? Like you can have the Cowboys, Giants, and Commanders or the Eagles. Which side are you picking?
Because I do think the Cowboys can do it. Now I don't think the Giants are there. I don't think the Commanders are even close. So for me it's still a coin flip between the Cowboys and the Eagles. So I'll take the field.
Okay.
By how much again? $11,000 what you said you were going to bet me on that one?
No, okay. Definitely not. Now let's take you to Brazilian soccer. Brazilian defender JC Maranhão, well, he hadn't scored a whole lot of goals, partially because he's a defender. And he scored a goal for Coritiba in their 2-1 win earlier in the week. And then he jumped over the fence.
Which is there's like the one around the
backstop.
Okay, gotcha.
Here is the issue. Most other countries in the world, including the Cortiba Football Club, their locker rooms are underground.
Okay.
So they have like kind of a trap door area that is usually closed during the match.
Oh, no.
But right before the half or the end of the game, they open it up so the players can leave quickly. I swear to you, I have not changed this. This is the social media post that the soccer club eventually put out about this goal.
Oh my gosh, he just disappeared!
Yes. Now, remember what you just saw, and this is their social media post.
You're kidding me. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. He's okay,
He
right?
is okay.
All right. Did he mean to do this?
No.
They didn't put like some padding down there or a mattress?
I don't believe so, because it's usually closed. And it was only open because this happened right before the half.
Okay, first off, this looks awesome as like a bit.
Right.
It looks terrifying as a situation that accidentally happened.
Yes.
It's like when you see, singers on stage do some sort of thing like this and they just disappear and you're like, oh no, what happened? They're like, well, so-and-so broke their foot. And you're like, what happened? Like, they didn't, it was a malfunction. It's tough. This is wild. This is a great video.
Now,
I hope I'm glad
he's okay.
But that is a funny,
But I'm afraid I have more bad news for you. He had a bit of an ankle injury. He went back in the game. He eventually had to be subbed out early on after the break. But here's the other part. The goal was eventually disallowed for being offside.
No! Did he jump up out of that thing and back onto the field and he was behind the last defender?
I do not believe that is what happened. But yeah, just on...
Like Mario when they come up out of the green tubes?
Yes. Boop, boop, boop. Now, just one more. Play it for me one more time, Alec. He scores the goal, jumps, unfortunately falls through the tunnel, hurts his ankle. It's disallowed for an offside, and this is the video they got put out.
So great. That's so good.
Let's go.
I'm glad he's all right.
From that to Dimitrios Giannakopoulos, the Greek businessman who owns a team in Athens. That's what I'm going to go
Greece,
with.
Yeah.
Panathinaikos. Yeah, no, I didn't get it.
It's
team
one of
in
those
Athens.
that, like, you see the name, Kevin, and you're like,
Yeah.
I will take this challenge. And then you do it, and you're like, shouldn't have taken this challenge. I get it.
He believes Jokic will not leave the Denver Nuggets or stay with the Denver Nuggets for another NBA team, that he is going to come to his club in Athens. He said, quote, "People are going to say, okay, now he's joking. I did make a very serious proposal this year to both his team and to him. I got a rejection. I know he has one more year of a contract." So he's under contract for 2 more years, but the second year is a player option, which would then allow him to be eligible for a 5-year, $359.5 million extension. Whew. And he said he contacted the Nuggets, and it said it took a few seconds for the Nuggets to say, who? Greece? Where? What? Bye. But let's wait until next year. He believes that he can convince Jokic to come to his team.
Okay, first off, you had never heard of this guy or this league before today or yesterday.
You are right about that.
Secondly, nobody had ever heard of the Dallas Mavericks until Mark Cuban started making noise about the Dallas. Like, do you understand what's happening here? This is a guy who's
publicity.
like, I gotta get something going, stirring. And guess what? There's going to be interest from now until he doesn't sign with them, and people are going to be like, hold on, can this crazy MFer do it? Can he pull this off? Is he going to be able to make this happen?
Yeah.
And people are going to pay attention. Kevin, guess what? I'm going to be paying attention or whenever Jokic's deal's up because I want to know how much this dude offers.
Yeah.
I want to know exactly what this guy is working with here to see, and how much of a draw is that to their league. Does that change everything? Because nobody's turning down NBA money. NBA money's too good.
Sure.
Whenever it's the top flight NBA money, nobody's doing it. But everybody in the world that's ever seen Jokic not want to go to a championship parade,
right,
and want to be with his horses and his family, believes that he absolutely would give up the money so he can do other things.
Now, I believe Corey and I might kind of disagree about this play. Is Major League Baseball idiots for what I think is artificially keeping Jacob Wilson's errorless streak alive? You might recall 2 days ago we talked about how he had his, then at the time, I believe, 111th straight game, maybe 112th, at shortstop without an error. Well, that continued to 113 last night, despite the fact that he fielded a ball and did not throw it to the second baseman. And it ended up not being an error on anybody, even though the second baseman was going for it. It wasn't going to happen. It was picked up by Wilson. He tried to flip it back to the second baseman, who had not turned around and made it all the way to that position on the bag, and he tried to barehand it. Nobody caught it. It was clearly an error. It got ruled a fielder's choice with an error on nobody.
I will say, after watching this play, the second baseman was inept. All right, he failed on the play here.
He needed to turn around quickly.
He turned the wrong way. Didn't have his head looking in the direction. He should have known that ball was coming to him. But the shortstop, and he went too far. Also, the shortstop did exactly what he's supposed to do, and that is he threw it to the bag. However,
he saw that the guy wasn't there.
He threw it. It doesn't matter in baseball, Kevin. You throw to the bag.
But you're looking right at him.
Throw to the bag. That's the rule.
I know.
Throw to the bag. Hold on. However, he didn't realize that his momentum also was going to carry the ball further away. So when he threw it, it was to the bag, but momentum then carried the ball 4 feet away from the bag. All right, and the second baseman who was trying to run back, there's no way for him to get that. I feel like there were 2 failures on this play. I would give an error to everybody on the field, except for the pitcher who was there to back up the fumble.
And they gave an error to no one.
They gave an error because they don't give errors anymore.
That's true. Ironically enough, I believe their center fielder got an error in the game, but not on that play.
They won 7. The second baseman should have done his little turn on the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk.
Thank you for listening. And then finally, I do have a question about Dejanay Carrington and the WNBA. We had Nancy Lieberman on earlier, and she had a lot of thoughts. It was very interesting. The NBA has talked the WNBA has talked a whole lot about how, they're not going to allow any semblance of hate speech and they want to be inclusive and everything like that. And I actually don't really have a problem with Carrington's foul because she got ejected from the game. She said she'll probably do it again because that's the nature of physical basketball. And I get all of that. But then she, put out the white privilege after that. I know she's got in an argument with, I forgot who the dude's name is, about the white privilege wasn't about Sophie Cunningham and everything like that. But that does kind of feel like
a little weird.
Yeah. And she didn't say what it was about either. And so if that's the case, does that not kind of fall under the idea of hate speech that the WNBA says they're so afraid of and they have done nothing to her?
Probably so. I mean, everything does need to be accounted for if they're going to have these perspectives.
Absolutely.
But I keep going back to, and Sean agreed with me this morning, right, that this train wreck that is could be a positive for them. And then Nancy Lieberman's like, I would prefer to see a sisterhood amongst them, rather than people being upset about this and that and the other. They're doing significantly better than whenever she was part of this. When she was a non-paid pioneer.
Man, that was great. And she pulled her shirt out just a little bit. It was like, me.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, the Rangers.
by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
3-1 pitch is hammered toward the left field corner. Langford won't get there. It's by him and goes all the way to the wall. Trout scores easily. Grissom's on his way to second. He's got an RBI double, and it's now 3-1 in favor of the Angels.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I am also doing very well, in part because of what y'all were just talking about. Mr. Wolchuk, is it true that in an effort to spotlight somebody else on the team, the Philadelphia Eagles put up a video of their quarterback throwing an interception?
Yes, they slow-mo this and everything. They've got like some very dramatic music playing, and they've titled it Right on Cue for Quinyon Mitchell. But it is Jalen Hurts just throwing a ball into what appears to be no man's land. It's a terrible throw. It's low, and Quinyon Mitchell intercepting it. So I get it. You want to highlight your all-pro corner, but at the same time, you're just showing off just how bad your quarterback was.
Whoops.
The Eagle way.
Does Jalen Hurts go to the team, to the digital team, and they're like, hey, dude, maybe don't do that again?
I think everybody hates him.
They hate him.
They do hate him, huh?
I think that, yeah, I mean, yes.
So it wasn't
Could you imagine the Cowboys
It wasn't
doing
A.J.
this?
Brown they hated. They hated the quarterback.
Hurts. Yeah, I
But
think it's a united effort.
He has too much money. His contract's too significant for them to move on from him.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
This year will probably be the last year for him in Philly, would be my guess.
Him and Nick both, you think?
Possibly. I think Nick Sirianni, as crazy as it is with all the success he's had there, has a better chance than Shoddy does to be fired in season. Like, Shoddy being fifth on that list was, I thought, they didn't fire Eberflus last year. They went the whole year with a record poor defense. And we're like, you know what, Flus, just see this thing out. They'd ride it out before they'd fire any coach.
Did you know after this year, Jalen Hurts' dead cap is still $107 million?
Good night, dude.
Wow.
Resign him and spread that out.
That'd have to be a new record, right? That'd be more than
Yes,
Russell Wilson?
because they have pushed a ton into the void years with the idea being, well, he'll only be 30, so obviously we could just re-sign him and flatten that money out, which is kind of sort of what the Cowboys did with Dak.
Goodness gracious.
107 after this year.
Gosh, I wonder if that is alleviated at all through a trade. Maybe that would have to be a trade.
Some of it would be, but
they might be stuck.
Maybe they could ask the league for a golden parachute or something.
That would be.
I love
Can we
it.
get a government bailout here, guys?
Yeah, whatever.
Eagles tears, man. Let's go.
Whatever helps them fail, I'm okay with. Now, what was your general sense about the scrimmage yesterday? And did it just seem like we kind of talked about in Cross yesterday, just a much better effort across the board than last year?
Would have been nice to see it.
It would have been,
And
right?
I'm just going to be real honest.
Yeah.
I would have sat there with my new device that I had, and I would have filmed that whole damn practice.
Keep that to yourself. That's a secret.
And just watch practice later on in the day. It'd been nice to see it. But it's very difficult because I made sure to go and listen to what the Rams folks were saying.
Yeah.
And they're mad at the Cowboy folks for being the way they are. I thought the guys and gals that reported for Dallas, I thought were very fair. They talked about Steele not doing very well. They talked about some problems that they had, an interception and stuff. They talked about that. They didn't sugarcoat it at all. And I think it's unfortunate for those folks that cover the Rams that they're in a society over there where their coach does not want them to do anything. So they're terrified with that. Our guys are just like, whatever. Yeah, we'll tell you. But I think the impression that you come out of there with, that there were some players that were on point. There were some players that obviously are some gamers. But this thing with Barron, listen, you guys were watching practice too.
Yeah.
And Bobby took a victory lap this morning. He said, 4 weeks ago we've talked about this player, and I'm like, oh, good, Bobby, great job. But when you watch the player, there was nothing where they was saying that he was jumping out. Where you would see him on the with the threes, and that's kind of where he was. He got opportunities with the twos, but it wasn't like you were I'm happy that he had a day.
Sure.
But the ultimate knee jerk is, we found our Mike Becker. We found Zach Bond here, and I'm like going, okay, well, yeah, if that's what you want to call it. But yeah, it's just, I think in these scrimmages, the fact that there were some players that showed up and others that didn't, the ones you needed to show up showed up. And I think that's a good thing about it.
Is there anything that, I realize how progressed we are into training camp and how he did the, restructured contract and everything like that. Is there anything that you think the Cowboys should try to consider moving on in terms of another right tackle? Or are you just like, hey, he is what he is. He's going to piss you off in pass protect, but you'll be all right with him at run block?
Well, there's some run blocking stuff that ain't great either. That's the thing about it is that, and listen, we know who this player is.
Yeah.
And, if you're the NFL, there's teams and they're good teams that have 4 really good offensive linemen and 2 you want to hide.
Yeah.
And I think that the great thing about Clayton Adams calling plays yesterday was that he now realizes that, okay, we got to do something at right tackle. So maybe he gets with Schottenheimer and says, hey, if we go into a game and they're going to do this to us, we need to think about trying to space guys out there, tight ends, backs, whatever. We need to have a plan to help him on a game-by-game basis.
Yeah, and I think that as the media, we did a bad job. And I'm not saying us necessarily, but it seemed like it was.
I get it.
There was a galvanizing campaign to prop up Terrence Steele.
Yes.
Steele's not that bad. You could do way worse than Terrence Steele. We've watched every snap of Terrence Steele's career.
Yeah.
We know what he is. And at times, yes, there was a time he was one of the premier run blocking tackles in football. Then he blew out his knee.
Zach Martin
when he was running duos with Zach Martin.
Right, the combo blocks.
Yeah.
And there are times where you see flashes of that. I think him and Booker could still be solid. And they can find a way. They've won games with him. But that was absolutely an area where they probably should have looked at and said, we can upgrade here. And I think maybe they were feeling Nate Thomas would be in a guy that possibly could push him.
He's
and
been
he's
one
regressed.
of the biggest sliders of
100%. He has regressed.
There's that if you want to know what the problem with Steele is, look at the backups. That's the thing. There's nobody over there pushing. You don't feel good. And I threw something out since Bobby's throwing stuff out. I threw stuff out yesterday talking about, in these COVID practices that they have where we're not seeing anything, they might be working it with, putting TJ Bass at guard, kicking Smith to left tackle, putting Guyton at right tackle just to kind of see. Because they do not have offensive linemen 7, 8, or 9 on this football team right now. I've said that a bunch.
Would that be your best 5?
Yeah, it might be.
It depends on what you think about Bass.
Yeah, and I think Bass is pretty good. It's like, okay, Bass or Steele. Who do you think's better between those two players?
That is a lot of movement right there, though.
You just feel like, and we've heard it for so many years now. Jerry has said it, Romo said it, Dak said it, that trio in the middle is so important.
Step up.
For that you're able to have that space that maybe you're like, well, is Bass that much better than Steele is at right? I don't know. And
then you have to factor in the drop-off of Tyler Smith's performance going from guard to tackle.
You don't know what that's going to be.
Yes.
It's probably a wash, would be my guess.
Yeah, you're probably better off gambling with, I don't know, is Jack Conklin still out there? That's been a journey. He was a really good player in the league. I don't know where he is now at this stage of his career. Jonah Williams, who might have spent time with Clayton Adams. I don't know. I'm sure that they've discussed all these names that are free agents. None of them are really making you super excited, but could they end up being better options overall than Terrence Steele?
I think they're probably going to look at this waiver wire really strong, and if somebody does become available, offensive linemen are hard to find in this thing unless somebody's trying to sneak one through. But, you're better off probably looking at one of these veteran guys if you really – and they're going to look at Steele. I think they have a lot more faith in Steele than we do.
I think you're right.
And I think that's why they're going to be okay. We'll play with 4 good offensive linemen, and then we'll just hide the 5th one if we can.
The one area I do have faith is if he's not getting it done. They showed it last year. They'll sit him. I mean, they did it in game by benching him, and kudos to the coaching staff for being willing to say, like, you know what, dude, you're not getting the job done.
The only thing about that, and maybe we could talk about this another time then, is because the way they restructured the deal, you're now tied to him for longer, whereas after this season, you could have booted him for essentially nothing. Now you've linked yourself
That's
with
a great
him for
point.
a little bit longer. What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We will have Todd Archer join us coming up at 4 o'clock.
All right,
From
I'm looking
Oxnard.
forward to it. No movie today. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as we are off and running here in the nation. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion, proud LSU alum, in his purple button-up long-sleeve shirt, looking good.
Yeah, Dawson, I appreciate that. I think Taylor Farms might have got me today.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my gosh. You having the runs? You pooping?
Just know that Taylor Farms, there's been some activity. So just hang in there. You know,
might be trotting off to the bathroom a few times during the broadcast.
Did it start yesterday when you had to run off?
It was, I think, yesterday. So I don't want to get into it much, but I mean, just be alert on Taylor Farms. It seems I kind of felt like that their salads were okay, and if I washed them, it'd be okay. That might not be the case.
Alert!
I'm bashing but they've been known, right? They're on the recall, right?
They are. They're the ones that are out there.
And I kind of thumbed my nose like, it'll not affect
iron stomach.
It'll not affect me.
Clyospora 1, Broadus 0.
Yeah, never. It'll never affect me. I don't know, guys. We might be
so stubborn.
Does Hershey's words keep you up at night?
Zach, we don't have to keep talking about it that way.
Yeah. You know how his girlfriend feels about those kind of conversations.
Right now she's listening and she's about ready to turn it off. But yeah, just be alert. I did use some Taylor Farm products, so I thumb my nose at them, trying to be like, so here we are. But anyway, carry on, Rangers. That was a bad one last night. That was a bad one.
Thanks for soldiering through with us.
I will. And tomorrow, I might be in here with like a new right eye, like Bionic Man.
Yeah, that's
tomorrow.
exciting.
Yeah.
That's going to be wild.
I'll have a new lens in my right eye tomorrow.
My vision's going bad as well, and you're like my tour guide for all things over 50.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see how that's going to go for you. I might be right behind you there.
Yeah, but the minute they say you could do that, like, you've got
knock out this glaucoma, give me 20/20 vision again.
Yeah, the cataracts, they say, well, we can put this lens. So, I might have some really goofy glasses on tomorrow for this thing.
Okay. All right. We'll be ready for that. Chief's going to make his return tomorrow, by the way. Eric Chiafalo shall return. He's out once again today on extra dad duty. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and 635. On the heels of a back-to-back 5 flawless. He's about to do it again.
Oh, it's no-brainer for this guy.
Okay. Austin Nix is coordinating your video. Here's Zach Wolchuk, and along with you, we are the nation. How you doing over there, LA?
Damn right we are.
Just curious to see what kind of glasses Broadus is going to wear tomorrow. I think them big old RoboCop joints that the old folks wear.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think
you see him in traffic with the things. Let me get away.
Yeah.
Blue blockers. Maybe.
I'm just hopeful. Like I said, my right eye. But they're going to do the right eye on the 13th, the left eye on the 18th.
Okay.
So I might be.
You might be out.
I could be. Seriously, I'm kind of looking forward to being able to see better.
Yeah, it's going to be life-changing.
They're like, listen, hey, this is going to make your eye, you could see, and you're not going to need glasses. You're not going to need, I'm like.
Not even readers?
No.
Totally glass-free?
Totally glass-free.
It's going to be the best money you've ever spent. The LASIK at Brooks Eye, I mean, I don't even, it's the greatest thing I've ever done. Now, I will say, right after the surgery, it's not fun. You just need to get yourself to sleep, and then once you wake up, you feel fine.
I got surgeries at 7:30 in the morning, and it's so they say it only takes about 15 minutes.
My LASIK's still cooking, and I had it like 20 years ago in the early days of LASIK, and it's still going great. But now the need for up close is hitting me, so I'm thinking of comboing up. What do they call that? The cataracts? Everybody gets that kind of glaucoma cataracts thing going.
I've got that in both eyes, so they're going to take care of it for me.
Okay, Rangers were hitting with RISP like they had glaucoma or cataracts last night. Just couldn't come up with another hit. Langford and Siegs combined to go 0 for 8, and they fall to the Angels in a close one, 3-2, so they fall back to 60 and 60. Now, the 20th time they've been 500 this year. That's what I'm clocking. The good news is Cody Bradford was getting hit pretty hard, but he was able to stay in the game for 7 innings on 75 pitches, just what the bullpen doctor ordered. And Houston lost as well. Giants got him. So the only stay a half game back. Could be in first place right now. But couldn't knock off the Angels. So tonight it's going to be Cal Quantrill making his start for Evaldi against George Klassen. And George's ERA is over 7. So pretty good chance here to get conga line situation maybe developing for the Rangers up there. And Jared Sandler's going to join us coming up in the 5 o'clock hour and give you the latest. Hopefully more good news on Evaldi, who Sands was telling us last night might join the team in L.A., just kind of hang out and get work in while he's working towards a return here in about 10 days.
That'd be huge because he's kind of a de facto pitching coach. Like some of the information he's able to give out, he's helped Leiter throughout his career. I think Rocker, even a guy like Cal Quantrill, who's a veteran, but just being able to pass along some knowledge about what he's seeing. But Langford is in a bad way right now. We need to get Wyatt out of this stench.
Ever since he fouled like 2 straight balls off his knee and his ankle, he's been kind of
he is
it's
really
been a little
struggling.
bit not been very good.
Very streaky for him so far.
Yeah,
much like the team.
Yeah, and I imagine this is just something you're going to have to live with, but I'm still keeping fingers crossed that Corey Seager is going to put together a Seager-like conclusion to this season and carry us to AL West glory. And possibly beyond, I'm just a matter of time here before Seager remembers who he is and what he's all about. But in the meantime, ESPN did 10 storylines that will define the rest of the MLB season, and the AL West was the final storyline they looked at with the question, who wins the AL worst?
Yeah, it's historically bad.
And and speaking of history, ESPN writes no team has ever won a division title with a losing record. It almost happened in the strike-shortened season of '94 when the Rangers were leading the West at 52-62 when the strike hit in early August. It's an interesting piece of trivia. Brian, I'm sure you remember it. I think Wolchuk was about 4 years old.
I don't recall it.
3 years old. Mm-hmm. So he just turned 35, by the way. Wolchuk, happy birthday to you last week or a couple weeks ago. Might happen in the AL West in 2026. Astros and Rangers hovering around 500. Mariners dropping like Wile E. Coyote off a cliff. I think they dropped their 6th in a row last night. Cal Raleigh's hitting like $150.
He put all the blame on himself, too. He's like, man, I suck right now.
Yeah, you do.
I was watching him in a bat last night. He had a check swing. It was like he is so unsure at the plate.
He's pressing. Yeah, he is. Wow. I mean, he's guessing right now. But, I mean, this team is destined to be 81-81. But the beauty of it is that might be AL West champions.
Wouldn't you rather win the division under 500 just for the fun of it than with like 84 wins?
I would. Whatever it takes to just get into the tournament.
Let's get the T-shirts if that's the
I'm
case.
down. And this team doesn't make the playoffs often. So I would love to just be playing into October.
Didn't the Cowboys play the Buccaneers when they were under?
They did when they ended Brady's career.
They ended the South.
I think they were 8-9.
Yeah, 8-9 that day. Yeah.
I can't believe Tom let it end like that.
Yeah.
I'd figure
awful
he did. He's run this thing back.
He started
give
to
me some more help.
Looked like he got squeezed. Like he didn't want to get hit anymore.
No, he was tired of getting hit.
Astros are already done playing the Rangers, but have 7 games left against the A's, 5 against the Mariners, 3 against the Angels and Royals. Do well in those, and the Astros should finish above 500. They also hold the tiebreaker against the Rangers, winning the series 9-4. So I guess they're saying their pick is Houston.
Should be.
But
dang it, no.
Yeah.
I don't want Houston again.
I mean, Rangers' strength of schedule is pretty easy as well. Just take care of business here over the next 5 games here.
Does it really matter for the Rangers with that case, for the strength of schedule stuff?
Does not.
I mean, just when you think that they're like, they're. I was looking at the standings, just like thinking that both the A's and the Angels have both lost over 70 games, and and I'm thinking, we'll take care, and then no, we're really not.
No,
we'll split with the Angels here, like. Should be winning all 4. I mean, I know it's Major League Baseball, 3-1, but you can't be splitting with the Angels when they're one of the worst teams in baseball.
Yeah, I guess it's just probability, but at least for this year, it hasn't made that much of a difference for the Rangers. Yeah, Mariners did lose their 5th in a row, and 903 texting in the big dumpster. Cal Raleigh last year, runner-up MVP with the nickname the Big Dumper.
Yep.
He said, starts with me, I'm awful. I've got to find a way to do better. But he said, we're just playing very, very, very bad baseball in every facet of the game. Maybe there's something to, having an extended run and just not being able to find the focus and fortitude, I guess it takes to get back out there on the grind. Definitely hurt the Rangers, and now maybe it's getting the best of the Mariners. Paul Skeens has not had any great postseason success, but he's pitching like it, as he battled another dip in his fastball velocity, was lifted after just 65 pitches in Pittsburgh's loss to Miami last night. His average heater, 95.7. There wasn't a single pitch over 97. Both are career lows. He fell to 3-4 in his last 9 starts and has a 5.79 ERA over that stretch. How do you explain what's happening to Paul Skeens? Maybe he's got some shoulder issues, some elbow issues, back troubles. I don't know. His average fastball velocity this season is 96.8, down from 98.1 last year, and then an entire mile per hour less in last night's game. Manager Don Kelly insisting Skeens' early exit was not injury-related, saying he lifted the All-Star before the start of the 6th because he thought it gave them the best chance to win. Skeens now 9-11, now 2 runs. He 1 earned, 5 hits with 1 walk and 4 strikeouts, tied for his second lowest total this season in a start lasting at least 5 innings. The only shorter start for Skeens was involving a weather delay. So it's gone bad here for everybody's best pitcher ever.
Yeah, with the velocity stuff, that always makes me worry about the elbow inflammation. We've seen Evaldi at times throughout his career. He's had to go on like an IL stint, and you see the velocity dip. And I don't think it's long-term concern for Skeens, but the innings for a young pitcher, and that's a guy that has pitched a lot. I mean, maybe it's starting to add up to him as we start to get into the final month of the season.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Okay, maybe biggest story today is the Lakers getting sold again to Josh Kushner, little brother of Jared, and Bob Iger, former CEO, I think, of Disney.
Mm-hmm. He is.
Over $12 billion is the sale. So the dude that just bought him makes a quick $2 billion.
$2 billion.
It's incredible.
There's some talk that he might be in trouble with his insurance companies. That they might be
This Mark Walter?
Yeah, they might be investigating a couple of his companies. So there might. Are we doing this because we're trying to? Well, that's a lot of money to be kind of doing somebody a favor. But maybe there's some stuff they're saying that he's trying to kind of position himself to curry some other things for the government.
So I guess this investment group was looking to expand in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
They were trying to be the NBA expansion team in Las Vegas, but as that has sort of fallen apart, they pivoted
quickly.
Apparently, they were in on trying to buy part of the World Cup from FIFA a couple of weeks ago. Remember that story?
Yeah.
So they're very involved, and why not? I mean, if these things are appreciating at like 20% year over year, then with no end in sight, I mean, eventually the bubble is going to burst, but I mean, you're flipping these things and making billions and billions of dollars if you have the capital to make the investment. Cowboys are leading the way for a 7th straight year at $15.5 billion now. That number is up 21% from last year. This is from Sportico. Rams are the second most valuable at 12.7, with the Giants third at 12 flat. The NFL brought in $23.5 billion total revenue last year. The Cowboys were responsible for 1.3 of that by themselves. Their estimated operating profits for 2025 were $510 million. No other team has profits over $255. So the Cowboys doubling up in take home. And the average NFL team is now worth $9.3 billion. That's up 31% from last year's average of $7 billion. For the biggest year-over-year NFL franchise value gain since the Sportico valuations began. Pretty incredible.
Jerry Jones made all these guys billionaires, and ladies too. There's some lady owners out there.
Oh, yeah.
But he made the Brown family billionaires. He made the Rooney family billionaires. He's made the McCaskey family billionaires. There's a lot of families here that just did just football only, don't have any other things to do, so they don't have to have any outside things that they don't have to have any other outside business, and they haven't forever. There was a time where there was a couple of teams, Cincinnati, the Raiders, they were all under, they were like, you could get them for $900 million or something like that. And
yeah.
Now, you can't, but here you are. That's the NFL. What a business model to be now.
Incredible.
The thing about this whole thing is, though, that if one day we wake up and parents don't let their kids play football anymore, that's your
threat.
That's the only thing that stops football and the NFL. That if parents just decide it's too dangerous for my kids to play, and we start to hear more about these players, like we did with Roger Craig the other day, and how that's those are the things that could stop football if parents just say no more. We're not.
Yeah, if you get some kind of a link to it, like I know Matt Hasselbeck is spending time at Boston University saying, "Hey, let's do more research on CTE." But if you could expand that and show like here's the chances you're going to have brain troubles by this age if you play football this long, then I think people could start to make business decisions. In that way, and I don't know how football would pivot. Hell, maybe they'd turn tackle football into a pro soccer league. Maybe soccer will have
it'll end up
evolved enough by then.
Well, isn't soccer is even worse for concussions? I mean, heck, we were seeing it during the World Cup. I mean, these guys, they end up banging heads, going for headers
and balls. Yeah,
it does. It looks rough.
All right, we got to run the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the champ on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10, buddy. Where are you taking us today?
It is National Middle Child Day. I've got the top 10 most successful middle children. Were you one? That's next on the Nation.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Jeff Cox, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. I'm excited to announce the new Berkey's MVP membership plan, the only plan you need to maintain all of your home's vital systems, including plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical. Benefits include priority scheduling, no service fees during the week, and member discounts on repairs. Join MVP today for only $19.75 per month in honor of our 50 years of serving DFW. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
M37968.
I like shorts that are pretty short.
What do kids want to wear back to school? We ask them.
I love wearing things that make me feel confident. They have to be really comfortable too. Yeah. Nike shoes, running shoes.
I think I wear my Birkenstocks every single day.
I just wear what I want and I let other people wear what they want.
Right now at Academy Sports and Outdoors, get Nike, Adidas, and Reebok athletic shoes from $29.99 through August 12th. Academy. Fun can't lose.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, it's Michaela to tell you at Boomer Jacks, now it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, we think you deserve a break. 2 means $2 domestic drafts every day until 2 a.m. And 3 is for $3 Dos Equis days because 2 is always better than 1.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now.
Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
If your security cameras only record crime, it's time to upgrade to DFW Security with cameras that stop burglars before they break in. AI-powered technology by Alarm.com alerts live agents to intervene and stop crime before it's too late. They speak through the camera and dispatch police if needed. Call now for a Beat the Heat special. DFW Security, stop crime before it starts, and tell them Sean from the Fan sent you to DFW Security.
DFWsecurity.com. This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, your one local healthcare partner you've trusted from the beginning, always ensuring the widest access to the right care at the right time at the right value. Believe in a world of wellness knowing Blue Cross will forever keep your story at the center of everything they do.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, top 10 here in just a sec. Let's go to the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander has your chance.
Twin Glock ponies. Cock back. Yeah, my homies. All right, going for a 3 today at 5:30 is this church clip. Church clip, because you know you heathens need it. 3 days in a row of some church, you know you need it. You know I'm not lying to you now. In the name of the Father. This pastor right here had a very unfortunate situation on the microphone.
Prison where he frequently counsels other inmates and expresses deep remorse. How about Carla Tucker?
How about her?
Yeah.
Whoopsies. Oh, never going to get it back.
Nope.
Never going to get it back.
This crowd, they loving it.
Oh, my gosh. Listen.
Okay.
I apologize. This is live. It was Carla Faye Tucker. I may get fired. That is the worst blooper I have ever had.
Yeah, that's not ideal, but it is hilarious. And he'll face challengers coming up at 5:30 right before we get to LA Live in the G-Bag of the day. Here's Wolchuk with your top 10 at 2:20.
All right, happy National Middle Child Day. If you're a middle child, this day's for you. 877-881-1053. I've got a list of the top 10 most successful, notable middle children in all of history. Some of these, I had no idea they were even a middle child. We do have some news in the fast food world, though. Happens to do an establishment I used to work at, as Chick-fil-A has announced the chicken and waffles. They will be debuting this nationwide. Yep, the chicken and waffle sandwiches, maple waffles, honey butter, applewood bacon, and a chicken filet is going to be starting August 24th. You'll be able to get the new chicken and waffle sandwich all day long. So it's not even just a breakfast deal all day long, August 24th. You can get it. They're also bringing out the s'mores frosted coffee and the s'mores milkshake. This is marshmallow syrup, chocolate-covered graham crackers, crumbled, and then marshmallow whipped cream. So Chick-fil-A doing it right. That sounds absolutely delightful.
Is this a breakfast item or any time of the day?
I don't know if it's just August 24th that it's all day long, but it definitely will be, they say, all day long. So it will eventually, I would guess, move to breakfast only. But to start it off, they're going all day.
Are we going to be able to get the spicy filet with it?
Yes, I would guess. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Because you can absolutely get the spicy filet. I bet you could even do the grilled filet if you wanted to. They've got all three, the regular, the spicy, and the grilled. And if you can't, just let me know, and I'll make some calls.
Wolchuk is acting like he's running a franchise still.
I kind of wish I was.
Hey, Dawson asks a question, and he just kind of yeah, sure, you get whatever you damn want.
Hey, that's what we do at Chick-fil-A. The customer's always right.
I haven't worked there in years, but let me just.
I know I could at Wolchuk's.
You definitely could at mine. I would definitely make it happen for you. But, I know you've got the spicy filet and the regular filet available for breakfast and lunch, so you absolutely could switch it up.
How often do you like when people would sub things that you would look at them and shut up?
No, it's pretty easy. You have it built into the system with a certain button. Yeah, and there's certain things we would just red flag it, and then you manually go in and type it. So there would be certain items that they didn't really want you to sub because it would end up costing the company. But for the most part, it's pretty easy. No, I didn't care, but my boss would. Yeah. He's like, let's charge for that. Like the viral, all right, let's go ahead and ask for a salad bowl. And then people would go ahead and put the waffle fries in. They'd put nuggets in. They'd put mac and cheese and cover it in sauces and shake it all up. And now you've got a Chick-fil-A salad bowl deal. That ended up becoming so popular that they ended up putting in a button to charge for the salad bowl because they were losing money on that.
The actual plastic salad bowl?
Yeah, it would be like 50 cents. You got to buy it.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
You guys are printing money over there. You're charging people for a salad bowl?
That's how they print money, baby. That's how you stay on top. Spicy nuggets, honestly, 206. I heard that they were taking away from the regular nugget sales. This made no sense to me, but they want to make sure that the regular nuggets are still one of the most popular items, so they fought with themselves over the spicy nuggets. I've heard spicy strips are coming, though. So get ready for Chick-fil-A spicy strips at some point. That's a little insider information from the 206. All right, let's do it. Middle children. Anybody a middle child here?
No. Yeah, I am.
How does it feel?
Terrifying.
I'd
traumatic.
say you've been successful.
Yeah. I mean, I do think there's definitely something to the birth order. The personality types, the life experience that you may have.
And your Gen X. They call them the middle generation.
Yeah, just
double middles.
Incredibly toxic.
Middle.
It's just a tempest of angst. I would describe it as, Wolchuk.
But Lucius, you've had horror stories about. Weren't you the youngest?
No, I wasn't the youngest, but I definitely had some older ones out here. And Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. I think we're going to find out more as funerals happen. Hey, you sure look like me.
Yeah. I was just. Didn't you tell the stories about getting pinned down though?
Yeah. My brother used to sit on my face with the pillows.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was a younger, older situation.
No. He sit on my face with
Gen
the
X
pillows.
move.
Yeah.
Just gotta.
He used to always bully me.
Yeah.
Smack my sandwich out of my hand after I made it and everything, and I'm looking at it, salivating, and he just smack it right out of that paper plate.
Man,
one time the meat got stuck on the ceiling, and it was crazy for everybody.
Siblings are very mean. It's not good. I mean, I've been telling you guys off the air, I am going through a world of problems with my oldest. I mean, she just beats up her little sister. Yeah. Eventually, her little sister is going to be bigger than her. Is kind of. I mean, she's got
the way it's heading.
Yeah, and I think that she's going to get her payback at some point. Yeah. So Eliza. Leia's going to get you back, girl. But it's bad. And she just laughs, man. I'm trying to discipline, and that little girl does not care. She just laughs in your face. But eventually, I'm sure it's just the H. It's the terrible twos.
Yeah.
We'll grow out of this. It's okay. One thing I don't understand, and I've had two people. There's an 817 number and a 972 number. And it's like Ranger fans who clearly, I don't know if they're insecure or what the issue is, but they try and pit the Rangers and Cowboys against each other. I'm a DFW sports fan. I don't know about you guys, right? Like, grew up in the Metroplex, love the Rangers, love the Stars, love the Mavs, love the Cowboys, FC Dallas, Dallas till I die. I don't go ahead and create a pie chart of success with like, man, the Rangers have done this and the Cowboys have done this over 30 years. The Rangers have made the playoffs once in 10 years. That resulted in a World Series. That's just fact. The Cowboys haven't played an NFC Championship game in 30 years, but they have made the playoffs more than the Rangers in 10 years. Personally, I don't care. I want both of them to be awesome, but I don't get the texts that come in like, so you're saying the Cowboys have had more success than the Rangers? It's like you have little brother syndrome, like your Texas A&M in Texas. Why does it matter? And yes, we talk more about the Cowboys. Why? Because the Cowboys generate more numbers. That's just the fact of the matter. You just gave up the list, right? Who are the most successful, valuable sports teams in the world? The Cowboys, every year, number one. Because people care. Turn on a sports show. First Take, anything on FS1. What are their headlines? The Cowboys. For whatever reason, they generate ratings. People want to hear about them. They want to talk about them. Whether it's bad, whether it's good, that's what people want to hear about. Look at our YouTube numbers. Cowboys segment versus a Ranger segment. That's what it is. I'm not saying I like it, but I understand if you're a Ranger fan and you don't like the Cowboys, you want more Ranger coverage. But why are we putting them against each other? This is Dallas, baby. I love both. You should love both.
Yeah. I mean, I wish that the other sports were as popular, but I think one thing that's true is everybody here loves the Cowboys and watches all their games. And then they have other teams that they also watch, but they don't care as much.
Yeah.
So when you talk about those teams, it fragments your audience.
It's just weird. It's just weird. Like we're creating a divide within our DFW sports
and
teams.
They can galvanize the entire region if they win, you know. Cowboys are interesting win, lose, or draw.
Mm-hmm.
Every other team has to win, like to get everybody on board.
Yes.
It's a winner's town. There's not a ton of like passion, I would say, just for sports. It's passion for winners. You know, like in almost every other city in America. Here's something interesting from a sports radio perspective. Like, callers dominate the sports radio stations. Why? Because people have passionate calls, and the people listening want to hear the crazy opinions on these topics that are keeping them up at night. Here, it's like a meandering conversation, which I prefer. You know, it was an adjustment period when I got here. I was trying to drive phone calls, and I was like, why are my ratings terrible? Mm-hmm. Nobody wants to hear phone calls. The phone calls mostly suck.
Yeah.
Right? I think it's a good sports town. It's a good sports business town, but it's so different, you know, where in other towns, if your baseball team is 20 games below 500, everybody wants to talk about it. Everybody wants to, but here it's just like, flush it. I'll forget about it. Let me know when they're winning.
Yeah. It's like, you can't talk about the Stars until the playoffs roll around.
And then when you talk about the Stars during the playoffs, then the Stars fans go,
yeah,
where you been all year?
It's terrible. You can't please everybody, but it's okay, and we thank you for Toloing, and we love you for that. Number 10 on the most successful middle children list is Jennifer Lopez, multi-talented global superstar actress and singer J-Lo.
Wait, so there's some more?
Coming in at 10. Oh, there's more.
There's more?
There's more, dude.
J-Lo's.
I never even realized how successful the middle child is. It might be the most successful of the children.
My dad's a middle child. I'm not going to say he's the most successful, but he's always reaching and achieving.
He sounds successful.
Yeah.
Well, you got to prove yourself, because your parents and the oldest sibling, they have like inside jokes, and you're feeling like, I just don't, I'm just not enough. You know what I'm saying? I gotta overachieve to hit that standard. And it's a constant reminder through your childhood. Wolchuk, what are you, oldest? You're oldest? Yeah.
But I'm only 2. Like, I'm the oldest, and I got the younger sister. My wife is a middle child. She's got an older brother and younger brother. But we'll see. Maybe we'll go for 3. Right now, we just got the 2 girls. So I always thought I wanted an even number.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Going more than 3 sounds a little crazy to me right now.
Yeah.
I don't know that I could do that.
That would be nuts.
Well, once you get 3, you're outnumbered.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, I already feel like I am.
Space them out. I feel terrible for the people that have 3 and they're all under 5.
Yes.
So like a trip to the grocery store is a potential lost kid, you know?
Yeah, I got to wait till at least one's out of preschool. I mean, it's just too damn expensive. Michael Jordan comes in at 9.
There you
most
go.
Successful middle child. Madonna, the queen of pop, at 8.
Oh, that's my girl, bro.
I know you've been jamming out to Madonna here lately.
The Material Girl.
Borderline? That is an amazing song.
Borderline.
Charles Darwinism, comes in at 7.
He survived.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Writing about his brothers, really.
He eliminated a couple along the way.
Martin Luther King Jr., MLK, right in the middle here
Yes, yeah.
on National Middle Child Day. Princess Diana.
Yep.
On here. Warren Buffett.
Yeah.
Comes in at number 4.
The investor? Was he the investor or the singer?
Legendary
Yeah.
investor and CEO of Berkshire Hathaway.
Jimmy Buffett?
Jimmy Buffett, yeah.
Mark Zuckerberg at 3. I don't know if Zuck should be ahead of some of these.
I'm going to need some investment ideas if my brother's like one of the greatest investors of all time.
Yeah.
My name should be on the top 10 list somewhere, and people not even know me just because I'm your brother.
I think that.
Who's that other one? Bobby Buffett.
I think the Buffett.
It's worth $10 billion.
I think the Buffett brothers and sisters, I think they listen to their brother.
I would.
I think
they should.
They got in really early for like a small amount. Is what he did.
His investments are so boring, though. It's like buy something and wait 15 years and sell
then it blows up.
You got to be so rich to not need the capital to be providing you income right now.
It's hard to have that patience. I can't afford to wait 15 years. I might not be here.
Bought Coca-Cola for like $1 billion.
Yep. Campbell's, all types of
just
stuff.
hung on to it, just like I'm not doing anything with this thing. Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln comes in at number 2, most successful middle child, 16th president of the U.S. But number 1, most successful middle child in history, Bill Gates, co-founder of Microsoft and visionary tech billionaire. So quite a lot of successful middle children. If you're a middle child listening, man, you might be doing something
Bill Gates
great.
got a couple of sisters, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you, Will Chuck.
Thank you.
All righty. Zach's going back to back here. We got a college football Darty coming up. Where are you taking
Let's
us?
Doherty, the most expensive rosters in all of college football. Maybe it really does just mean more after this.
I want to chat about the Frankels with you before we get to anything else, though, because life is... Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Todd Otches coming up at 4 o'clock, off day for the Cowboys. He's out in Oxnard reporting. He'll give you the latest, his takeaways from yesterday's joint practice. Mixed bag coming up at 3 o'clock. It's time now for a college football darty. Here's Wolchuk.
Let's do it. Let's talk some college footballs right after this.
Oh, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke. I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get. They bring the head cold.
Don't get me started, love. I've had too much to drink.
Now, it's possible I'm getting ball sacked, but there is a video that accompanies this. But Heather Dinich of ESPN is taking Texas as her national champion this year. She's going with the Horns. That's a ballsy pick right there. I mean, Texas is favored by a lot. They certainly have the talent to do it, but goodness, I could feel like that's a risky one right there. There's still some question marks regarding the Texas Longhorns, but Heather Dinich going with the Horns. Give me your natty pick, 877-881-1053. And who do you think is the most expensive roster in all of college football?
Probably Ohio State.
Ohio State at 1 would be a very good guess. The Buckeyes of Ohio State at number 5.
Oh, okay.
Their roster right now, it's valued at $38.5 million. Most expensive player, Jeremiah Smith.
Let's go with the University of Texas then.
Texas is number 1.
Okay.
Most expensive roster in college football, $49.3 million. Arch Manning, who is going to make at least $1 million. Remember, he has a bunch of NIL deals, so he was like, you guys don't actually have to pay me this. Give it to other people, but his value is at $6.8 million. Cam Coleman, their star receiver, who Steve Sarkisian is saying reminds him of Julio Jones, who he coached at Alabama.
Pretty cool.
Is at $3 million. And then Duncanville star Colin Simmons is the top defender for Texas. He is at $2.5 million.
Let's go to the Oregon Ducks.
Bam! Oregon comes in at number 2, highest-ranked Big Ten team. Ducks, $42.2 million roster. Dante Moore, at least $5 million. Big reason why he said, I'll come back to Oregon. I'll go ahead and not play for the New York Jets and go ahead and wait another year before I go to the NFL.
Let's go to Texas A&M.
The Texas A&M Fighting Aggies are number 11 on the list.
Let's go with my LSU Tigers.
Number 3.
Okay.
LSU, hey, Lane Kiffin came in, was not wasting any time.
Guaranteed there.
Yep, they're over $40 million. Sam Levitt, their quarterback, at $6 million, and then Jordan Seaton, who looks like an absolute monster, who they got from Colorado at offensive tackle, $4 million.
Let's go Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Holding it down for the SEC. It just means more. They are not in the top 10, but they are on the list of the top 15 teams. They come in at number 15, $30.6 million. John Mateer at $3 million, which I do want to ask. Like, in your time, have you noticed a quarterback who's jacked, the muscles? Does that end up being a negative? Because right now, with all the John Mateer, Tebow is one of those guys. Yeah,
Tim Tebow was a big.
But it doesn't seem like it helps.
Yeah,
to throw the football.
No,
because now Mateer can't be good because he's too jacked.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see in the fall.
Guess he's got his throwing motion back.
He does look good. I think the way that, it's definitely more compact. The way he's kind of just flicking the wrist now, it looks good.
How about Alabama?
Alabama has fallen from grace, boys.
They're not in the top 10?
In the top 10.
How about the Michigan Wolverines?
Michigan not in the top 10 either.
Ooh.
I know.
How about, Oregon?
Think of a team, really both teams that were in the Natty last year.
Oh,
Indiana.
Miami. Yeah, Miami.
Yeah, Indiana's at 10 with Kurt Signetti, $4 million for Josh Hoover, Rockwell Thiessen. They got a $33.1 million roster. But Miami's at 4. A lot of that, the late addition of Darian Mensah, who they got from Duke at $6.5 million, but $38.5 million. So your top 4, you've got it nailed. Texas, Oregon, LSU, Miami, Ohio State at 5. USC, which is a surprise.
I was going to guess USC was going to be up there, but I was kind of scared about that. I know they have more money than UCLA does, right?
Yeah, and I guess Jaden Maiava, their quarterback, at $2.5 million. But they're right now.
Where's Tennessee Volunteers?
Tennessee, I did see. I think they're down there in the lower teens.
Oh, they're in the lower teens?
Yeah,
okay.
they're in the top 20. Alabama was at 12,
Georgia?
by the way. Georgia's not in the top 10.
Wow.
I know. I was very surprised about that. Kirby's kind of going old school. Texas Tech, for everyone saying, Tech spending so much money, they're at 8th most expensive roster in college football. Second year in a row, they've cracked the top 10, $35 million. They could have been up a couple spots. They might have been in the top 5, but they're not counting the Brendan Sorsby money anymore, which was $5 million. Ole Miss, because of Trinidad Chambliss at $6 million, comes in at 7. So the SEC holding it down in the top 10. Notre Dame, because I know we got a lot of Irish fans out
Notre
there.
Dame, I thought I was going to guess them too.
$34.9 million, $3 million for CJ Carr. Okay, so Brian, yesterday I was actually asking you, hey, you know anybody? Texas OU tickets? I'm trying to get out to Red River this year. I think this is going to be a good year to go. There's a lot of first-round talent. I'd like to go get a first-hand view of Arch, Cam Coleman. You got Gooseby, their left tackle out there. Get to see Colin Simmons, John Mateer. I think there's a lot of good college scouting that we can do this year for Red River. But the get-in ticket price, the cheapest ticket being sold right now, according to SeatGeek, for Texas OU, $554. $554.
Not bad.
Cheapest. We're talking nosebleeds here right now. The most expensive single ticket,
damn near World Cup prices,
$4,300, which is a 50-yard line seat. So I'm sure those things.
We determined the Texas-Ohio State game was a high get into.
That's very expensive. Yeah, that's probably doubling the cheapest ticket right now. I think that one was like $1,100 just to get in. But we got the 2:30 kickoff time now. This year's State Fair, of course, going to run through September 25th through October 18th. But I think Texas OU, man, I'm hoping both teams come in. I mean, imagine if they were undefeated.
Yeah, Lucius, we still on the fair?
October 18th.
Yeah, we still on the fair?
Yeah.
Ouch.
Is that shorter than usual?
Feels like it. Yeah, I still got my season passes. They just came in the mail about a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yep, ready to go. Locked and loaded.
Yeah, it does.
Juicy's tailgate burger, here I come.
I think we need a weekly report from the fair from Lucius.
I do hit it up weekly during this run.
Our State Fair correspondent, Lucius Alexander.
Yeah.
Lucius, take it away.
Let's call it cotton candy.
Yeah. It's 8 pounds now, boys. 8 pounds.
So the turkey leg and the burgers. Is there any other
Lucius goes out there just to go to dinner. It's like,
oh yeah,
hey,
I get it, man.
Let's load up and just go to dinner. He uses the State Fair as like a restaurant.
I mean, some of the foods they're coming out with every year, the tacos they've got this year sound absolutely fantastic. We have the burger. They did the funnel cake burger. They're doing something different now. It's a different dessert item that they're using. I don't know if it's donuts.
There is a chocolate corny dog that I want to try.
Oh, damn. Let's go.
Lucius, where like are all these like specialty food areas in one spot, or are they all over the park?
That Juicy's tailgate burger, there's 2 of them, both of them in the midway, but I go to the ones in the very, very back of the midway.
Well, don't give up your secrets, man.
Well, it's all gravy.
Okay.
Do you get parking with that? Or do you have to?
No, I get parking through here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, you got to pay for the parking. But you get parking passes. You get a few of those. They give you those to use.
Yeah. Dude, you should go to the State Fair, 682-31 from Texas, never been to the State Fair. I do think it's a lot of fun. Now, if you're going with a family, like it can quickly add up on you. I mean, it's basically, $20 for a Fletcher's corn dog?
You out of there with a fam.
I just kind of feel like going to the Texas OU game was a great experience. I would never do it again. It's just too
I know.
hard. They've made the stadium bigger.
It's expanded, right?
They've tried to make it bigger. So somebody give me a scouting report on that, because going into that place was damn near impossible.
I love that throwback feel of it.
I
It feels so historic. It's all small. You're like, man, men must have been so small back then.
5'7".
The concourse is like you're literally shoulder to shoulder with people.
It's tough.
It's not that much different. It's like they put down nice floors.
Oh, is that what they did? They spruced it up a little bit?
Yeah.
All I know is they try and funnel you through that front, and it just doesn't work.
You got to get there early and just really soak it all in. But I loved it.
I think at the end, you should just stay in your seat for like an hour, because you don't want to be in that cattle call where you can get separated from your family.
Yeah.
It's traumatic.
Well, I would also say
the burger chop tater tacos. Is that maybe what you're referring to?
What?
Smashed burger, cheese, and jalapenos inside a crispy tater tot taco shell.
Jeez,
dude, that sounds delicious.
It's one of the new feature
every
menu
year.
items.
I love it. And the fried Snickers, like that's always. I had that one year. My gosh, that was delightful. You can always find some good goodies, but I'm not. Do you do the rides out there, like the Love Bug? and all the different rides they've got. They're so janky. I don't trust them.
There's one I always go to in that corner. I think it might be the Love Bug.
Yeah.
Do you want to go faster? Like, hell yeah.
Somebody scream.
And the wild mouse.
The DJ on that ride is good.
Yeah,
He makes
good.
it fun.
Great
Yeah.
voice. Those things are the clackety, clackety, clackety. I mean, like you think
I
you're
just
going
feel like
off the track.
Next thing you know, we're going to fly through and break something here, but people love them.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Darty.
Okay, we got 1 hour down, 4 to go here in the G-Bag Nation. We're just over an hour from Todd Archer joining us. What do you have coming up in the mixed bag, buddy?
All right, we got talent cuts. We got misdemeanors in the preseason all-area team. We got high school football right around the corner, fellas. That's next in the nation.
G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Did yesterday's joint practice give the Cowboys a confidence boost? We'll hear from Dak Prescott on that and more coming up in the C-Note in 20 minutes. Time now for Wolchuk's mixed bag. Here he is, Zachariah.
Let's do it. Let's shake it up. Let's hit a mixed bag right after this.
You want a chocolate? Mama. Mama.
Leave the guy.
Mama.
Technically.
Mama always said life was like a box of chocolates.
How do they get them out?
Just throw it in the bag. You never know what you're going to get.
All right, friend of Fan After Dark, Grant Avseth, the Dallas Mavericks are going to host LeBron James and the Philadelphia 76ers on President's Day, Monday, February 15th. That's part of the NBA's 4-game slate. So they didn't get the Christmas Day selection, but they will be playing on President's Day. And LeBron will be coming to town with Jaylen Brown and Tyrese Maxey.
Get that day off. We ought to go see that one.
That'd be fun. That would be. I think that'd be a great game. Hopefully the Mavs are good, and they're competing for a postseason berth. I think they will be. I think they could be anywhere from a 6 to an 8 seed this year if all things go well.
Yeah, competing for a playoff seed. I think that's what I expect.
Yeah,
I could see him finishing 12th in the conference still, just because Kyrie Irving's 34 years old, and they don't have a lot of other playmakers.
No, that's
I love
true.
their forwards. I like Max Christie. You know, if he was your 3rd or 4th guard, I would really love him. But you're depending on him to be your shooting guard. You're not getting any playmaking out of that. He's a 12-point-per-game scorer. And you have Kyrie Irving at 34 years old. What's Larry going to do, the rookie from Spain?
Yeah, that's the guy I'm thinking of when you were talking about that. Can he step up for you?
Yeah.
But that's a big question mark right now. That's hope.
I mean, I'm open-minded and I'm hopeful. But if I had to eyeball it right now, they look like about a 38-win team.
And it's just the health of the big guys. Like Derek Lively, my gosh, when he plays, he's been fantastic. But when he plays, that has been a huge, huge question. And I still don't think they're done with the roster. I mean, we were hearing 4 months ago Daniel Gafford's going to get traded. He's still on the team right now. They're trying to get a first-round pick for him. Maybe nobody wants to give that up. Maybe he ends up being on the team. They flip him at the deadline. But it'll be interesting what version of the Mavericks you get. 87 overall, I think is what I saw. Both Kyrie and Cooper Flag are ranked in NBA 2K for this year. Both the same. I think they're I think that's a little disrespectful. I think by the end of the year you'll have both of them in the 90s because I think Kyrie's going to come back and show everybody just how damn good he is. Kyrie does have the best ball handling on the game, though, as he should, because the dude's filthy. We did also have Russell Westbrook after 18 years. He announced right before our show he's got a 3.5-minute video out announcing his retirement. NBA's top 75, 2017 league MVP, 9-time All-Star, 9-time All-NBA, U.S. Olympic gold medalist, and the all-time record for triple-doubles. Russell Westbrook was so much fun to watch. I can't say I'm surprised he never won a championship, though. He kind of seemed like a guy that was really not conducive to team basketball. He's kind of like, I'm going to get mine, and if we win, great. If we don't, hey, my stats are going to look damn good. And that's kind of how his career ended.
Yeah, you know, it's tough when you're built like a point guard, but you see the game like a shooter, like a scorer,
right?
You know, but I think he could have won a championship easily, and that OKC team had stayed together before Harden went to Houston. They were definitely, knocking on the door and got close as well. But I agree with you. You know, a hell of a run though, 18 years. Like a mini LeBron in his peak, averaged a triple-double for a season. Incredible career.
Really, really good athlete.
And apparently a super cool teammate, which is juxtaposed from his on-court demeanor or personality.
Right.
He seemed like hard-headed ego man.
Yeah, it's
but
from the
super
outside.
Cool. Everybody loves Russell Westbrook.
Okay, the outside looking in, I was like, man, I wonder if he's difficult to play with. But, man, that's good to hear. But 18 years, congratulations on a great career, Russ. Damian Woody, latest on-air talent cut at ESPN. They continued their layoffs. He's been at the network for 15 years. Damian said it's always been a joy. So now he joins Carl Ravitch, who's still doing work with the Little League World Series and Major League Baseball. I guess he's just kind of on like a part-time role. They can kind of just pay him for his time. Ryan Clark, of course, we talked about that. Several that got laid off. I'm sure Damian Woody will get picked up because I always liked him. I thought he was pretty leveled, gave good insight from his playing career. I'm sure he'll jump back on his feet soon.
Yeah, he's so even keel. He's kind of laid back, kind of sleepy.
He's not the hot taking guy.
No, but he as part of a football analyst group, great value.
He is.
Yeah. He'll definitely continue his football and analysis career somewhere else.
Okay, did you guys see the latest in the Matt Miller situation at ESPN? He's currently on leave.
Yeah.
He just got charged with a misdemeanor stemming from the June car crash.
Reckless driving.
Amputation of his arm, failure to drive on the right half of the roadway when the roadway was of sufficient width, resulting in the accident. And you can tell when you watch the video, you're like, this dude is responsible. I mean, that's why you start to have some wonder, was this on purpose? Was he trying to do something?
And that kind of makes sense because his life was really unraveling. He's been scamming people. He's been frauding people who thought they were doing fantasy football with him, and he was just never paying out the winners. Maybe pocketing hundreds of thousands of dollars every year.
Yeah.
Like what this dude pulled off. I guess he was the commissioner in like 90 different leagues.
That's crazy.
So he had this scam on rinse and repeat.
Hey, go ahead, send me all your money. We'll pay out the end of the year. And then everyone's like, well, where's my payout?
That video, though, is my worst nightmare.
Oh,
and I hate it when I'm out there on a road trip and I can't get out of my head that the next car might be the one to swerve into my lane. And if there's no barrier in between us, especially at night.
Yeah.
Those nervy kind of moments.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
that's when I know it's time to pull over.
Yes. Like you're kind of drifting.
I'll tell you what,
like slapping your face to stay away.
Like you're driving out there, the PCH, the Pacific Coast Highway out there.
That's tight
at night, and there's just the center line there, and you're like, and it's curvy and wavy and all that stuff out there, man. Driving that thing at night is not fun.
And the Great American Road Trip, which I've done 3 times now, which is here to Bend, Oregon, where my parents live, there's like 4 places like that PCH just north of Malibu, but you're at like 8,000 feet going around high mountain curves and stuff like that. And there's no barrier in between you and the oncoming traffic. And on the other side of you, there's like a very small rail and then a 4,000 foot drop.
I don't think I could do that. I definitely wouldn't want to be the driver. I'd have severe anxiety. That sounds awful. Ex-NFL reporter Michelle Tafoya, she has won.
Beat. Oh, she won?
She won. She did. She won it, the Republican nominee for primary in Minnesota last night, so she's going to get the open seat in the U.S. Senate. At least she's up for it. But Michelle Tafoya, who used to be NBC,
the
ABC.
numbers seemed like she was down. But
I guess she rallied. I can't say I was paying attention to it.
Minnesota is kind of the state. There's a lot of craziness going on there.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Yeah.
It does. Former Florida State All-American.
That's where Jesse the Body, my guy, comes from.
Yeah.
I love Jesse the Body.
Former Florida State All-American kicker Sebastian Janikowski and first-round pick of the 80s. He's going to have his number 38 jersey retired during Florida State season opener against New Mexico State. Probably a good game to do it. Like, they got a good chance to beat New Mexico State, I would think, on August 29th. I don't know about the rest of their schedule. Florida State has really been bad. We talked about that yesterday. Mike Norvell on the hot seat there. But I'm kind of surprised it's taken this long for Sebastian Janikowski. Like, you were a kicker, you were a first-round pick, you were super successful in the NFL. Kind of a trailblazer, if you will. And, I mean, when did he retire? 15 years ago?
Yeah.
Just now.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know how I look at kickers. Like, do we really want to waste our time with this? Maybe
Adam Vinatieri getting in the Hall of Fame helped him.
I mean, if you're my kicker, once you've left my team, I'm not spending any more time thinking
about you.
I guess I take it for granted.
2026 preseason all-area offense from Greg Riddle of the Morning News. The best Dallas area high school football players here in our own backyard. Trey Wright is the preseason player of the year. Frisco Lone Star quarterback. He's 5'11", 180. He's a junior. And Greg Riddle writes, there might not be a better dual-threat quarterback in the state of Texas than Wright. He's got schools like Oregon, Oklahoma, Michigan, Clemson, TCU, SMU have all offered.
They're going to let him play quarterback at that size?
Yep, I know. Wow. He's tiny. And he's going to need a growth spurt if he really wants to, I think, succeed at the next level. But he's light, 5'11", 180. But last year he threw for over 4,000 yards, 43 touchdowns, ran for 1,800 yards, and 16 touchdowns. His Frisco Lone Star was the runner-up in the Class 5A Division I.
I mean, Kevin Jennings is 195 pounds.
Okay.
So this is 15 pounds lighter. And maybe an inch or two shorter.
But at junior in high school, there's room for growth. But, I mean, all the, like Buck Randall, Highland Park, next quarterback on here, 5'10", 180. He's a senior, and Highland Park's always got some badass quarterback. He's committed to go to SMU. He threw for just under 4,000 yards, 40 touchdowns, and then last year, that was in 2024. Last year, he threw for 4,400 yards, 51 touchdowns in 2025. Sherrod Baker, the touchdown maker at DeSoto, 5'10", 185, the senior. He's a 4-star going to Texas Tech. He is the running back to watch. Wide receivers, you've got Julian Caldwell at Argyle, 6 foot, 185, and Trenton Yancey at Duncanville, 6 foot, 180. We go to the offensive line, Brian Swanson. How about this? This kid's big. 6'5", 295 at South Oak Cliff. He is a 4-star that is committed to go to the University of Texas. You got Peyton Miller at Anna, 6'5", 300, Florida commit. Luke Wilson at South Lake Carroll, 6'6", 290. He's committed to go to Oklahoma. Mason Joshua at Forney, 6'5", 268 offensive lineman. And then Prosper's got a kid, Will Endicott, 6'3", 275. And they've put out some really good offensive linemen over the last few years. So there's your all-area offensive team. On defense, we've also got some beasts here in the DFW. Jalen Brewster, Cedar Hill defensive lineman, 6'3", 302, highest commit Texas Tech has ever got. He's the number 1 ranked recruit in the country for the class of 2027. He committed last October to the Red Raiders, and as I mentioned, highest recruit they've landed. You've got George Toia, the Trophy Club, Byron Nelson. I don't know if he's related to Jay. He is committed to UCLA, so that might make some sense. Comes from a football family. He is the brother of Siaki Ika, former 2023 third-round pick, who I think was at LSU and Baylor, if memory serves correct. 6'2", 300 pounds there. Kyron Haywood from Denton Geyer, 6'1", 270 on here. And then edge rusher Zane Rowe at Denton Geyer. Cam Hall at Mansfield Summit, 6'4", 250. And, of course, Cooper Witten, Jason Witten's son.
Oh, that's right.
He's on here at 6'2", 225, 5-star Oklahoma pledge. He's going to be a fun one to watch. But, look,
they say the best linebacker in the nation?
Yep. And going to play with his dad there, or who's coaching at Oklahoma. So just tons. And I know the fan text lights up when we talk local Texas high school football. We don't do it a ton, but we're right around the corner from this thing starting. And I do still think it's not even just the state of Texas. I think it's the DFW Metroplex, having gotten to cover the sport for several years. We've got the best football in the entire country right here in our own backyard. I'd put them up against everybody.
No Sunnyvale Raiders in there, though?
Even Florida? Sorry.
Yes,
you're good.
Even Florida. I mean, I think overall Texas and Florida are the top 2, and then we can talk about like California, Ohio, I think Pennsylvania. But DFW, man, when you just look at it in the NFL right now, I mean, look at the quarterbacks. Kyler, starting quarterback in Minnesota. Matthew Stafford, your reigning MVP. Patrick Mahomes. Like, it's just, it's an embarrassment of riches that we've got right here in our own backyard. It's unbelievable. And I did not mention Dez's son at South Lake. He is not one of the all-area preseason players, but I have seen some clips. Man, it is the route running. It is very reminiscent of Dez. I don't think he's quite as big as Pops yet, but he's getting there. I want to say he's just a junior at South Lake Carroll. He might even be a sophomore. Let me know, 817. Maybe you're a South Lake Carroll Dragon, but it is pretty crazy that Dez Bryant has a son now that we're going to be talking about in college football. Every year as we do this, Brian, for the draft. It's like, scouted his dad. Scouted his dad. It's now more and more and more. It's pretty wild. It really is. Did you guys, we'll slam down this mixed bag here. The Jetsons. Old school cartoon.
Yeah. George Jetson?
Oh, yeah, loved it.
George Jetson.
Yeah, Space
usually
Sprockets.
came on after the Flintstones.
Okay.
Daughter Judy.
So Warner Brothers
wife. Dun, 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 dun.
wants to do a live-action Jetsons movie. Would this get you excited?
I love the Jetsons.
You know, I think it could, as long as they're not recreating the cartoon with that vibe. You know, just the idea of living in these high rises with the tubes, like as a futuristic sci-fi, but with the Jetsons as the base of it, that could be a lot of fun. But I'm not into like Scooby-Doo with real humans.
Yeah, I didn't
forget it.
I didn't like the Scooby-Doo live action either. But they want to cast Jim Carrey as George Jetson.
Brilliant. It's got potential. It's got potential.
We like the idea. And I guess Jim Carrey, the last 10 years, the only movies he's done
are bad ones?
Are Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh. He's done 3. They've been super successful. 3 Sonic the Hedgehog movies. I saw the first one. I thought it was fine. I just didn't see the next 2. But I think he's now signed on to do the Grinch 2, and then he might be George Jetson, the new Jetsons movie. So I didn't know. I didn't know if that would like channel your inner child.
His boy Elroy.
I liked it growing up as a kid.
Had that robot Rosie.
Rosie was
Rosie.
Made
and the flying
Whatever you
cars.
say, Mr. J.
Yeah.
Squeaky, 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 squeaky.
Perfect.
What was his boss's name?
Spacely.
Spacely Sprocket.
Yeah.
Fire that dude every episode, bro. He came back.
Always yelling at it, George.
George, you're fired. Yeah, George he's got to be a mess at that point. I'm getting fired every day of the week. My anxiety is crazy.
Spacely's a stoop. King of the old crabs. Yeah, I got Jetsons lines.
I like the Jetsons
in my mind every day. I think I watch that just about as much as anything. Well, thank you, old Chuck.
Thank you.
Okay, we got Krusty's Corner coming up in 25 minutes. Todd Archer at 4. We're going to have a lot of Cowboys conversations because the C-Note, Cowboys News of the Evening, is next in the Fan. All right, welcome back. It's time to hit the C note. Let's hear from Dak Prescott, Cowboys quarterback, on all things Cowboys. Day off today, coming off of yesterday's joint practice. Looking forward to preseason action against Seattle. FC Dallas has Leagues Cup action tonight. 7 o'clock, they're in Toluca, Mexico. And just saw a report from Rudy Galletti, who is a transfer market expert. He says the FC Dallas goalkeeper, one of them, Jonathan Soroy, attracting attention. There's European scouts watching him tonight, possibly entertaining the idea of moving him across the pond. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Frankel, never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Which guarantees we'll finish 8th in the table.
I think their other keeper is actually better, but he got hurt. Like as soon as they acquired him,
right.
he got hurt. But the transfer deadline coming up here at the end of the month. So if you want to make a move to Europe, time is running out. So best of luck to the lads tonight there in this Leagues Cup. Dak cut 5, confidence boost with the defense playing so well against the Rams. What do you think?
Yeah, great. I'm looking forward to watching it. I know I heard the cheers and the hollering. Could tell it was our guys. Obviously, they've been doing it to us, throughout camp and getting after it. So it's cool to see just that energy, that identity continue. And I know they're pumped about it, but I know they're not satisfied with what they've done. They're going to go back and same as we are and look at it, be hard on ourselves, and see where we can get better.
The hope has been just be average. That's been the refrain probably since the season ended.
Be mid-pack. Is that defensively just be mid-pack this first year?
Yeah. I mean, assuming the offense is able to carry on what they did last year, I feel like you got a great chance your defense can be top 15.
Isn't that a lock? The offense is going to be really good.
I think so. I'm a little bit nervous now with like some of the concerns we've talked about with Steele, but look, they've played with him. They know Dak knows what he's got to do.
52 pressures last year.
Yeah, I think
terrible last year.
As long as Dak's healthy, I think they'll be fine.
Thank you. And I would say with the defense, I'm starting to get greedy.
You want to go top 10?
Average seems like something that we can expect.
Okay. I like what you're doing.
I did a program like very, very early, like right after the draft, and we were kind of talking about this. I threw out there, I said, yeah, this would be a top 12 defense.
Let's go.
And I said it, and I'm like, what the hell are you doing?
What did I just do?
It was one of those national type programs. I was just homering it up. But yeah, if they finish top 12, man, this team will be all right.
Okay, 12th last year was Buffalo at 22 points per game. Yeah. The Cowboys gave up 30. So you're trimming a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. I think that's realistic.
I think a touchdown 100% is realistic.
Okay, now you jump into
Why you giggling? Come on.
You jump into the top 10. That's under 21 points per game.
Okay,
and at that point, you're trimming close to a touchdown and a field goal. Again, I think it's realistic because of how many busted coverages you had last year. Like, just eliminate those. And I think it was like 100 explosives allowed.
Yeah, it was
just a ridiculous amount.
Yeah.
It wasn't real life. And you start to shore up things, and obviously they're going to be great against the run. That's going to free up their back end to do a lot of stuff. And I think we can say at this point the transition to the Christian Parker defense is going quite smoothly. Here's Dak on the conditioning after practice the players decided to do.
Well, yeah, condition, something that he put on us at the beginning of the year, said the why we're going to do it. We want to be the best conditioned team and the most conditioned team, and guys are taking pride in it. And, it was a simple, Demo came up to me and asked me, Coach said it's on us, do you want to run? I'm like, yeah, if y'all want to run. I didn't, see y'all's field and what it was doing, but I know we've got it in us over here. And so, yeah, it was just like a normal practice. Let's go and get our runs in and get better.
Yeah, I love it. You have like the habit built up, you have the mental toughness built up, and then, focusing on the goal of what this is going to provide for us. I think it brings everybody together. That might be a galvanizing moment, and speaks to the culture that Shoddy has installed. Here's cut 8 from Dak, more specifically on said culture.
Yeah, we're just connected. We just really are. Like I said, that was just a me and Demo conversation, and I mentioned it to the rest of the guys, and I don't think even one person said anything different about it. Let's go. I think the question was just how many do we got? And that's just what you want. Guys all committed to the same goal, and just thankful that we were able to grow like that and continue to grow.
So Dak and Demo are like, let's have them run. Everybody's like, okay, I guess we're running.
Let's do it.
Our team leaders say it's running time.
We're not going to say no when those guys are asking me.
214, I think we need a little bit more overall as a team. Yeah, like the 12th best defense and like the 7th best offense. That's like what Jacksonville was last year.
Sure.
You know, I think if the offense is the same as last year and not significantly better, even if the defense is above average, I don't know if that's enough to win multiple playoff games. I think you need one of those groups to get into the top 5, and obviously the offense is the more likely of those two. Top 10 defense, Dawson says the 9-4-5, and yeah, if you got that, I mean, we're drinking the Kool-Aid, silver and blue Kool-Aid. I mean, Washington got to the NFC title game a couple of years ago. I'm pretty damn sure right now the Cowboys are better than that 2024.
Was really good though. Washington's offense really carried them in that year.
Yeah,
Jay Daniels was doing unbelievable things. They won a lot of games late. They had some pretty heroic fourth
Bears
quarters.
Game?
Yeah, Monday night against Cincinnati. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck, right? But they went and smacked Detroit in that second round. That was a big surprise.
940 says, I love how they did the running on the Rams field. Yeah, kind of. You know, I think if we're all walking off, and certainly the Rams are very confident for good reason right now, had a great season last year, play away from being in the Super Bowl and all that. But then you kind of look across and you see this upstart group of a disappointing team that didn't even make the playoffs last year. I think maybe it could play into the psychology of it as the season goes on if the Cowboys can get off to a hot start and announce themselves to the league. How about the Jaden Blue fumble? Here's Dak Prescott's thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, turnovers in general. That was a big part of, something that we didn't do good last year along with the red zones was just turning the ball over, including myself. And so, trust me, Blue will hear about it, but Blue's a pro, and he's understanding the accountability and the standard of what we're trying to achieve. And I don't think anybody's more pissed about it than Blue is himself. So he'll do everything necessary to make sure that he's getting better and limiting any chances of giving defenses that up.
I wish I had his faith. I know Dak's always going to have his teammates' backs, and he said the professional thing there, owning his part of it. It was a team problem last year, giving the ball up too much, and Jaden Blue didn't participate in that. But, a huge part of running the ball's value is that the chances of a turnover drop by more than 50%.
Yeah.
Maybe our chances of an explosive player scoring on this play are low, but we're going to make you defend the entire field. We're going to make you respect the run, and we're pretty damn sure that we're not going to turn it over on this play. But once you have a turnover-prone back and that goes away, then I think the efficiency of that idea is just shot. So, right now I don't have a game day roster spot for you, and I'm gonna make Jaden Blue earn this throughout the life of his rookie contract, especially because I think Malik Davis can give you plenty of pop.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he racked off, what was that, 42-yard touchdown run he had against Thanksgiving. I think Blues looked good in camp. I think the screen game has been something that's exciting and another level to this. But the fact is that's something that's been an issue going back to high school. He couldn't be the starting running back at the University of Texas because he put the ball on the ground. It happened last year when he got his first activation against Denver. What did he do? He fumbled. And then it's like, all right, well, not only is the maturity concern, you can't protect the football. That's a big problem. And for Clayton Adams, who wants to try and add more explosiveness in the run game, yeah, Blue would help with that, but you can't play him if you can't trust him to hold on to the football.
I got a lot of preseason snaps for him, Brian. We're gonna give him the ball a lot in the preseason.
Yeah, you got to give it a go,
and in blowout situations.
Yeah, you got to figure out with him or Maffa, somebody's going to emerge as the second guy.
Yeah, and sometimes guys get that ball security figured out. I think Jaden Blue had a lot of stuff to figure out as far as being a professional entering the league.
Well, they know that he puts the ball on the deck, so he's going to get a lot of people hammering at that ball, for sure.
No doubt.
What NFL rookies bought with their first NFL contracts? ESPN did a story about this, but there's a new wrinkle. Now players are getting paid in college. They're arriving in the NFL.
They already got money in their bank.
It's not spending spree time, and the ramp up to NFL paydays is allowing them, I think, to be more wise about investing, because they talked to like 40 players for this story, and almost every single one of them is talking about how I'm good now. I got a house. I got my vehicle. And I don't want to be one of the guys that ends up broke just a few years after leaving the league. Malachi Lawrence did get a truck. He said he got the TRX. It's my first purchase.
I think that's fair.
But he says that was with NIL money, actually.
Yeah.
It wasn't with my bonus.
Good man.
So what about his NFL money? I haven't spent any of that. I think like 70% of the players after the NFL go bankrupt or something like that. I want to be in the 30%. That's Malachi Lawrence, Cowboys.
He probably got that $150,000 one too, bro.
Yes.
You know, 180. It's crazy. He got all the fixings on it.
And that's being responsible.
It's being responsible.
Yeah. I just bought a $150,000 truck, you know. I wanted to keep it in the lines here, make sure I'm not doing anything that my future self would regret. By the way, I think LA Live tonight coming up at 5:40 is what do you regret blowing money on?
Blowing money on right here, bro.
What NFL rookies bought with their first contract? Arvell Reese. I just signed it, went to the hotel, got ready for practice the next day. I don't really got anything to buy right now. I already got everything. I got a car and apartment, so I'm good. Peter Woods.
I at least would have been checking my account online a few times on your phone app, just like move some stuff around. Like, let me see, it looks better right here if I put this in the save it over here.
Yeah, sending screenshots to friends and family.
Y'all good?
Everything okay?
Peter Woods. I wouldn't say there's anything specific. He is Clemson defensive tackle. Went to the Chiefs, so they got Mansour Delane and Peter Woods. Mm-hmm. Okay, he says,
nice draft.
I'm just kind of letting my money make money right now. I had a pretty blessed college situation at Clemson. It's a different landscape now. It allows me to kind of be disciplined in that area. I'm not really worried about it. Jacob Rodriguez, Texas Tech, went to the Dolphins. Round 2 pick 43 to Wolchuk's chagrin.
I know.
Said I went and got a bed and a mattress. So in college for a little bit, when I was a walk-on, I slept on the ground in my brother's apartment. And so I'd never slept good when I was 13 and on. And so then I moved to college, like 3-inch mattress or whatever. So I never bought a mattress until I was drafted because I always said my first purchase is going to be a bed. So he says he bought himself a nice Tempur-Pedic.
Good for him, bro.
Yeah, humble football guy right there.
Yeah.
Gosh, I love you.
There's a song about sorry.
No, you're good.
There's a viral song going around about men who sleep on the floor with their mattresses.
Okay.
He's got a mattress on the floor. It's really shaming men right now.
Yeah. I mean, if you find a football player that does that, though, that guy's dialed.
Yeah.
You know, he's got no time or cares. I think that was Sean Lee when he got drafted. He had an apartment with a mattress that he just threw down on the ground because he was spending so much time at Valley Ranch.
Just a junkie, man.
Didn't need anything at home. Carnell Tate bought a Star Wars Lego Ultimate Collector Series set.
That guy's a nerd, but I love it.
Ohio State to the Titans. I guess he also purchased a house in Chicago. He was the 4th overall pick. And Caleb Banks, defensive lineman, went to the Vikings. He was at Florida, right? Mm-hmm. Caleb Banks, Florida.
Yeah. Broke his foot.
He's an animal lover. He was actually studying zoology.
Oh.
He bought 3 exotic snakes and a tarantula.
Okay, that guy's he's going to be out of the league in 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, I guess his snake collection's up to 5.
Yeah, that's just bizarre.
That exotic animal trade it's big money. You know?
Oh yeah, I believe it.
Oh, there's a fantastic show on HBO about it right now.
Oh,
yeah.
Monsters?
Gosh, I remember the name. It's something of Gods. It's amazing, bro.
Monsters of God?
Monsters of God. I've watched one episode.
Okay.
I think the next one comes on Thursday. Whoa. It's
all
Tiger King with reptiles.
Okay, so what's more fascinating, the people or the reptiles?
Both.
Yeah.
All right, we got to run. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan, the C-Note every afternoon, 3:20. We'll be hitting that all the way through Cowboys training camp and the season, year-round, 3:20. Then we get to Krusty's Corner with Broadus. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Guys, we're going to play a little game. It's called Need You to Be the Best. We'll do that next.
Coming up.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Todd Ochter coming up in 15 minutes. Cowboys beat writer, ESPN. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. Programming note. Got football on the airwaves this weekend, right?
We're back. Saturday, preseason action.
4 p.m. Me and Eric will lead the thing off, and then you and I will do the post-game show.
Yep, we'll be rocking till midnight.
Rocking till midnight. You know what I'd like to do with you, if I could? And maybe when we do the stack together. I was thinking about, I would like some names of people that you're interested in watching.
Okay.
You know? I'd like to play that game. Maybe we can all play that game on Friday. Where it just got, where you could say, hey, I'm interested to see these 4 guys and see how it all fans out.
Absolutely.
It's exciting to get to be able to watch the game tape afterwards. Did you kind of see how these guys really did? That's the thing about yesterday, Dawson, that I really miss. I told you that. Not working at .com anymore.
Yeah.
Being able to go home and okay, I didn't watch any of the defense yesterday. I stood over on the offensive field, but then you turn around and watch the defensive tape. You get so much out of that. I mean, that's good. I'm glad they do these things, by the way, these joint practices. Because Dak get the opportunity. Pickens, Lamb, those guys get the opportunity. Offensive line get the opportunity. So
now that we're through them and a couple of weeks in, I would just love it if they gave the starters the most of the rest of the time off.
You're worried about
every day. It's 2 guys from around the league.
Yeah, the injuries are. I mean, man, it's tough because these guys need work, but you don't want anybody getting hurt.
I think the work with the other teams. If you're not fighting the other team, I think you could get a lot out of it. I think the practice yesterday, talking to people about it, that they were encouraged by what they saw. I was part of a Rams. This is Jeff Fisher and Garrett. We had over there in Oxnard. We had a Rams workout where it was just a fight every play.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
And it was, it was just crazy. And so, you can't.
Weren't the fans getting involved? Maybe that was the Raiders.
Oh, the Raider. We had a Raider. We had a Raider
right.
fight. We had a guy swing a helmet at one of our guys. They went up by the fence there. So anyway.
But yeah, I mean, yesterday there were a lot of fights popping off. I think Bucks Jets had a bunch,
Tennessee.
And then Titans. Yeah, the Titans 49ers.
Yeah. So if you can find a coach and a team that kind of works with you, you get a lot out of those practices. So anyway, yeah, we're excited. 4 o'clock. We'll start this preseason off the right way. All right. I've created this exercise. I call it a game. It's really an exercise. I call it Need You to Be the Best. Need you to be the best. I'm going to give you 2 players.
Okay.
I'm going to give you 2 players. And this one's not going to be easy, boys. It's not easy. I need you to tell me who needs to be the absolute best for the Dallas Cowboys between these 2 players. Wolchuk, I'll start with you.
Let's do it.
George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb.
Gosh, you know what? I'm going to go with Pickens. I need Pickens to be the best here. This is a big year for him. One, to have him here for the future. Not only, and when I say this, it's not just on the field.
Yeah.
I want George Pickens to be his best off of it. I want him on time to meetings. I want him doing all the little things that they ask him to do with the PR requirements, all the things that people around the league might have concerns about, and why he was not somebody that the league wanted to trade for and give up assets plus pay. I want George Pickens to be the best on and off the field version of himself, because I'd like to keep him in a Cowboys uniform for a long time.
Dawson, who needs to be the best between George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb?
Well, I feel like we know what we're going to get from George Pickens. It's going to be incredible. I don't know what we're going to get from CeeDee Lamb. So if this offense is going to go supernova, it will be because CeeDee Lamb elevates his game back to what he was in 2023. And he's a yak monster, and he's playing hungry. George Pickens is playing hungry. I don't think Lamb is.
See, the thing I kind of feel like that, and the reason why I say this is, I think because the unknown about Pickens being here next year, I think you need Lamb to get back on there where there's no question.
I think the drops is the big thing with him.
Yeah, but there's but you understand what I'm saying? There's like if Pickens moves on, like you want Lamb to like be the guy that like, man, there's no doubt. We've got the right guy. We got the right guy going forward. And I think that when he plays in the slot, he plays outside. I would just like for him to have a year where we don't look back and say we should have kept the other guy because this guy's not. So I want Lamb to be the guy. Even though I agree with you totally, Dawson, on that whole thing. All right, Dawson, who needs to be better? Not better. Need you to be the best between Tyler Smith and Tyler Booker?
Man, I mean, I could look at that thing the same way. Like, we know Tyler Smith has established a baseline of being an all-pro. If Tyler Booker could be better than him, holy cow, you would have the first and second best guards in the entire league.
Wow.
At the same time, Tyler Smith maybe nursing some knee tendonitis last year, hasn't been 100% healthy this year in camp. There's a case to be made that, maybe what you really need is just Tyler Smith to be the best version of himself like he was in 2024.
Wooly, who needs to be the best between Tyler Smith and Tyler Booker?
Yeah, I think Booker taking that step to be an all-pro is how you're able to really elevate this offense, him and BB both. I think Tyler Smith is just a model of consistency. The way that he played last year while playing on one leg virtually, I thought was outstanding. I feel pretty confident I know what I'm getting from Tyler Smith if he's healthy week in and week out. Tyler Booker's the guy that we're expecting to take that next step, and we need him to do it, especially with the question marks next to him on the right side with Steele. If Booker's not good, we got issues on that side of the line of scrimmage.
That's the whole thing to me right there. You need not that. Listen, our guy Guyton has been okay in camp. He really has.
Yeah,
he's shown that he's capable,
making incremental improvements.
He's making improvements. You need maybe your right guard to be really good in case that right tackle is not as good.
He's going to have to save some ass.
Yeah, he's going to have to. Maybe there's some times where I wouldn't have put it that way, but I don't like what you did. But yeah, I think that right guard has got to be his absolute best because I'm sure there's going to be times where he's going to have to pick up the pieces for that right tackle. Dawson.
Yeah.
Who needs to be better between, I keep saying this, need you to be your best, Donovan Ezeracco or Rashawn Gary?
Ezeracco. He's the guy with double-digit sack potential. We know Rashawn Gary's going to have somewhere between 5 and 8 sacks. He's going to be solid. He's going to be great against the run and be a big reason that this scheme works. But you need a guy to create havoc off that edge. So that one's pretty easy to me. And I think we're going to get it.
Okay, Ezeracco or Gary to you, Wooly?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think Ezeracco's got the higher upside between the two. I'll go with Gary for this reason because of the run defense here and being the veteran in that room. He needs to really be able to set the tone because you got Ezeracco, Malachi Lawrence. You got a lot of younger players behind him. They're going to be following Gary's leadership, and all the I told you so's that are going to come for Rashawn Gary struggles. Like they had a plan in building this defense, and if Rashawn Gary does not live up to that standard and he's not the best, I don't know how this defense all of a sudden we're pretty optimistic right now. We might not be if he's not able to set the edge and do his job.
I agree with you. I think Gary needs to be the best because I think they need him to be a pass rusher. I think they need him to be the guy, and they need Ezeracco to be a pass rusher too. But I think everybody's just using or looking at Gary as a run-only guy. Mm-hmm. And I think, like your point, if he could be really, really good at both. But I think there's a lot of people that don't have confidence that Gary can be that pass.
No question.
So I need him to be his best. All right, back to you, Wooly. DaRon Bland or Kobe Durant? Who needs to be the best? Who do you need to be the best?
DaRon Bland. Because Stephen Jones, by basically saying DaRon Bland is the guy that's going to shut down one side of the field, they're viewing this as DaRon Bland's not a problem. If I were power ranking, and I said it yesterday in the 6 o'clock hour, I thought it was Durant, Revel, Bland that played the best at corner from the practice that we got to watch out there. So I think it's Bland. You need Bland to get back to the guy that is taking the football away, creating turnovers, scoring touchdowns. I mean, the impact that makes on winning and losing games. I need Deron Bland and the feet to stay healthy. I need him back to where he was, making tackles against the run game. Deron Bland's that guy that needs to be the best.
Dawson?
Yeah, because we know Deron Bland's ceiling is taking the ball away and scoring touchdowns, and if you get that version along with what should be a solid Kobe Durant season, then now you're looking at a recipe for success. The turnover differential is one of the most fickle things year to year in the NFL. There's no reason the Cowboys can't be great at it, but I'd have a hard time imagining it if Deron Bland's not back to what he was.
All right, you guys are the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Krusty's
thanks,
Corner.
Man. No, you're the best.
Yeah, you're the
Every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. We did have some technical difficulties pop up with the radio signal. Now is a great time to download the Odyssey app, the Tolo Ultimate Backup in your back pocket. You get technical difficulties happening with the radio signal every now and then. Just punch up 105 through the fan there on that Odyssey app. You won't miss a thing. We got 2 down, 3 to go. Todd Archer, ESPN, joining us next on The Fan. we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. We got a full 5 for you tonight. Rangers pregame is coming up at 8 o'clock as their series with the Angels continues. Joining us now, Todd Archer, ESPN Cowboys reporter in Oxnard. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing all right. I tried to sit in your guys' tent just to, even though you're not here, just to make it seem like I was there with you guys, but unfortunately, it was in use at the moment, so
oh, no.
I apologize.
We got some squatters in that tent?
Yeah, you guys snooze, you lose, you're out.
Gosh, they replaced us so fast.
Well, we appreciate the effort, Todd. We can feel your presence, as always, on the Cowboys beat. How encouraged is the team by what happened against the Rams yesterday?
You know, it's funny. It all depends on perspective, right? Because if you read the Rams people, it's, man, the Rams, they did a lot of good things, and they did da-da-da-da. And then you read all of us and the Cowboys stuff, and they're like, oh, hey, Cowboys did some good things, boo, boo, boo. So clearly it was a good joint practice because both sides can leave there thinking that they did some good things, obviously with a lot to work on. I think defensively, because it wasn't such a blank show that last year was against the Rams, that you're maybe a little bit more encouraged. Now, Stafford still had some big plays. You know, he got Devontae Adams once. He got Ferguson, the tight end, after they tried to drop Ezra in coverage. He got him. But, I mean, if you're basing it off last year, there has to be encouragement over the Cowboys' defense and what they were able to do ones versus ones, right? And offensively, 2 of the 3 periods I saw the defense. I only saw the offense on one, and it was the running game was better as it went on. The pass game was kind of a struggle. They couldn't block Byron Young a couple times. But, again, in the red zone later on, everybody's telling me CD got 2 touchdown passes. Brevin Spann-Ford got a touchdown catch. So they scored about 4 or 5 touchdowns in the red zone. So clearly they did some good things there, too. I think next week against the Saints, we'll see if it can continue in between the game they got on Saturday against the Seahawks.
Does it feel like the defense is learning what Christian Parker is installing?
Yes. We're not seeing busts. And even now, I will say, even last year out here when you guys were here, the defense wasn't atrocious. Remember, I think Kaiir Elam was one of their better standouts. He was making plays in training camp. And then the season started and it all fell apart. So it wasn't like last year you noticed in the practice, Cowboys versus Cowboys practices, that, oh, my God, this defense is going to be awful. But I do think you're seeing them not give Dak fits, but making him think a little bit, having to hold the ball a tick longer because of what they're doing on the back end. My biggest concern remains, can they get consistent pressure on the quarterback? That was something. Now, Stafford gets rid of it quick, and you're not going to judge everything by going against a 20-year vet like him and stuff. But I want to know how they can consistently get pass rush to the quarterback without having to devise it up with blitzes or dropping guys and surprising teams that way, right? So that's still my one area where I'm like, okay, a little concerned. I like what you've seen in the cornerbacks. Bland is moving a lot better. Revel had a good day yesterday. I think Kobe Durant's been fine. Everybody talks about Caleb Downs. I think the safety group as a whole is much better than it's been. The linebackers have been fine. It's a thin group, though, even with Justin Barron turning into Sean Lee yesterday. So I still want to see what happens with the pass rush. And honestly, fellas, we're not going to know going into the opener because they're not playing these guys in the preseason.
Yeah, Todd, where do you stand on that? Do you think they should play starters in the preseason, or is there at least certain starters that you would like to see get some reps?
I'd play the defense just because it's a new scheme. It's a new coach calling plays for the first time. I want to get him as much work. And when I say I want to see the defense play, they can play 8 snaps on Saturday, right? And they can play 12 snaps, 14 snaps the next week, and then game 3, sit him down. And maybe I'm making too much of what would that be, like 25 snaps in a preseason. But I would like to see them just because there's so many new guys. And not just like the starting 11, but you go to the nickel guys and you go to when they go sub packages and the other defensive ends and other defensive tackles. There's about 12, 13 guys that haven't played for this team that are going to be in new spots or didn't really play much at all last year. So I'd like to see them get a little work, but I understand why teams don't play their guys in the preseason because the risk and the reward thing. And that's why these practices against the Rams, against the Saints, are essentially their preseason games. I would just like the NFL to just go to, hey, make the joint practices preseason games.
Sure. Hey, Todd, Todd, you got me there?
I got you.
Okay. Hey, which group of the practices you've seen and in the work you've seen, which group of either the corners or the safeties have looked the best to you?
That's a good one. Depends what you count Downs, right? Because he played kind of...
No, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I would probably say the corners, but only because of what the expectations were coming in.
Sure.
Bland was coming off a down season, and, what's the state of his foot? I mentioned to you that he's moving a lot better.
Yeah.
Revel last year, I'm not going to hold his rookie year against him. He deserves time to show what he can do when he's healthy. I think he's been good. The one concern I have is everybody talks about, man, he's got a short memory. He's able to bounce back. Well, he has to bounce back and have a short memory a lot of times. Yeah. So that tells you that he's kind of given up some stuff too. But and Durant, I think that was a solid signing at the time that they made it. I don't think there's anything that has been disappointing from the group. I think with the safeties, Locke was hurt a little bit. Jalen Thompson's been in and out a little bit with the hip deal. Malik Hooker's been away for a couple of days. So the safety group hasn't kind of been all together, but you've seen the younger guys like an Elijah Clark kind of make plays who might force his hand on what they do at spot, at their, are they going to keep 5 safeties or 4 safeties, that kind of thing. I would probably go with the corners as catching my eye more because the expectations might have been different, whereas coming in with the safeties and veteran guys and their biggest free agent signing in a decade, I probably thought, okay, they're going to be okay at the safety spot more than they've been. I think I would go with cornerback.
Todd, any reason for this team to keep 4 tight ends?
No. Yeah, Lipke's tight end.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right? No. I mean, I don't see it, and I know Broaddus even wanted to get rid of Schoonmaker since he got here. So
not true. I can't find. I can't. Yeah, I can't find. No, there's players I want to get rid of.
I'm definitely trying to get rid of them.
I think Zach wants, but no. I think to me that I've seen nobody challenge Schoonmaker's job. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Yeah. No. I look. You want to have more production out of a second round pick. I hear you.
Yeah.
But he's a good point of attack blocker.
He is. He is.
Run all day, but the second he'll drop a pass at training camp, it's here we go.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I don't know why what would be the value of carrying the 4th tight end when he's not going to play on game day.
Yeah,
and you're going to get these guys to the practice squad, and if you don't, okay, L-Dub. I just wanted to call him L-Dub for some reason. Has a history of finding guys and making them okay, even if they get here for like 2 days.
Yeah, you always think this, Todd, though, that like you laugh when we always say, "Oh, this is going to be a tough cut. This is going to be a tough, and then you're like, "Shut up." I know you've said that to me a couple. Just shut up.
When was the last time that they've had a guy claimed off waivers?
Yeah.
No, you end up being right on that because there's always those darlings like Trayshawn Holden. How in the world is he going to make it to the practice squad? Well, he does.
Well, let me introduce you to Camden Brown this year, fellas. Mm-hmm. It's the same guy. It's the John V. Johnson Award that they should give out.
That's a good pull. Todd Archer with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Do they have their backup running back on the roster right now?
Yeah, why wouldn't they? I mean, yeah. I got to be honest with you. I said this to somebody in the organization the other day. Behind Javonte Williams, I think they got 4 guys who could play in the league.
Okay.
Not be, every down guys, but have a role in the league. This Corbin kid has done it, come in and done some good things that they just signed when they cut the Richardson guy. He's got some juice to him.
Yeah.
And Evan Can had some good moments. He's kind of hit a wall, I think, here a little bit lately, but curious to see what he does over the weekend. And if you're asking me, like, who right now might get the more snap or more carries of the second back, I might say Maffa
Mm-hmm.
But Blue might be a guy who, because of his ability in the pass game and the speed, might be more of your traditional third down guy. But I mean, I'm not worried about the backup running back spot because, as someone in the media likes to say, running backs are like two guards in the NBA. You can find them everywhere. So if they were to lose Javonte, I think they'd find somebody and they'd just be fine. And oh, by the way, this quarterback and these receivers and this tight end, they can throw the ball. Just check it around.
Todd Archer, ESPN, with you here on your home of the Cowboys. When Stephen Jones has been saying this roster is going to be different by the time camp breaks, should we be expecting something big, Todd?
I keep waiting for something big, and I guess the Quinnen Williams signing was something big. That surprised me just that it happened that quickly. I guess it depends on your definition of big, like Max Crosby.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening. I thought it was interesting that Steven said, and me and Machota got him when the Williams deal went down. He's like, in my mind, the trade with the Parsons trade's over. Well, they still got one first-round pick out there that they could move, but maybe that's something that they're not considering. It. Is there a guy that they could add as a free agent that you would consider big at this moment? Might be a big name, a Wagner, a Von Miller, throw out whoever else you want to throw out at those two positions. But I don't know if it's going to be, and I'll jinx it tonight by saying this, I don't know if there's going to be anything. It's like, whoo, there they go, all in, and they just pulled some Rams type of trade out of nowhere. I don't see that. I see them making better than complimentary moves, but I don't know if it would qualify as big. How about that for hedging my bet?
Yeah, I like it. I do like it. I wonder, if you agree that Quinnen Williams at 35 is better than Micah at 47. Did they win that trade? Do you think they did the right thing here overall?
It's hard. I sat there telling you guys a second ago, I don't know where the pass rush is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
And I can roll out of bed and get you 11 sacks in a season in 10 games. So, but when you look at the totality of the trade and what they were able to do and what they were able to get, it's a pretty decent haul when you look at it. I just don't know if pass rushers are such difference makers that as good as Quinnen Williams is and the impact that he can make, I don't know if it's as impactful as what a Micah Parsons does. And I'm not trying to dump on everything. I think they were right to make the move from Micah because that was not going to end well. And he was not going to sign here at all. Like that they had to make that trade when they made it. And I think it ended up being a move that what they got in return will give them really good value.
Shoddy's talked about wanting to have the best culture in professional sports, but it does kind of feel like when you're talking with some of the moves, every player interview we got to a man out there at Camp Todd, like he's achieving with the leadership turnover. What's been your takeaway being around the team so far?
Yeah, how many times does culture lead to touchdowns? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
I hate to be the guy who dumps on all that stuff. I do think it matters. I think it matters to degrees. I don't think culture has been a problem for the Dallas Cowboys in a long time. Guys have enjoyed each other. There's not been schisms in the locker room the way there was. If you go back to 2008 when during that bad run at the end of the season where they couldn't stand each other. But guys are buying in. And look, there was something that I think you guys probably heard about or talked about it at the end of practice yesterday. When they were running sprints and the Rams are looking at these guys like, what in the hell are they doing? Like, this is ridiculous. I think that was player-led. That was DeMario Overshown going to Dak saying, hey, are we still running? And Dak's like, if you guys want to run, let's do it. Because I don't know what you guys did on your field. And so they ran a series of sprints. The same thing happened in Sunday's practice. Shoddy had them line up, called them all together. He's about to give them a nice little break. Family day, let's go to the beach. And players like, no, we want to run. So I do think that helps, and it's a positive thing. But does that matter when it's 3rd and 7 in the fourth quarter and you're trying to put a game away or score a touchdown? I don't know. I mean, call the right play, execute the play, and your best players play best at the biggest moment. That's why this team has gone so long without sniffing a Super Bowl, not because, well, the chemistry's really good. I hate to crap all over that kind of stuff, but that's just kind of my personal feeling.
With George Pickens, is there anything that he can do this year for him to continue to be on this roster past the season, or do you think that this is kind of let's just watch 17 games of George, hopefully longer if they make the playoffs?
Oh, they can franchise tag him again. We can go through the whole thing all over again.
Sure.
I do think there's an opportunity to keep him beyond this year. Entering training camp, I was probably a little less likely to think that would be the case than I am now, based on just the things that you're hearing. And look, the Quinnen Williams deal helps. I think that's going to end up, once I get the final numbers and see, I think it's going to get him about $13 million in cap room this year. They'll be able to restructure next year. Next year's the high cap number he's going to have, create even more room, obviously, and you're pushing money out in the future. But I think there's a possibility of keeping him. We know what it's going to come down to. Is the first number going to start with a 4 or is it going to start with a 3? And then the Cowboys are going to have to ask themselves the question, is that going to be worth it? And if it's another 93 catches for 1,400 yards and 9-10 touchdowns, it very well may be.
You're the man, Todd. Thanks for checking in with us from camp. Let's keep those trespassers out of our tent, and we'll try to catch up with you soon.
I'll buy a padlock and bring it over there.
Let's go.
You, Todd.
Thank you, Todd. Todd Archer, ESPN with you. A must follow on Cowboys
Absolutely,
Twitter.
yeah.
Okay, football fix coming up. Chuck, where are you taking us?
Are the Cowboys rising up the latest power rankings? And don't ask Todd Monken this question. That's next.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. All right, it's time for a little football fix with Wolchuk. Cowboys Twitter's coming up in about 15 minutes or so. Jared Sandler in about an hour to get you set up for Rangers-Angels Game 3. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Zach.
All right, let's get our football fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
All right, it looks like Tua Tagovailoa, he's going to go ahead and get the start for the Falcons on Friday night in their preseason opener. Now, I don't know if this means like he's the guy, he's going to be their quarterback one, but he's going to get the nod, according to Kevin Stefanski, as they take on the Broncos, and maybe it'll be Tua week one that ends up being the starter.
That's what I would expect. I mean, he's played so much more quality football than Michael Penix. Guess Cooper Rush is sitting on their depth chart as well. Won't be surprised if we have a Cooper Rush sighting before the end of the season, but Michael Penix just hasn't played enough to, I think, realize his potential. And as a result, I mean, Tua is a player you don't want your team investing in long term.
No.
But he's still good. I mean, part of the problem is he's probably going to get concussed or hurt in another way.
Sure.
So you don't want to bring it in. But once you're on game week, he's going to be better than all but about 22 NFL quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's a much better offensive line that he's going to be playing behind in Atlanta versus what he did in Miami. They've got a lot of weapons with Robinson, of course, London, Kyle Pitts. So they've got some talent there. They drafted Zachariah Branch. We'll see. I think Tua probably is the right guy. I liked Michael Penix Jr. Coming out of watching. I thought he had a little, I don't know how you describe what it is, but he seemed to have it. He won everywhere he went. And I thought he was pretty good when he came in at the end of his rookie season to start for them. But the injuries, man.
I've been on a pretty good run with these quarterbacks. I feel like I'm back to maybe missing on this guy.
It'll happen.
Yeah. I mean, I was on a really good run. Like, people were forgetting the Blake Bortles stuff that I was talking about. And now I'm like back to, well, you like Michael Penix a lot. I still do.
I would still think he could be okay.
I just, there's, I don't know. Maybe it's this guy. If this guy can't help him, I don't know who can help him. I think this coach, I think he's good.
Kevin Stefanski?
Yeah.
Underrated, man.
I think he is, even though Cleveland was he was two-time coach of the year, wasn't he?
Took him to the playoffs twice, won a playoff game.
Geez, so if he can't help this guy, then this guy can't be helped.
Now, J.J. McCarthy, the latest rumor is there because Kyler Murray got the job. Now, Adam Schefter's saying his days in Minnesota are numbered. The option that he floated out there, and I think this is just makes a ton of sense, even if there's not actual smoke to this. He goes to the Chargers and reunites with Herbert, and Harbaugh backs up Herbert. I think that just, why not? Won a national championship with Harbaugh. Harbaugh believes in him. That's a solid quarterback, too, for you. And maybe there's another team that will want him as a starter, but Schefter throwing that out there, and that was immediately where my thought went yesterday as well when he got the number 2 job, because he seemed frustrated anyway with them bringing in Kyler Murray. I imagine we might get a trade request here soon enough.
That does make a lot of sense. I hadn't thought about that, but, I mean, you go to an offensive coordinator that wants to lead with the run and is going to be very creative with it. You know, if there's a chance that buys him some time to chill, like Darnold with the Niners, where he just got to chill for a year, kind of gather his bearings, maybe learn some stuff, take another crack at it.
Yeah, just take some time.
Trey Lance is there.
Get used to it. Oh, wow. I don't think Trey Lance is keeping you from adding
DJ
JJ.
He's there too.
Uiagalelei, what a fall for his career. My goodness. And another team, Cleveland. Like, what the heck's going on with their quarterback situation? Well, a reporter asked Todd Monken about that yesterday.
I wasn't sure I understood you. When Mary Kay asked if they're even Steven, and then you mentioned that Deshaun's is better.
Hold on. What was that?
So that's what I'm asking. Were you saying,
I said Deshaun's better?
Were you saying that he's gotten better since camp, or that he's better than Shedeur? I want to make sure.
I don't think I threw in there that he's better than Shedeur. I'm not sure I went that far, but I appreciate you trying to trap me in that.
I'm not.
I like this guy, Todd Monken, dude.
He gives zero bleeps.
He is funny. I think that's the second clip we've had of him, in this offseason where he's just not giving a crap and letting it fly. So I like that. I mean, I know Deshaun Watson has had an incredible fall from grace, but at one point he was considered one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. I don't think it's that close.
No, Deshaun Watson's going to be there.
You go with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, and I mean, there are reports, I think we read it yesterday, like, is Shedeur going to make the team? So we'll see what happens with Shedeur.
Like my guy, Taylon Green?
Oh, God, no. Taylon Green is terrible. That's one of the worst draft takes you've ever had.
You watch. Taylon Green will be on this roster.
6th rounder out of Arkansas?
Yes, sir.
4.3 speed?
Yes,
when
sir.
they convert him to a wide receiver, maybe he's got a chance to play.
Wolchuk hadn't got a quarterback right yet.
What? What are you talking about? Jaden Daniels is my guy.
Hey, quarterback is hard.
Love Jaden. Quarterback is very, very hard.
Yeah.
But
especially for Wolchuk.
Taylon Green can't play, dude.
Everybody but Sean Payton.
Wait, okay, when we brought up Isaac Tesla, this is how I know you don't really believe in Taylon Green. You were pointing out how bad the quarterback play was. Who was his quarterback?
Wasn't it that big, heavy-set guy?
It was Taylon Green.
I kind of felt like that it was the guy that, what was our guy's name? It wasn't a Richardson. What was our guy? Like a Washington Richardson. It was some name. Remember the big guy that was like, he could run. You're supposed to know college
Jared
football.
Lorenzen?
No. I'll look this up. Go ahead and talk among yourselves.
Rest in peace. R.I.P., by the way, to Big Jared.
Allen, one of the Allen brothers?
No, somebody, the Arkansas fans.
I like how Broadus gets frustrated with you guys because you don't remember what he's trying to think of.
Every single time.
You know college football.
I'm over here drowning idiots. I can't. I thought it was like a Williams.
No, it was Taylon Green.
No, there was
KJ Jackson. So who you're thinking of?
Jackson, thank you.
It wasn't him.
KJ Jefferson, you mean, Wolchuk?
Jefferson?
Figure it out.
Well, when I Google it, it says KJ Jackson here.
That was Jefferson.
Thought you knew ball.
There was a KJ Jefferson, but they also have a sophomore quarterback, KJ Jackson.
Oh, they got a new one.
You Googled it too over here.
I was thinking of
pointing the finger at me. Mr. AI, for your takes.
The Google AI is it's not very reliable.
No, you have to be very, very specific with it, or else it's going to give you like information from 10 years ago. KJ Jefferson got hurt. It was Taylon Green, but Green was horrible.
AI was right about Jack Leiter, though, wasn't they? 3rd or 4th starter, maybe bullpen piece.
I got to say,
we're trending in that direction.
The Leiter one, you were getting killed for it. You might be taking a victory lap on that. I get it. All right, if you had to power rank number 1 team in the NFL, you're making your power rankings right now. Who you putting at 1 for preseason?
Seahawks.
You are going Seattle, okay.
Number 1 team in the NFC?
Number 1 team in just NFL, period.
Oh, Rams.
Rams.
Everybody else is a distant number 2.
Get out of here.
I mean, I think Seattle is good. 1 is the Rams. 3 is Seattle. They've got Sean Payton and your Denver Broncos at 2. You think that's overrating Denver right now? And this is NFL.com today.
Sean's being nice. Is Diana Rossini doing this article? Who's this?
No, it's Nick Shook.
Nick Shook.
Yeah, I mean, Denver adds Waddle. They have one of the best offensive lines. They have 3 decent running backs. They get their main runner healthy. I think Denver...
They were injury away from maybe going to the Super Bowl, right? Their quarterback. Yeah.
I'll buy Denver top team in the AFC.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, their defense is so damn good. Bo Nix supposedly not going to play week 1.
He said in the NFL, right?
Yeah, this is totally NFL. But you're going. If you got the Rams at once, you're saying the Broncos would be the top team in the AFC, which Nick Shook agrees with you with them at 2. But the Cowboys are a big riser. Now they got the Eagles at 4. I think that's really overrating the Eagles. Maybe Philadelphia.
There's a chance we're going to be really wrong about this.
Maybe it is. It's possible, but. That's dysfunction waiting to happen. Buffalo at 5. There's your top 5. But the Cowboys are at 11 now. And I think that's a perfect spot for them. I think 11 for the Cowboys right now is fair. I think it's a good spot. Now, they are ahead of New England at 12. New England was the Super Bowl runner-up a year ago.
That's weird to me. Really good defense. Drake May's only going to be made better by A.J. Brown. 2 good running backs. Better offensive line. I don't get the fading of New England.
I guess the schedule, because they played such an easy schedule last year, and this year they're going to play a better one. They just expect regression. But on paper, New England is pretty good.
The Cowboys might have a more difficult schedule than the Patriots.
Yeah, Dallas' schedule's not easy.
I mean, they played an easy schedule, and we're crap.
The one I just don't know about is the Bears at 10. Like, there's a lot of Bear love right now.
I think they're going to be pretty good.
And I do like Ben Johnson a lot, and I'm a believer in Caleb Williams. But, man, that offensive line scares me.
Kobe Bryant out 4 to 6 months.
Yep.
I think they're going to get Ozzie Trapillo back, which is huge because they were going to have to depend on like Jedrick Wills or Braxton Jones at left tackle, which wasn't going to go well for him. They did lose the center, Dahlman, and Bradbury has not been great. So I'll say the Bears will be more likely in the bottom 10 than in the top 10 by the time this season is done, Brian.
Taylor Green started all 13 games at quarterback.
Talking to David Hellman too much. I think he married into a Bears family.
He did. He married into a Bears family.
He did. So
my guy Jefferson never threw the ball. I know Jefferson was awful.
Jefferson was there the year before. Yeah, he was. He was bad.
Awful.
He was bad. But neither of them could throw really well. They were just good runners. And Taylor Green's a great athlete. Local kid, Louisville. Love you. All right, last thing I want to do here, Mike Vrabel. Dude, somebody asked him. And kudos to this reporter in New England because she doubles down and circles back to it. The counseling with his wife, Jen.
Yeah, but he didn't answer the question. He tied it into football, and he said we all need to be better.
Yeah, this is what he...
all of us?
He did. He said, he did.
All now.
He did.
Yeah.
He said,
no, it's not me, guys. We all need to do better, okay?
Well,
I'm not the one that got caught with my pants down, all right?
You
worry about you. You need to be better.
Joggers at his ankles there.
Ash, what did he learn from his off-season counseling?
I wanted to follow up on that and see, what did you learn from that counseling, and how did you balance that personal commitment with getting ready for this season?
Well, I think we always look at improvement. As we talk about getting ready for the next season, we always look at improvement and ways that we can improve individually and, how we can improve as a team. And it's really critical that we continue to do that on and off the field. I believe in that. I believe in everything that we can do to help this football team, to help our coaches, to help myself and everybody else included, and how we, this journey that we're going to go on, is going to be completely different than the one we went on last year. And that's all of our jobs is to prepare for it now. So really focused on our improvement individually and as a team, and that's something that we can do today.
And if you come by my room later on tonight, I'll tell you more about it, sweetheart.
Yeah, come on by. Circle back. We can have a private conversation about it, you and me. Yeah. Then we'll go on a boat trip together and fish.
Listen here, honey. What kind of question is that?
Yeah.
She did kind of sound like a party gal.
Oh. Maybe Rabel's got his hooks in on another one.
I would not be surprised. I think he's got a type.
I'd like a bracket, please, from you of party gals.
Party gals? I think Diana Rossini's a 1 seed. And I knew that even before this whole scandal.
I think this would be a good
She's
top 10.
She's the John Wooden UCLA Bruins.
I think you should hijack the top 10 and do your top 10 NFL party gals.
Yeah, that would go well.
List.
That might get me canceled.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Bobby would do it, and Sean would tell him, no, you're not allowed.
Okay, 901 says Drake May is a fraud. That's why. 817, Drake May is not good. 469, maybe it's the coach drama for New England. I could see coach drama tripping you up. I think Mike Vrabel is probably good enough to focus through this. He's obviously in denial. And we'll see about Drake May. Like, they had to play 4 of the best defenses in the entire league in their march through the playoffs. And they got through. They did not look good in the postseason. But Drake May, like air yards, average depth of target, all that stuff, the explosives. And he's getting it done last year with Stephon Diggs and Kayshon Boutte. And mid-tight ends.
Yeah.
I think the thing with Drake May is he's not afraid to throw the ball down the field. He's got good velocity and accuracy, and he can run. So I get it. And I noticed the same thing last year in the playoffs from Drake May. Like, he was rattled at times, did not look comfortable at all. But I think he's got like a game management ability mostly due to his physical gifts. Who are we comparing him to? He's way better than Bo Nix. He's probably better than C.J. Stroud. Yep. He's not as good as Josh Allen. Nope. He's not as good as Burrow or Mahomes. Mm-hmm. But outside of that,
Lamar.
We'll see with Lamar. To be determined here on what Lamar is right now, coming off a very different season for him compared to his first 6 last year. We got to run. We're late. We got Cowboys Twitter. And who else is talking Super Bowl on this Cowboys roster coming up next in the nation?
Coming up on
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Man, Bo Nix and Drake May, very polarizing. Got the people going, got the fan text going. A 214 says, you don't know ball, Dawson. Drake May is not better than Bo Chapman Nix. Sounds like a super fan to me. Watch Bo prove y'all wrong again this year, and he might. Like, another 214 says Denver with Knicks would beat May and the Patriots last year, and I probably agree with that.
I do agree with that, but I don't know that it's because of Bo Nix.
No, it's just a better team.
Yeah.
Denver's a better overall team, but like just a smattering, a sampling of what Bo Nix put on tape and in the analytics last year. He leads the league in throwing short of the sticks on third down. That's probably not a good. He is the worst under pressure. A PFF grade of 40 under pressure. Now, under pressure is tough, especially as a young quarterback. Dak was at 71 last year. Elite, led the league. Bo Nix led the league in failed completions. That is when your guy is open. All you have to do is throw the ball to him accurately. And he had the most incompletions in those situations last year, even worse than like Cam Ward, who was just atrocious at it. I believe Bo Nix has one of the greatest blessings you can get. And it might even be better than going to play for Sean McVay or Andy Reid or something. But you have a coach, I think, who knows how to weaponize dual-threat quarterbacks that make good decisions better than anybody else in football. That's how much appreciation I have for Sean Payton. And I understand massive portions of this audience don't appreciate Sean Payton. I remember when he was available, and a common take was he's basically Mike McCarthy, which, I think a lot of people still believe that, even though he's gone to Denver now and built one of the best teams in his conference once again in fairly short order, and that's after overcoming a trade for Russell Wilson.
True that, which is amazing.
The level of difficulty significantly. Quinnen Williams has joined Dak, quote, I don't think Q's broken down the team or spoke to the team without saying Super Bowl, whether it be Super Bowl or whether it be championship. Dak Prescott tells Jory Epstein, Yahoo Sports, he said the other day, if you're not about that, get the bleep out of the huddle. Like Quinnen Williams, dude. That guy's a leader. Dude.
That's a dog right there. That's who you want in the foxhole with you.
When we were, when they got him, I didn't know anything about Quinnen Williams last year with the Jets. We get to the Super Bowl after he played 8 games or whatever with the Cowboys after the trade, and he's like the man down there in the lobby, And that was my first exposure to Quinnen Williams, the guy, and he's like the. Maybe the biggest star there. He's talking to everybody's dad. He's just like Mr. Social Leader, man. And I think between him and Overshown, Caleb Downs, you now have Dak's equivalent on that side of the ball.
I couldn't agree more. And that's what, like when Will McClay was talking about the group of guys they've brought in here, and I throw out like, well, was it important specifically for defense? Because I feel like he's never had that guy on defense. Like you had kind of a conflict with DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah, and Micah wanted to be the guy, but Tank was there, was the guy, and there was a rift there. Now I think you finally do have the right type of dudes to lead on that side of the football.
And on offense, it's Dak, but it's also Tyler Smith, probably Tyler Booker.
Yeah, both of them are on the leadership council.
Or as guys heading in that great direction. And Ferguson is he's one of the leaders. Kind of seems more like to be fun goofball guy.
Yeah, Pickens is in that area too, but Ferg I think can get serious. Like he is like the loose, fun, has a smile on his face, always is able to make a negative into a positive. But I do think when it's time to get serious, Ferg has that to him.
The biggest thing happening on Cowboys Twitter today, though, is just the back and forth between Rams media members, content creators, and the Cowboys media members and content creators and fans. I think a couple of things are going on. Number one, the Rams and their media and their fans have an inflated sense of self right now, and just it would be offensive. We're the number one team. The Cowboys aren't even a playoff team. You guys must be BSing us if you think the Cowboys came into our house and did anything of significance. But I think from the Cowboys side, the bar was so low that just not getting destroyed is a massive win. And maybe that's the energy that some of the Rams media members are reacting to. Nate Adkins, senior writer for The Athletic, covering the Rams, though, he really stepped in it. He said if the Cowboys really schemed it up for this practice, that could explain a few things. The Rams offense didn't game plan a single play for this practice. That wasn't the point of the exercise to them. Joseph Hoyt, Morning News, clarified for what it's worth. Coach Ryan Smith said before the practice, we're not game planning for the Rams. DeMarvion Overshone said that both the Rams offense and the Cowboys defense were just doing base calls. So don't let those Rams media members pull you offside pretending like the Cowboys were treating this thing like the Super Bowl and the Rams were going generic, and that's the only reason they had any success. Packers linebacker Micah Parsons sat down with Baldy and Stacey Dales, told them the most optimistic return for him will be Week 6 against the Cowboys. That's October 18th. This seems like optimism season. I'd be pretty shocked. I think this is probably Micah Parsons working the news cycle, which he is really good at. CeeDee Lamb's message to the front office on George Pickens with Yahoo. I know it's going to be a little crazy, but I know we can make a way for this one. Listen, this is my avocation at Jerry. Can you please figure out a way? Let's figure it out. I don't care what needs to happen. Let's figure it out, and it's going to get you a couple more championships. Lamb says, sign Pickens long term, get Jerry a couple championships. I don't know how many years of CeeDee Lamb's prime is left. Maybe 3 or 4 years. I mean, mine is telling me they're probably going to tag him again. Like I like what Todd Archer said.
No, they probably will.
Especially because George is so open-minded to it.
Yeah, George. I mean, you could tell when we talked with him right when I was like, "Dude, I've been here a long time," and he just goes, "Me too." Like George wants to be here. I wonder if because everyone says he's a different guy. Like we're the money for him, that he's not going to want to get paid like some of these other guys, but I don't know that he's going to force their hand to be the highest paid type of wide receiver. I think he might be willing to work something out to where like it's a fair deal, but maybe him and CD are making the same amount, whatever it is, to where it's like, all right, you know what? Cool. And the Cowboys are willing to do stuff like that.
Yeah. I think it's really important for the Cowboys to pivot away from dragging things out as long as they can till the end. They got destroyed over the last decade.
The Dak one was the worst one.
And the other thing is they put their players in a position where it became adversarial. Mm-hmm. And it's like, after all this, you're damn right I'm going to get every dollar I possibly can. When you go early to a guy like Quinnen Williams, it's like, yeah, Jalen Carter just got 38. It's fine. I'll take 35. I'll take 10% less than the top of the market. You know, where if you had played this out the way that they did with other contracts, you would wait at least another year, maybe 2, and then end up giving Quinnen Williams $45 million instead of the 35 you just got him for.
And the other layer of it is, you know, like Quinnen, the perspective where Pickens has been somewhere else. He knows what it was like outside of Dallas, and in Quinnen Williams, same thing. He knows what it was like with the Jets and the difference and all the benefits to being a Cowboy. When all these guys have only been with Dallas, maybe they don't have that context when they're negotiating.
It's a good point, Chuck. We got 3 down, 2 to go. Where are you taking us next?
All right, let's go ahead and do a finest. We've got the Cowboys eating on the defensive line this year from one NFL analyst, and don't mess with the quarterback. That's next.
The more time you give, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, here we go. Hour 4 G-Bag Nation on The Fan. We're 20 minutes away from Jared Sandler jumping on. He's going to preview tonight's Rangers game against the Angels. 8 o'clock pregame. Here's Wolchuk with the football's finest.
Let's do the finest right now.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
All right, Coach JB, I know you're a big-time Tolo and G-Bag National, but you're not going to want to hear this audio clip because we go to NFL Live, and it's from Mina Kimes, okay? And Mina, who we respect and love on this show, is talking about the Cowboys' defensive line going to be a problem this year. Take it away, Mina.
Yeah, I love that you brought up Vic Fangio. I was with him for 2 years in Chicago, and Christian Parker is a disciple of Vic Fangio. He's going to be multiple in his looks. That's what I'm most looking forward to. Like, I love the Quentin Williams deal. You pair him with Kenny Clark. To me, you have the best 1-2 punch interior that you had, and that is what a Vic Fangio defense does. They absolutely eat on that defensive line. Even going back to the 49ers years, they've always had beasts on that D-line. It's a system that's pretty simple at its core, but the first thing that Fangio would tell you is they do not want to blitz. And if you have a defensive lineman or defensive line in general that can get pressure on a quarterback without blitzing, it leaves more people in coverage, right? I mean, so hopefully your defensive backs and your linebackers are not having to cover as much. And so they're also relying a lot of younger players in that back seven. So beef up that defensive line, see what they get. And it's going to be interesting because they're going to score some points. But how fast does Christian Parker get his scheme and find their identity? One, stopping the run on the way to the quarterback is something Vic Fangio had always preached. They're going to play a lot of too high. Yeah. Got to get sacks on the interior, though.
It's true. That's the Dick Fangio way of preaching.
Yeah, the Dick Fangio. I love when you do that. I'll say this about Christian Parker that I noticed. There was a period where they were moving the ball, and they got down, and then it turned into a red zone period. And once Dak and the offense got down inside the 20, and it was probably one of those periods they call just play it. You know, where like it's there's a play and there's no script. It's just you're moving the ball and you're just calling defenses to roll against the offense. When they got down inside the 20, that's when Christian Parker started bringing pressure. That's when he started bringing inside linebackers. So he started bringing the safety. So that might be different. Who was the gentleman that was talking?
Chase Daniel.
Chase Daniel.
Yeah, Chase Daniel and Mina Kimes were ping-ponging back and forth.
And he knows. Chase knows what's going on. But
South Lake Carroll.
But the thing about it was that I noticed from Christian Parker was it was when it got down inside that like the 18, 17-yard line, he was bringing pressure. He was coming after Dak to try and be disruptive. So this might be something different that, you know, Chase was pointing out that, well, he doesn't like to blitz. And I kind of felt like that Christian Parker wants to put his own spin on this defense the way he can. So maybe that's something that you will see. That if you drive the ball on him and he's looking to get off the field, he's going to try and create it with a blitz and lull you into thinking like, oh, I'm not going to blitz. And then you get down the red zone, he starts bringing pressure that way.
Yeah, I mean, and I think Chase Daniel has been a great addition for ESPN.
Yeah,
he's been crushing. He's a big Dak Prescott fan. He's been pounding the table for Dak being like a top 3
His
quarterback.
Film breakdowns are good too.
Really good. Him and Kurt Warner, I think, two of the better ones there. Yeah. But when Mina and Chase Daniel are talking on their podcast, I think that they do a really good job. I think that's definitely a high quality listen. Now,
469 says, partied with Chase Daniel in high school. He could drink a beer faster than anybody he's ever known.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn. Dry snitching.
Some people got that talent.
Just go ahead and open up the
smallish guy too, right?
Like
he
the guy
was
on
small,
shorter guy,
like 5'10" ish. Maybe smaller. You think
shorter than that?
I think he was a shorter guy.
Really? Yeah. I mean, him when he had Mizzou versus Todd Reesing and KU, and they were 1-2 in the country playing each other at Arrowhead Stadium. That was a wild time in college football. But Chase Daniel was a fun watch at Missouri. I want to say Jeremy Maclin was part of that team too at Mizzou, but I might have my ears crossed. Now we've got Hard Knocks going down on HBO. I have not stopped and watched it yet. I might try and catch up. Some of the clips I've seen, though, have been pretty good. Mike McDonald, super likable guy. But the one thing you don't want to do at a Seahawks practice is hit the quarterback. And Derek Hall learned that the hard way.
Derek, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you bull rushing right now near the quarterback?
I'm not trying to hump. I can't see behind
you. Can't be trying to hump right now. This isn't the time for it. Damn it, Derek.
That away, good timing. That away, Sam.
Stay away from the quarterback.
How when I read clearly pass?
Get him out. Get him out. Get him out.
What do you want me to do?
Get him out. Get him out. Let's go. Get him out.
Damn, oh my gosh. What the
Hey, you can complain all you want. You can complain all the you want. You're too close. That's twice. It's not smart. So you can all you want. But it turns out I'm running the practice.
Hey, Mike McDonald. But you don't want that happening. And for Derek Hall, he was kind of just rushing wide of the quarterback. But the last thing you want is something, you get a bump, somebody lands awkwardly. Next thing you know, you're starting quarterbacks out for a period of time. So Mike McDonald, protect the quarterback. He's a defensive guy. He's usually going to lean defense, but he wants to protect his quarterback.
You can't be trying to hump right now.
Yes, the hump line was phenomenal.
The thing when the guys rush wide, too, they get off balance that way.
Yeah.
And they end up in the quarterback's legs.
And the humping, there's a time and a place for that on a football field. Now was not the time for that, Derek. You take the humping and you save it for another time.
Yeah, and you don't want to get a reputation for that. No. That'll cause you to lose the trust of the coaching staff. And it sounded like he wasn't that coachable, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think they just signed him to a big extension.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they did. He's going to be around for a while. That might be one that your guy regrets. Schneider? Get old John.
He regrets putting some money with that Steve Keim, I think, too.
Gosh, that is a story that every day there's more and more coming out of that. The Steve Keim stuff in Arizona.
Steve Keim is involved in the scamming of the NFL players with the guy ended up dead.
Yeah, it sounds like it, yeah.
Okay, I am unfamiliar with this Chase Daniel picking his nose thing and eating it on TV. There's several texts coming in here. This was a
Let's not talk about that. That's sick.
Okay, we're going to just clean that up in post if you don't mind, Lucius. We're going to pivot away from that.
Give him that huck.
Thank you very much.
That makes me sick.
Zach Taylor.
You guys ever get a scab on your lip?
Zach Taylor admits that the Cincinnati has been cheating for 8 years. All right, and I guess this is because of a rule change. Now, realistically, that sounds worse than it is. It's not that big of a deal. But the NFL now is allowing the teams to designate somebody to throw the red challenge flag. It doesn't have to be the head coach. Well, today, Zach Taylor said, I've been doing that since I got here. I've had a guy designated. I've never once thrown a challenge flag. So they ask you in pregame who's got the flag. It's never been an issue. I didn't even know it was frowned upon. I know there's other coaches in the league. I'm not the only one who's done that. I saw they implemented a new rule, so maybe we'll get a retroactive fine or something, but this is how we've been doing it. But I guess Shoddy now, he can have somebody on the team, be his designated flag thrower. And I don't know if you've got anybody in mind, Brian, or somebody that should be handling that duty, but if they're taking applications, I wouldn't mind being the designated challenge flag thrower. Do you think I'd be good at this role?
I'd probably go Steve Shimko, the quarterback's coach.
Former quarterback.
Just to make sure we got good velocity and a good angle on that, make sure the refs see it. But shoot your shot, man.
I mean, I got a ham cannon.
Get down there on the field. You're already in the building.
It's true.
I kind of wonder, because Belichick used to keep it in his sock.
Oh, yeah, that was gross.
So, Lane, you're kind of wondering, did he ever miss an opportunity to want to throw it because he couldn't balance himself to grab it out of the sock and throw it, I've seen him spike it right in front of the official's feet. I've seen him walk up to, the official and just
Gronk
spike it right in front of them you clowns. Boom, here we go.
Like Brady? You talking about Brady?
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, yeah. Because he'll definitely spike it at the ref and then rip that ref right there in front.
And that ref will just take it.
Yeah. He'll go put the ball there. He'll go spot the ball.
Yeah, he'll spot the ball.
I said right there.
They're used to getting yelled at, those referees. They're so used to it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anything else I can do for you, Tom? Are these balls inflated enough for you? Do you want me to deflate them? I can do that for you, too.
But I didn't know that specifically that the rule. So the rule was the head coach always.
That's, I guess, what it was supposed to be, that the head coach was the only one that could would.
I've never seen anybody. I've never seen anybody else throw the flag other than the head coach.
I've never really paid attention to that either. But I guess, or maybe somebody's holding it, and the coach will go over to them and say, like, "Hey, give me the challenge flag."
Yeah,
and the coach will throw it, which I think is what Zach Taylor was doing.
It's those late season games too. The red flag gets caught in the coat where the gloves are and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So there's like a lot
trying
of that,
to dig in there,
trying to dig to find the flag. Yeah,
in your parka with your massive ski gloves on.
Seriously,
play clock's running down.
Exactly.
Damn it! I can't. Which layer is it in? Which pocket is it?
You can kind of see some of the coaches keep it in their back pocket.
Yeah.
And then when you late season game, the other guys are got it zipped up, and they're trying to take gloves off to they can't get the glove off to.
It's snowing. I hate this. My life is awful. Lady Tolos that are driving around with their spouts, or maybe you're just listening because you love it. My wife's pumped about this. This was big news in my household. The Jonas Brothers are going to headline the halftime show in Melbourne between the 49ers and the Rams week 1. So shout out to the Jonas Brothers, local band here. I've had to see several of their concerts, and honestly, they're pretty damn good. Joe Bros have some hits, man. But my wife she claims is the number one Jonas Brothers fan in the world. And honestly, the amount of time she's seen them, I'm not going to fight it. Nick's her favorite. Who's your favorite Joe Bro? 877-881-1053. I think you'd be a Joe guy, Gavin.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. I think I missed that whole thing.
What differentiates the guys, by the way?
I understand they have some decent songs.
They do. They got some good ones.
Catchy tunes.
There's 3 brothers that are in it. There's Joe, there's Nick, and I'm blanking on the Nick. Kevin. Kevin's the third one. Kevin.
Who's the least talented of the group?
Probably Kevin, but Kevin's starting to. He was not.
Is he the middle one? Are we learning on middle child
Kevin's
day?
the oldest. The middle one's Joe.
Okay.
And Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Nick's probably the most talented because he also is a decent actor. He's been in several shows like Kingdom, which I thought was a good one, MMA fighting show. But if you're into the Joe Bros, you're gonna have them for Melbourne. All right, biggest what ifs, guys. Let's talk what ifs. I love a good what if.
What if?
What's the biggest what if in the NFC East for every NFC East team? If you had to say the biggest what if for the Dallas Cowboys entering 2026, what is it?
What if they're top 10 in sacks?
What if?
Yeah.
And if they're top 10 in sacks, you guys with me on NFC Championship game appearance?
Yeah. Yeah.
I sense hesitation.
I'd say top 10 defense, top 10 offense. Yeah.
Still not sure.
Corners got to stay healthy.
Okay. But the pass rush would help the corners, right?
Yeah.
How about what if this offense isn't good?
Oh, if this offense isn't good,
well, then we're in for a world of trouble.
Yeah.
Then I think Dak got hurt
because we are leaning on it hard right now.
I mean, last year showed you could lose one of these wide receivers, they'll still put up 33 a game.
Yeah.
But what if it's not good?
What if Javonte Williams got hurt? That's my big
Todd
concern.
Archer thinks we've got capable guys.
Todd does.
I trust Todd.
I trust Todd.
I don't think he's wrong.
I think Phil Maffa can do it. But I don't know.
A lot of confidence.
I don't have the confidence. Yeah. That's more hopeful.
Well, you got to see him in NFL games pass protecting. That's
a big question.
What if?
And then he's not very fast.
I mean, everybody like Tommy Yarish this morning too. Abanikanda, he's like, I can't get enough of this guy. Israel Abanikanda did not do much of anything that I saw in practice. I don't know when this Israel Abanikanda stuff's going down that I'm missing here. And I liked him coming out of the draft at Pitt. The dude broke Tony Dorsett's single season rushing record.
Dang, that's
single game rushing record. He was awesome. But I don't know. That's one position that I keep hearing like they might be hunting. So we'll see if Todd's right. But what if big defensive changes pay off quickly and Dak remains healthy and productive? The Cowboys have the ingredients to make a Super Bowl run.
Yeah.
For the Giants, what if Jackson Dart's young playmakers show up healthy and produce? He can become a franchise quarterback for a playoff contender team immediately. That's a big what if.
Yeah, I think the what if is if you're amazing in the first 6-7 weeks, what would you do at the trade deadline? And how much better could the Cowboys make themselves? Because it really seems like they're willing to put all of next year's draft picks and a bunch of future cap space on the line to make a meaningful addition to this football team, and it's incredibly exciting. I'm at least entertaining the idea. maybe for the first time in 5 or 6 years that it could be their year. Well, Chuck, thank you for that addition to the finalists. Now, just heard from Sands. Apparently, they're cutting some LA traffic, so he's dragging a little bit.
Jared.
We're going to move Sands into the 6th, which means a proper round tripper and all your baseball golds coming up next year.
I'm not ready.
Before the G-Bag of the Day on LA Live on the Fan.
You follow here, and I got to let you know that
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here in about 6 minutes. And LA Live's coming up at 5:40. We'll get you a proper round tripper in here. Sandler had to reschedule for 6 o'clock. You know how that LA traffic is. Couple of big stories from around the association real quick. Russell Westbrook retiring after 18 seasons. One of only 2 guys to average a triple-double for an entire season. MVP, hell of a run. Jared Kushner's little brother, Josh, and Iger, the Disney CEO, buying the Lakers. The reported price now at $12.5 billion. Yeah. It's gone up $500 million since this morning. And congrats to the gentleman that bought it just 12 months ago, who just flipped it for a $2.5 billion profit. These valuations are skyrocketing. The average value of an NFL team up 30% over the last year. It's got to be some sort of a bubble that's going to pop before too long, but you don't know when.
No, you keep thinking that it will, too. I remember 10 years ago we were having the conversation of like, well, are the kids are going to stop playing football? And so far, that has not changed. We'll see with the CTE stuff.
We will. And we'll get Sands on here coming up in about 35 minutes. Yes, bro.
Mark Walters, the guy that owned the Lakers.
Owned him and sold him.
And evidently he's made about $2 billion off that.
Just killing it.
But he's come out and said he has no plan to sell the Dodgers at all. That's why would you even do that? That's the cash cow right there.
I mean, why would you sell the Lakers, though, if it just went up 25% in a year? You know, if I'm the Buss family, I'm like, guys, we sold 12 months early. I guess there is the fear of the collapse, but the new TV deals are coming up that are just going to push the pie to even bigger.
Yeah, I think he was an owner there for a year, right?
Yeah.
And so he kind of went through that. There are some questions about some stuff that's going on. And it's interesting that the Iger Kushner group pivoted really quick after they weren't going to be able to get the Vegas.
They were trying to buy something big. Vegas expansion, the World Cup.
Yeah.
Said, those aren't going to work. Let's just buy the Lakers.
Yeah, I think that. But there's some questions about this, about Mark Walter and some of the business practices that he's had. Some insurance companies and stuff like that. There might be some stuff down the road that he's going to have to deal with.
Might be bailing while he can.
He might be bailing while he can, but he might be bailing in a way to kind of protect himself. While there's still people in office that can protect him.
Oh, okay.
Makes sense.
All righty. Appreciate that insight. Here's Wolchuk with your proper round tripper.
Let's do it. Let's go around the bases now.
You don't know how to play first base. Scott?
That's right.
It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash.
It's incredibly hard.
There's no crying in baseball!
You play ball like a girl!
Hey, for those that don't know, life-changing, the Tommy John underwear.
Could tie it with one swing.
For the 20th time this year, the Rangers are 500 as they sit at 60-60 now. Last night, despite the loss, Cody Bradford was awesome, and he was very, very efficient as it took him just 75 pitches to cover 7 innings in his second start since he was back. That was brilliant for Cody Bradford. I love to see it. He was just humming right along. And Jock Peterson continues to play the hits at the top of the lineup. Another leadoff dong. He's been fantastic. He's hit 20 of his team-leading 22 home runs on the year from his leadoff spot. So that was probably the best move, I'd say, of the entire season for Skip Schumacher, was putting Jock Peterson in the leadoff role, because I know
I was critical. I mean, I was like, what are they doing? And
you're not alone, bro. I thought the same thing.
But he had hit leadoff before.
Yes, he has.
With the Dodgers.
Yep.
He had. But I was thinking, like, there's nothing that Jock Peterson, you think of leadoff hitters, you think get on base, steal bases, create opportunities, stuff like that. Kind of like what Simeon did during the World Series run. But when Jock Peterson, I was like, what are we doing? I mean, I thought it was one of those Hail Marys because they weren't hitting. Let's just try something.
Prayer.
Let's shake the lineup up and see what we can do. But man, it is. I apologize to see why. I mean, I said, hey, I am really sorry. I didn't think this was going to work.
No, great move by Skip.
Let's move Corey Seager to lead off now. See if it goes 2 for 2.
Okay.
Fix him.
It'll be First pitch and one away.
All right, we're 0-1.
Seager,
who knows?
Sharply
Maybe,
hit ball to second
maybe there
base,
is
up with the ball, and Seager's out.
little magic there. Now, we're still waiting on the Rangers lineup. That has not been posted. Maybe when we talk with Jared coming up at the top of the hour, that will be out there. By the way, over the weekend, Halo is going to be coming to town next weekend, August 21st to the 22nd. And on Friday and Saturday, Rangers are going to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the first team in franchise history to advance to the postseason. That would be the 90-96 Rangers, 90-72 regular season, went on to win the AL West by 4.5 games. So that'll be pretty cool. That'll be a fun weekend.
We're out there next Tuesday, I believe.
We are?
Yeah, I think when the Nats come to town.
That'll be fun. Some interleague ball right there. Used to be, the Washington Senators. There's a correlation.
Used to be the Rangers
with Washington.
Yeah, Washington Senators became the Texas Rangers.
They sure did. Yep, absolutely. All right. How about Blake Snell? Did you guys see his performance last night? 10 Ks in 6 innings. He comes fresh off the IL. He had the loose bodies in his elbow, misses 3 months, and he just picks off like he never missed any time. Was just mowing them down as against the Kansas City Royals.
Kind of like Montgomery last night.
Dodgers got the win. You know what? You got something against Monty that you want to get off your chest right now?
I just got to wish he'd had 10 strikeouts.
I'm with you, man.
A couple innings.
Yeah, it wasn't great. But we'll talk more ball coming up with Sands here at 6 o'clock. Hopefully that LA traffic, he's able to get to the ballpark on time.
That can be tough.
Hey, happy birthday to Dave Raymond, by the way. It's Dave's birthday today.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Dave.
All righty.
Has anybody ever asked it? Oh, it's Lucius's time.
That's right.
Let's go in the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander's standing by.
No, it's Lucius's time. My bad.
I looked up at the clock, Lucius, real quick. I'm sorry. It's 5:30.
Man, you should have got in your bag, bro. Should have got in your bag.
I'm sorry, man.
Let's see what you got to say.
Nah, man. We're good.
Hey, chef's kiss to those Pittsburgh Pirates uniforms they were wearing last night.
Did they wear? Did they wear the 70s?
They had the gray. It was the gray with the Pittsburgh written on it, and yellow with the black right up under the yellow.
Oh, wow.
It was fantastic.
They got good colors.
The Pirates usually will throw down, when they throw down their 70s uniforms they used to wear with their pillbox hats and stuff like that. And that's a very cool look.
Chef's kiss.
10 stripes, yeah.
All right, G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30, fueled by East Dallas Motor Cars, eastdallasmotorcars.com. Check those dudes out right there. You're trying to ride in something funky, something fresh. I drive the big LS Lexus. I would love to take it to them and let them just deuce it out for me one time. I know they will.
They will, absolutely.
I know they would.
Their showroom is beautiful. It really is.
They got a great selection of a bunch of different rides.
A lot of good rides.
All right, our winner and champ going for 3 today is a church clip because you know you need it. You know you need it 3 days in a row. This is the universe is telling you. This pastor had a very unfortunate situation on the microphone. Going for 3, though. Crowd loved it.
Prison where he frequently counsels other inmates and expresses deep remorse. How about Carla Tucker? Oh, never going to get it back. Never going to get it back. Oh, my gosh. Listen, I apologize. This is live. It was Carla Faye Tucker. I may get fired.
Yeah.
That is the worst blooper I have ever had.
Carla Faye Tucker. That is very difficult.
You got to slow that down.
Yeah, you had to.
Slow that
every single time.
I mean, it really rolled off his tongue, though, didn't it? I feel like maybe
he was doing a bit.
I just feel like for my pastor, I wouldn't want him to cuss, whether that's on the pulpit or off.
Right.
And I feel like that was confirmation. You got a cussing pastor up there.
You do.
Maybe that's okay
Carla
for you.
Yeah. Tucker.
Oh. It's a man that knows his way around an F word.
Okay, let's go to Barstool Sports.
All right.
Wake up, Barstool. Yeah. Shout out to all you Saints fans out there. Black and gold Super Bowl. T-Bob, not familiar with this guy, but he's on your side.
Former LSU Tiger.
He's an LSU Tiger.
Oh, that makes more sense.
He's a Louisiana guy.
Okay, he looks like a Louisiana guy, by the way.
Quarterback Bobby Hebert?
Yes.
Bobby Hebert, WWL. He really Cajun. But yeah, that's his son.
He looks like he was out there crawfishing before he even got on the mic today.
Yeah, he's doing a good job at Barstool. He's a good listen.
Well, he goes off on his co-host over Drew Brees, and I must say I agree with him. Now, this is going to be mid-argument because he got in them cheeks for like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
he really did.
A while.
Yeah, he went there cheeks for about 3 minutes.
If a guy brought a Super Bowl to Buffalo, do you know what that would mean to that entire state, fan base, everybody?
It would mean a lot.
Post-Katrina, when this city was literally dead, ruins everywhere as he's going around touring the city versus Miami, all built up and grandiose and exorbitant, trying to recruit him. And he chooses to go to New Orleans at a time when they're more down than they have ever been. And what do? They give people hope at a time when they desperately needed it.
Thank the Miami Doctors for that one.
I would argue there may not be a single player that has ever had as big of an impact on a city anywhere.
Michael Jordan in Chicago.
Steph Curry. Than what Drew Brees. The city. Look at Chicago. Look at San Francisco. Not the same at all. Not the same at all. Neither were coming back from their darkest moment ever with a franchise that had traditionally been god-awful.
Well, he was a zero-time MVP and won one ring with the benefit of a bounty.
Okay.
It's debatable why he's in the Hall of Fame.
You just spilled.
No, I get to kick the table for once because that's crap, Meek. Yeah. That's ridiculous. You don't just get to crap all over everything. You're going to say that Drew Brees isn't a certified badass Hall of Famer?
He didn't win an MVP.
Get the hell out. No. He got screwed over because the guys like Meek suffered off Aaron Rodgers.
I did not MVP vote in any.
That's good. Get him, T-Bob.
This is good timing, too, because last week in Oxnard, I was flipping around in the hotel and actually saw this show for the first time.
Yeah.
And I watched it every day because it's good.
It's good.
This T-Bob guy and Big Cat, as long as Portnoy isn't on there, it's better than Get Up. Yeah.
Oh, it's much better than Get Up. Yeah, I agree.
Brandon, I forgot who the college football guy is. It's Brandon.
It is Brandon. Gosh dang it. What's the Mississippi State guy?
He's a homer for Mississippi State.
Yeah,
but
Gibson.
Brandon Gibson.
Texas Rangers broadcast.
Walker,
Brandon Walker.
Yeah.
We were close.
Yeah.
Gibson
Walker.
Jared Sandler talking to Mike Bassick about Langford.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Again?
I believe so.
Well, I think you told Wyatt a few days prior to that you'd get down on your knees for him that night and hope for some help. Maybe it's time to get down on your knees for Wyatt again.
2-0 count.
I didn't mean like right now.
Well, Jared, you asked for it.
What in the world are we doing?
Way to go, Bassick.
Goodness, Jared.
Yes. Way to go.
Yes. Nice job, Mike.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Easy right now.
That's got my vote.
Yeah, Mike is like your bottom. I'll do it right now. Whatever you need me to do.
You asked for it.
You asked for it.
No,
Yes,
not like,
Hey, Captain.
Whatever you say, Daddy. Mr. Broadus, you were talking about parasailing a couple of weeks ago.
I was.
There was a man in Montego Bay that got stuck while parasailing.
That's not good. No. That's not good.
Yeah, he was on live.
Oh, no.
With his followers, panicking.
Yeah.
Yo, how up I am right now, bitch. I'm stuck.
Oh, bitch, I'm stuck.
Use the thing to pull from GTA, bitch. I can't pull myself up. If I had both my hands, I could. I got y'all in one hand, so I'm cooked. Yeah, I'm higher than your daily crackhead. Look at this view, though. Let me show y'all this view. Yeah. I'm stuck. My god thighs are about to rip in half. My god thighs are about to rip. Oh my balls are getting ripped in half. Oh my balls.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had that harness down there.
Yeah, heck yeah.
It was pulling on. They had to get some emergency vehicles out there to help that man.
Ooh.
Do we know if they ripped in half?
Well, at least,
I don't know.
At least he was still in the air. I saw a guy fall from, like, they didn't hook him up right.
That's not good.
Yeah.
And they hit the water like a ton.
Mac.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bounce off the water if you fall from far enough.
He was all the way up, and then all of a sudden you see him just take a fall.
I wouldn't have.
My balls are getting ripped in half.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to lose the phone at that point. I'm losing my connected device.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
I'm higher than a crackhead.
I'm putting it up somewhere, man.
Yeah, I'll put it in the harness.
Yeah.
I'll give you the view from out instead of trying to hold it. That's brutal, though, man. I just don't trust those people that you go out on these tourist things.
Yeah.
And you got like 2 burnouts running the crew.
What's the lady that died?
Yeah.
'Cause they didn't hook her up.
Yeah, they
when
didn't hook her up. The bungee
They
jump thing.
tossed her over the side.
Yes.
They literally tossed her over the side to her death. Jeez, Pete.
Yeah, you won't read about me in a story like that.
Hell no.
Yeah.
No.
It'll be an act of God.
Yeah, I did. It's so crazy because that little spot, they act like they're going to throw you over.
Yes.
And they actually did it.
They threw her over. You could see the harness on the ground. And they okay, and her husband's filming 1, 2, and they push her, and she just
so terrible.
Nothing, and you're going, oh no.
Oh, my balls are getting ripped in hell.
That's a good.
Oh my balls.
Yeah. I mean, that husband must have sued those guys at that bungee operation for everything they had.
High-fived him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it was planned.
Or gave him a tip, yeah.
Guys, thank you so much.
Winning.
I'll get rid of this film. Don't worry about it.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to give you this one. This isn't one, but
Winner.
Sean got a little gay.
Oh.
First of all, I don't know how you get a little gay.
Charlie Sheen did.
I watched Rocket Man on a flight, and there was the nude.
I had to
sex
turn
scene.
that off.
Yeah,
Yeah, I wanted to watch it. I wanted to love it, but I couldn't deal with the way it was being presented.
you're in the movie, right? Not the scene.
I announce my homosexuality here, like Enos Cantor. I'm declaring for the gay draft.
He's declaring for the gay draft. Wow. Top pick.
I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know. He might go last round. Last pick. What is that, Mr. Irrelevant?
It is weird on that plane when there's love scenes popping up. And
Yeah.
there's,
Yeah.
There's people behind you. I'm always just fast forwarding.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't need to see this. They always seem like gratuitous. Is that the right word? Just unnecessary.
Yeah.
You don't need the love scene.
Yeah, we can power through this one.
I don't need it. If that's what you wanted to watch, there's places you can go for that these days.
Yeah. The damn bathroom, dude.
I think back in the day, you could be like, hey, Sharon Stone, full nudity if you watch this movie. I think that's getting people to the box office. These days, I don't think there's any benefit to it. Okay, I'm rambling. We got Pastor on Carla Faye Tucker.
Now, dude.
We got Barstool Sports there with T-Bob. We got Sandler talking to Mikey B about Bangford. Man parasailing while streaming. Or Sean on that Elton John movie. I'll go with Sands and Mikey B. Myself, Chuck. How about you?
Yeah, I think I got to go with Sands and Mikey B.
Lucius?
One more time for the church.
Okay, we're at 2-1, Brian.
Yeah, I've got to vote for T-Bob. He's an LSU guy, and he made a great point.
Yeah, and he was Bobby Hebert's kid.
That's him.
And he played offensive line.
At
T-Bob
LSU.
played offensive line at LSU.
Sure did.
Was he any good?
He was not bad.
Nice.
Not bad.
All righty, it's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup because Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
So Butt Naked Wednesday, let's get into it right after James.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance some of everything.
Everybody get high.
Biggest money regret.
Biggest money regret? Like money that I spent?
Something that you flushed your money on that you regret doing it.
Hoes.
Any story in particular?
This is a lifelong thing, man. You're gonna regret that your whole life.
It's Butt Naked Wednesday.
That's right. That's right. You can see the theme of today right here.
Oh, yeah.
This is LA Live for Wednesday, August 12th, 2026. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in,
Everybody come along. We're gonna dance on the funk. Hey, and make love on the song.
We're busted up. Shout out to Dallas's very own Miss Erykah Badu for naming today Butt Naked Wednesday. Peace to the gods and mad props to the God you're born. LA Live is brought to you by Metro Flow Plumbing. Shout out to those blue collar ballers. Hey, there's supposed to be a media shower tonight, right?
Yes, sir.
And an eclipse?
Is it a shower or eclipse? I seen shower. It's a shower and eclipse?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Come on, bro.
Yeah, I think we're in the midst of an eclipse.
And the shower. I'm seeing meteor shower too.
Yeah, meteor shower tonight for sure.
Awesome.
And eclipse.
The eclipse, I think, is going on in Europe right now.
Okay, you know what? There's signs. There's signs.
There's a historic total solar eclipse in the peak of a meteor shower.
That is crazy, bro.
This is nuts.
Yeah, somebody would have got sacrificed back in the day.
Somebody's. We got a line.
Yeah.
Gods are sending us a message.
Hit the goats. Yeah, bro. North Texans should be able to see up to 50 to 100 meteors per hour.
Badass.
Viewing times is 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. Peak activity is 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. So you third shifters, step on outside and see what they got wrapped. Yeah.
Whoa, what's going on?
Cool stuff, man. All right, I got a question for the Tolos. Every Wednesday, I like to ask the Tolos a question because you think you know about us, but we're just trying to get to know you, man. All right? You heard the theme. You heard Freddie Gibbs right there and his regret. Question for the Tolos right here. What do you regret blowing money on? What do you regret blowing money on? And I'm going to just go ahead and say mine. It's not that I blew money. I didn't get the money. I had the money, and I didn't pull it out of the stock market.
Oh.
You know, you just let it sit there for so long. You think you're going to let it grow. You think you're outsmarting the market in a sense. Like, this thing is keep growing. When it fell apart, I should have sold a little bit at a time until, anyway, I had
should have
pot
dollar
stocks.
cost averaged out.
Bro, exactly. Exactly. I had pot stocks, and during Canada's run, when they were going through legalization, I was making some money. And the play was not just Canada, but it was American growers, because America was supposed to be next on the plate because it was Hillary and Trump at the time, right?
Okay.
And so the market was, well, if Hillary wins, these stocks are going to shoot up. They're going to go crazy. And they were, all throughout the process of them running for president. But when it got time to them folks, it looks like Trump was going to win, them things fell apart.
Ooh.
They turned to dust. They never came back. And I'm talking about I had a whole lot. We talk about that dude, that Powerball guy who got $2 million.
Yes.
Just because he got 5 and not the 6 numbers. Mine was like if I just had the Texas lottery and had 5 and not 6 numbers. Damn. That account was looking crazy, bro. And I watched it all go away.
Yeah.
That account is in shambles right now.
Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah. I think about it all the time.
Had a somewhat similar experience with crypto meme coins last go around. That one hurt.
Yeah.
I think they lost 98% of their value.
Gosh.
So
yeah, turn to dust.
I mean, I wasn't in like I'm gonna retire mode, but I was in like, holy crap,
it's a good
what
chunk
am I
of
gonna
money.
do with all this money? Yeah,
good chunk of money, man. What do you regret blowing money on? Number one answer from the Tolos was ex-wives.
Yeah, I've heard some real bad stories about that, and then the child support stuff,
like in the divorce court.
That's what I'm thinking, right? It had to be what I'm thinking, spending your money on, but still at the same time, if you invested a whole lot into this woman and you end up divorcing, I guess it's still blowing your money on it. What do you regret blowing your money on? Cable, when I could have just had Fire Sticks on all my TVs. Fire Sticks is just a start.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if you're pirating,
teach me your way.
It's just a start.
Yeah, you still got to pay for the Wi-Fi.
You still got to get there.
I mean, they're getting you for $100 for the Wi-Fi now.
Yeah, you still got to crack the back of that Fire Stick.
Yeah.
What do you regret blowing money on? That Rangers Victory Plus subscription.
Oh,
yeah.
Hopefully, you get your money back. They were trying to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you can because they're having a hard time paying their bills.
That's a good point.
I don't think Victory.
Me too, hell.
They're operating at a deficit.
Yeah. A lot of strip clubs coming in.
How much are people losing in strip clubs? You're seriously spending thousands of dollars every year? Like I could see I dropped $80 in there. That was stupid.
Yeah.
Got 2 beers and 3 lap dances.
Yeah, there was a bad night at Baby Dolls. That's money I'll never get back.
Big Meech messed it up for everybody. And Big Meech, that's where that Making It Rain came from. Throwing your money just frivolously.
Yeah.
Because that was drug money for him. Yours is hard-earned working money, bro.
Don't do that. Don't waste your money.
Don't do that. What do you regret blowing money on? All them cassette tapes that I can't listen to anymore.
Oh my gosh, like Blu-rays, DVDs. Like
DVDs. People had massive DVD collections, bro. Gosh, I had so many DVD books. Vasectomy because she still got pregnant.
Oh no! You were in a very small percentage.
Ooh, I would maybe DNA test that bad boy.
He said the baby came out black.
Oh, was he black?
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
Oh, yep. But that's probably more money on a divorce.
Yeah, and she'll probably get everything. Judge, here's what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, she gets everything.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
You didn't tell her you loved her enough.
That'll be $40,000.
Yeah. It's your damn fault.
You forced her to sleep with that man.
What do you regret blowing money on? My kids' college education.
Oh, really?
I guess it turned out to be nothing for him.
I mean, you did your part at that point.
You did your part.
Yeah.
Every time you see him, though, you're upset at him.
Yeah.
Gosh, you suck.
Like Casey Keller, remember that story?
Yeah.
Casey Keller, the old U.S. goalkeeper, he put his kid through law school, and he's packing boxes now. He doesn't want to be a lawyer. What the hell did I do? I mean, even if you don't want to be a lawyer and you pass the bar, like, go be a lawyer consultant or something.
I have a friend like that. I have a friend who she went to Yale Law School, passed the New York bar, and then never practiced a day. She just did it to say she could do it.
Wow.
That's the only reason.
Show off.
But then again, she's married to a guy that's worth hundreds of millions
Oh,
of dollars.
come on, man.
Oh, well, then that's reason enough.
She didn't have that hunger.
Before they were married, that's what she did. She went to Yale, got the degree, got the law degree, passed the bar, and just, I'm not going to do this. And then he hit the big time.
I mean, don't you have to be pretty brilliant just to pass the bar? Like, you have to have a great memory.
Certain states bar exams are a lot harder than other ones. Yeah.
But I do assume if you're a lawyer and you pass the bar, you're smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you're absolutely.
You're bright.
What do you regret blowing money on?
I got one for you, Lucian.
Go ahead, brother.
You guys remember have you guys ever tried to do anything with currency? Like
switching it out?
Well, like buying it that it might go up.
Oh no.
Oh, like Forex trading?
Yeah. There was a group, there was a thing back in the day, the Iraqi dinar.
Oh, the dinars, yeah. I know all about the dinar.
I was spending probably $400 or $500 a month, and I did that for about 3 years, buying currency, and thinking that they were going to revalue their currency. And they never did.
It turned to dust.
It turned to dust. I spent seriously.
You've got a room full of dinar.
I got these magic beans.
$400 or $500 a month. I did that for 3 years, thinking like, okay, keep buying it, and then it never revalued. There was all this. There was talk. The World Bank was talking about, and there's all these things like every day. Matter of fact, it's funny. Todd Williams with the Cowboys, who's the Todd is football operations guy there. Todd and I always, because he did the same thing, and we always like, man, what do you think? What do you think? Oh man, this could be our week. We could.
This is the dinar week.
Yeah. So you didn't even get your investment back?
No.
It continued to decline?
Oh gosh, it just went into the friggin' toilet
tank.
No. Yeah, but I did that. Yeah,
magic dust.
Yeah, I did that for 3 years. I did that, and then finally I go, man, I can't do this anymore. And it finally just didn't. It was a massive financial windfall for somebody other than me, but the currency never revalued, and that was the thing. That's crazy.
What do you regret blowing money on? My man said, play to win mobile games, solar panels,